Imagine finding out that your home address has been circulating on the dark web for 6 months, attached to something you never agreed to, something you never even knew existed. That's what happened to me, and I'm still not entirely sure how to process it. I should probably start by explaining that I'm not someone who would normally have any reason to know what goes on in those hidden corners of the internet. I work in graphic design, mostly corporate branding and marketing materials. My technical knowledge extends to Adobe Creative Suite and basic troubleshooting when my laptop decides to act up. The dark web was something I'd heard about in news reports, usually linked to drug markets or stolen credit cards. But it wasn't something I'd ever had cause to think about seriously. What changed was a conversation I overheard at my sister's house last summer. Her husband works in cybersecurity, and he was telling someone about a case his firm had been consulted on. A woman in Manchester had discovered that her home was being used as a drop point for illegal goods without her knowledge. Parcels would arrive addressed to fake names, and before she could refuse them or return them to sender, they'd disappear from her doorstep. Someone had been using her address as part of a distribution chain. The story stuck with me because of how vulnerable it made the woman sound. She hadn't done anything wrong, hadn't signed up for anything suspicious, but somehow her address had been selected and used by people she'd never met for purposes she couldn't begin to understand. Her brother-in-law mentioned that these schemes were often coordinated through the dark web, where addresses could be bought and sold like any other commodity. I didn't think much more about it until a package arrived at my flat in Bristol 3 weeks later. Nothing immediately suspicious about it, just a standard padded envelope with my address printed on a label. The name on the package wasn't mine though. It was addressed to someone called M. Richardson, which wasn't even close to my actual name. I live alone in a converted warehouse building near the harbour, the sort of place that got gentrified about 10 years ago and now houses young professionals and small creative agencies. The postal situation has always been a bit chaotic because the building was divided into flats without much thought for how mail would be distributed. We have individual letterboxes in the entrance hall, but delivery drivers often just leave packages in the communal area if they can't work out which flat they're meant for. This package had been left outside my door specifically, which suggested the delivery driver had made more effort than usual to find the right address. I assumed it was a mistake, probably meant for a previous tenant or someone who'd given my address by accident when ordering something online. It happens more often than you'd think. I left the package in the communal hallway with a note explaining it had been delivered to the wrong person, thinking whoever it was meant for would collect it eventually. When I came home from work that evening, it was gone. Problem solved, or so I thought. The second package arrived 4 days later. Same handwriting on the label, same name, same padded envelope. This time, I opened the main door to find it propped against my specific flat door, not just left in the general area. Someone had made a deliberate effort to ensure it ended up at my flat rather than anywhere else in the building. I called the courier company listed on the label to explain the mistake. The person I spoke to was polite but ultimately unhelpful, explaining that the package had been delivered to the address on the label and that if I wasn't the intended recipient, I should refuse any future deliveries or return them to sender. She couldn't tell me who had sent it or what it contained, just that their record showed successful delivery to the correct address. The problem was that the address was correct. My flat number, my building, my postcode, everything matched. The only thing wrong was the name, and apparently that wasn't enough to constitute a delivery error in their system. I put the second package in the hallway with another note, and again it disappeared by the evening. Whoever M. Richardson was, They were collecting these packages promptly and efficiently. The third package arrived a week later, and by this point, I was starting to feel uneasy about the whole situation. 3 deliveries to a non-existent person at my address suggested something more deliberate than a simple administrative error. I decided to open it, partly out of curiosity, and partly because I wanted to know if I was somehow involved in something I should be concerned about. Inside was a mobile phone, not a new one in retail packaging, but a used device wrapped in bubble wrap. There was no documentation, no SIM card, nothing to indicate where it had come from or why it was being sent to my address. Just a phone that looked a few years old but still functional. I turned it on, expecting to find something that would explain the situation. The phone had been factory reset, with nothing stored on it except the default apps and settings. No contacts, no messages, no call history. Completely clean. I should have gone to the police then, but I didn't really know what I'd be reporting. Someone was receiving packages at my address under a fake name, but they weren't causing any damage or disruption beyond the mild inconvenience of me having to move parcels from my doorstep. And whoever was collecting them was doing so quickly enough that I'd never actually encountered them in person. I kept the phone, more out of uncertainty about what else to do with it than any real decision to hold onto it. I put it in a drawer and tried to forget about it, telling myself that maybe the deliveries would stop now, that I'd intercepted one. They didn't stop. Over the next month, 7 more packages arrived. I didn't open any of them, but I could feel from the weight and shape that they contained similar items. Small electronics, probably more phones. Each one disappeared from the hallway within hours of delivery, collected by the mysterious M. Richardson, who somehow had access to my building. I started paying more attention to the other residents, wondering if one of them was behind the scheme. The building housed around 30 people, most of whom I recognized by sight, but didn't really know. Any of them could have been using my address as a convenient collection point, secure in the knowledge that I'd leave the packages accessible rather than refusing them outright. The paranoia crept in gradually. I found myself studying my neighbors in the hallway, trying to detect any sign of guilt or recognition when they saw me. I started varying my routine, coming home at different times to see if I could catch whoever was collecting the packages. I even considered installing a small camera pointed at my door, though I wasn't sure that would be legal without informing the building management. What really disturbed me was finding the listing. I was talking to a colleague at work about the situation, and she suggested I search for my address online to see if it appeared anywhere suspicious. I didn't expect to find anything, but she convinced me it was worth checking. I started with regular search engines, which turned up nothing unusual. Then she mentioned that the dark web might be worth investigating, if I was comfortable doing that. She explained that accessing it wasn't illegal in itself, and that I didn't need any special technical knowledge, just a particular type of browser that let you access hidden websites. I spent an evening reading about how it all worked, feeling increasingly out of my depth. The whole concept of websites that don't appear in normal search results, that require specific software to access, seemed designed to make people like me feel like they were doing something vaguely criminal just by looking. But my colleague had been right about one thing. It wasn't actually difficult to access, just different. I'm not going to detail exactly how I went about it, because I don't want to encourage anyone else to do the same. But within an hour, I had access to a search engine that indexed hidden websites. I typed in my address, not really expecting to find anything. What came up made my stomach drop. My address was listed on a marketplace, categorized under a section for verified drop points. The listing included details about the building layout, the postal arrangements, and specific information about my flat being suitable for collections. It mentioned that the current occupant was female, lived alone, worked regular office hours, and had demonstrated reliable behavior by leaving misaddressed packages in the communal area for collection. The listing had been active for 6 months. 6 months of my address being advertised as a safe location for receiving packages that couldn't be delivered to the actual recipients. 6 months of strangers on the internet knowing details about my life and routine that I'd never shared with anyone. The price for using the address was listed in terms I didn't fully understand, but the comments from previous users made it clear that my flat had become a popular option. People praised the reliable access, the quick collection times, and the lack of interference from the resident. Someone had even given it a 5-star rating. I felt physically sick reading through the comments. These people were discussing me like I was a service they'd paid for, analyzing my behavior patterns and noting when I was most likely to be home. One comment mentioned that I usually left for work around 8 in the morning and returned around 6 in the evening, which was accurate enough to suggest they'd been watching the building. Another comment noted that I sometimes went away for weekends, making those times particularly convenient for larger deliveries that might need more time for collection. The level of observation was deeply unsettling. These weren't just people using my address opportunistically. They were actively monitoring my routine to optimize their operations. I tried to report the listing, but there was no obvious mechanism for doing so. The marketplace didn't have contact details or support functions like a normal website. It just existed, hosting listings for dozens of other addresses across the UK, all of them presumably occupied by people who had no idea they were being used this way. I took screenshots of everything, thinking I'd need evidence when I reported it to the police. Then I spent the next hour searching for any information about M. Richardson, the name that had been on all the packages. Nothing came up. It was clearly a fake name, probably one of many used by different people to collect their purchases from my address. The worst part was realizing that I couldn't just stop it. Even if I refused all future packages, even if I put up signs or changed my locks, the listing would still be there. My address would still be advertised as a drop point, and whoever had posted it would simply update the listing to reflect the changed circumstances. The information was already out there, circulating in spaces I couldn't access or control. I did eventually go to the police, though I'm not sure it achieved much. The officer I spoke to was sympathetic, but explained that this type of situation was increasingly common and difficult to prosecute. Unless I could identify who was collecting the packages or prove that they contained illegal items, there wasn't much the police could do beyond making a note of my complaint. They suggested I refuse all deliveries not in my name and document any suspicious activity around my flat. The packages continued arriving for another 3 weeks, though less frequently. I refused every single one, handing them back to delivery drivers and explaining they were incorrectly addressed. Some drivers argued, saying their systems showed successful deliveries to that address in the past, but I stood firm. Eventually, the delivery stopped. I checked the dark web listing a month later and found that my address had been marked as compromised, with a warning to users that the resident was now aware and refusing packages. The listing was still active though, still available for anyone who thought they could find a way around the new difficulties. I moved out of that flat 2 months ago. I know that probably seems like an overreaction, and maybe it was, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched and used by people I'd never see or identify. Every delivery to my door made me anxious. Every stranger in the hallway looked suspicious. I couldn't live like that. The thing that haunts me most is not knowing how they got my address in the first place, How did someone decide that my flat would be suitable for their purposes? Had they been watching me before the listing went up? Or had they simply found my address through some data breach and extrapolated the rest from public information? I think about all the times I'd left those packages in the hallway, trying to be helpful to someone I assumed had made an innocent mistake. I think about how my attempt to be a good neighbor had been exploited and turned into part of someone's criminal enterprise. I wonder how many of those phones I'd indirectly helped deliver were used for purposes I don't want to imagine. Sometimes I check that marketplace listing, even though I don't live there anymore. My old address is still active, marked as compromised, but still available for anyone willing to take the risk. The new tenant probably has no idea what they've moved into, no idea that their home is listed on the dark web as a verified drop point for illegal deliveries. I thought about contacting them to warn them, but how do you explain something like that without sounding completely paranoid? How do you tell a stranger that their address is being traded on hidden websites by criminals who've been observing the building for months? Instead, I've done nothing, and that guilt sits with me every day. I've protected myself by moving away, but I've left someone else to deal with the same situation I couldn't handle. The packages are probably arriving again by now, addressed to new fake names, collected by the same invisible people who know the building's rhythms better than most of the residents do. The worst part is knowing that it could start again anywhere. My new address isn't listed yet, but that doesn't mean it won't be. Someone, somewhere might already be watching my new building, noting my routines, deciding whether this location would work for their purposes. I've become hyper-aware of every delivery, every stranger in my new hallway, every package that doesn't have my exact name on it. I know this level of vigilance isn't sustainable, that eventually I'll have to trust that not everything is part of some hidden scheme. But I also know what I saw on that website, and I know how many other addresses were listed there alongside mine. We like to think our homes are private, that we control who has access to our space and our information. But the truth is that in the digital age, your address is just another piece of data being traded and exploited by people you'll never meet. Your home isn't just where you live. It's potentially a node in someone else's distribution network, a useful location in a supply chain you never agreed to join. I still have that first phone I intercepted, the one I should have given to the police but never did. Sometimes I turn it on, half expecting it to contain some message or clue about who was using my address and why. It never does. It's just a blank phone, factory reset and anonymous, exactly like the dozens of others that passed through my hallway during those months. But I keep it anyway, a reminder that the world operates on levels I barely understand, that my attempt to be helpful and trusting was exploited by people who saw me as nothing more than a convenient address. A reminder that sometimes the most frightening things are the ones you never see coming, the violations that happen in plain sight while you're just trying to live your life. My address is still out there, somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, marked and categorized and available for use. And there's nothing I can do about it except hope that whoever lives there now is more suspicious than I was, less willing to leave packages in the hallway for collection, more aware that sometimes a simple delivery error is actually something much darker. What would you do if you woke up one day and found photographs of yourself asleep? What if they were uploaded to a website you've never heard of and taken inside your own bedroom by someone you've never seen? That happened to me, and I wish I noticed something was wrong sooner than I did. I should explain that I'm not the sort of person who worries excessively about security. I live in a quiet residential street in Reading, the kind of area where people still leave their bins out overnight without them being knocked over, and where the biggest crime is usually teenagers writing on garden walls. My house is a small terraced place, built sometime in the 30s, with the original locks on most of the doors, because I'd never seen any reason to change them. The whole thing started when my neighbor Jenny mentioned she'd seen someone in my back garden around 3 in the morning. She'd been up with her newborn and happened to glance out the window whilst feeding him. She saw a figure moving along the side passage between our houses, staying close to my wall. At the time, she assumed it was me taking the bins out or checking on something, and thought nothing more of it until she mentioned it in passing a week later. I told her it definitely hadn't been me. I'm not someone who wanders around the garden in the middle of the night, and I'd been asleep at that hour. We both tried to rationalize it as maybe a cat or a trick of the shadows, but Jenny seemed certain she'd seen a person. She described them as average height, wearing dark clothing, moving deliberately, rather than stumbling around like someone drunk or lost. That conversation sat uncomfortably with me for the next few days. I found myself checking the locks more carefully before bed and looking out the back window more often than usual. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place though. The gate was still closed, the bins were where I'd left them, and there were no signs of anyone having been in the garden at all. Then I started noticing small things that seemed off. A kitchen chair pulled slightly away from the table when I was certain I'd pushed it in the night before. The bathroom door left ajar when I always closed it fully. The living room curtain not quite meeting in the middle the way I usually arranged it. None of these things were significant on their own, and I convinced myself I was just being paranoid after Jenny's comment had put the idea in my head. What made me take it seriously was the smell. I came downstairs one morning and noticed a faint scent in the hallway that hadn't been there before. Not unpleasant, just unfamiliar. Something like fabric softener or a particular type of soap that I didn't use. It was subtle enough that I almost dismissed it, but it lingered just long enough to make me uncomfortable. I started to wonder if someone really had been in my house, though I couldn't work out how or why. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside each morning. Nothing was missing or damaged. There was no rational explanation for how someone could have entered without leaving any trace or taking anything valuable. My friend Claire, who's a paralegal, suggested I set up a camera. Not an elaborate security system, just one of those basic indoor cameras that connects to your phone and records when it detects movement. She'd used one to monitor her cat while she was at work and said they were cheap and simple to install. I wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of filming my own house, but the alternative of continuing to wonder if someone was breaking in seemed worse. I bought a small camera and positioned it in the hallway, angled so it would capture anyone coming down the stairs or entering through the front door. The setup was straightforward enough that even I could manage it, just connecting it to my wireless internet and downloading an app to my phone. The camera would save recordings to a cloud service automatically, keeping them for a week before deleting them to make space for new footage. For the first 3 nights, nothing appeared on the recordings except me moving around the house in the evening before bed and then leaving for work in the morning. I started to feel foolish for even setting it up, convinced I'd been overreacting to Jenny's offhand comment and a few coincidences that meant nothing. On the 4th night, the camera recorded someone entering my house at 2:30 in the morning. I discovered the footage the following afternoon at work, checking the app during my lunch break more out of habit than any real expectation of seeing anything unusual. The recording showed my hallway in the greenish night vision mode, perfectly still and empty. Then, at 2:31, the front door opened smoothly and silently. A figure stepped inside, closed the door behind them with careful precision, and stood motionless in my hallway for nearly a minute. They were wearing dark clothes and what looked like a balaclava or ski mask covering their face. Average build, impossible to determine age or any identifying features from the footage. They carried a small bag over one shoulder and something in their right hand that I couldn't make out clearly in the grainy night vision recording. After that initial pause, they moved through the hallway and out of the camera's view, heading toward the kitchen. The recording continued, showing the empty hallway for another 47 minutes, and then the figure reappeared, walking calmly back toward the front door. They paused again before leaving, this time turning to look directly at where the camera was positioned. Even through the mask, I could sense them staring at it for several long seconds before they opened the door and left. I watched that recording probably 20 times sitting at my desk, trying to understand what I was seeing. Someone had been inside my house while I slept upstairs, moving through my rooms for nearly an hour, and then left without taking anything or making any noise that woke me. The casualness of their movements suggested this wasn't their first time doing this. They knew the layout, knew how to open the old front door without making it creak, knew exactly how much time they had. I should have gone straight to the police, but I was too shaken to think clearly. I left work early, claiming I felt ill, and drove home in a daze. When I got there, I went through every room trying to see if anything was missing or disturbed. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it that morning. Nothing taken, nothing moved, nothing that would explain why someone had spent almost an hour in my house in the middle of the night. That evening, I changed all the locks. It cost more than I could comfortably afford to get someone out on short notice, but I needed to know the house was secure before I could even think about sleeping there again. The locksmith who came was professional and efficient, replacing both the front and back door locks with modern deadbolts that couldn't be picked easily. He commented that the old locks had been pretty useless anyway, the kind that anyone with basic knowledge could open in under a minute. I positioned the camera in the living room that night, wanting to see if they tried to return now that the locks had changed. I barely slept, lying awake listening for any sound of someone trying to get in. Every creak of the house settling made my heart race. Around 4 a.m, I finally drifted off from sheer exhaustion. When I checked the footage the next day, there was nothing. No attempt to enter, no figure in the garden, nothing at all. I felt a mixture of relief and lingering unease. Perhaps changing the locks had been enough to deter them. Perhaps they'd realized I was aware of their presence and had moved on to easier targets. I tried to return to normal life, though I was now hyper-aware of every sound in the house and couldn't shake the feeling of violation that came with knowing a stranger had been moving through my rooms while I slept. I reported the footage to the police, who took a statement and said they'd increase patrols in the area, but were honest about the low likelihood of catching whoever it was without more evidence or a similar incident nearby. About a week later, I received a message through social media from an account I didn't recognize. The profile had no photos and had been created recently, with no friends or other activity. The message was simple and direct. It contained a link to a website and nothing else. No explanation, no text, just a URL that meant nothing to me. I knew I shouldn't click on links from unknown sources, but something about the timing made me curious. I copied the link and searched for it online, trying to see if it was a known phishing site or malware distribution point. Nothing came up in normal search results. The link appeared to be to a website on the dark web, one of those addresses made up of random letters and numbers that couldn't be accessed through regular browsers. I spent the rest of that evening reading about how to access these hidden websites, though I was increasingly certain I didn't want to know what was at that particular address. But the not knowing was almost worse than any concrete information could be. I kept thinking about that figure standing in my hallway, staring at the camera, and wondering if this link was connected to those intrusions. Eventually, I set up the necessary software and entered the address, half expecting it to be some kind of virus or trap. What loaded instead was a simple website with minimal design, just a dark background and a grid of thumbnail images. It took me a moment to recognize what I was looking at. They were photographs of the inside of my house, dozens of them, taken from various angles and at different times, all uploaded to this website that existed in the hidden corners of the internet, where regular search engines couldn't reach. The images showed my kitchen, my living room, my bedroom. Some were taken during the day when I was at work, showing my possessions in clear daylight. Others were taken at night, capturing my furniture and belongings in the dim glow of streetlights through the windows. Each image was date-stamped, showing they'd been taken over a period of several months, long before I'd even known anyone was entering my house. But what made my blood run cold were the images that showed me, asleep in my bed, unaware I was being photographed, sitting on the sofa watching television, captured through what must have been a gap in the curtains, making breakfast in the kitchen, completely oblivious to whoever was documenting my routine. Below the grid of images was a counter showing how many times the page had been viewed. The number was in the hundreds. Hundreds of people had accessed this website and looked at photographs of the inside of my house and of me going about my private life, completely unaware I was being watched and documented. There was a comment section beneath the images, though I could barely bring myself to read them. People discussing the photographs in detached analytical terms, as though they were reviewing property listings or holiday destinations. Some comments requested specific types of images or particular angles. Others debated technical details about the photography equipment used or the best times to capture certain shots. One comment thread discussed how the photographer had gained access, with several people sharing their own techniques for entering homes without leaving evidence. Another thread speculated about my daily routine based on the timestamps of the images, constructing an alarmingly accurate picture of my life from these stolen moments. I reported the website to the police immediately, though they explained that sites on the dark web were notoriously difficult to take down or trace to their creators. They assigned someone from their cybercrime unit to investigate, but warned me that these cases rarely resulted in arrests unless the perpetrator made a significant mistake or unless they were already under investigation for other crimes. The detective I spoke to explained that this type of activity had become increasingly common, with people breaking into homes specifically to photograph them for sale or entertainment on these hidden websites. Some did it for money, selling access to the images. Others did it for the thrill or for the attention from others interested in this particular violation of privacy. The images themselves, while disturbing and invasive, didn't always constitute clear criminal activity unless they crossed certain lines the law recognized. I had the house swept by a security specialist who found a tiny camera hidden in my smoke detector, one that had been there for months, silently recording and transmitting images whenever it detected movement. The specialist found a second camera behind a picture frame in my bedroom, positioned to capture the sleeping area. Both were sophisticated enough to connect to wireless internet and upload their footage automatically. which explained how the photographer had so many images without needing to physically retrieve memory cards. The specialist explained that these cameras were readily available online, marketed for legitimate security purposes, but commonly used for exactly this kind of intrusion. They were small enough to hide in plain sight and could run for months on battery power. The person who'd installed them had probably done so during one of their early visits to my house, long before I'd had any reason to suspect someone was breaking in. I moved out of that house within a month. I couldn't stay there knowing those images were still circulating on that website and probably copied to dozens of other sites I'd never find. Couldn't sleep in a bedroom that had been photographed and studied by hundreds of strangers. Couldn't live with the knowledge that someone had spent months carefully documenting my private life for reasons I still don't fully understand. The website itself was eventually taken down, though the detective confirmed that the images had almost certainly been downloaded and shared elsewhere before it disappeared. Once something exists on the dark web, removing all traces becomes nearly impossible. Those photographs of my home and my life are out there somewhere, archived and accessible to anyone who knows where to look. What haunts me most is not knowing who did it or why they chose my house specifically. Was it random? Or had they been watching me before they started breaking in? Were they someone I knew, someone I'd passed in the street without recognition? The thought that I might have spoken to them, might have smiled at them while completely unaware of what they'd done, makes my skin crawl. I've taken every precaution I can think of in my new place. Modern locks, proper security system, regular checks for hidden cameras, curtains that actually block the view from outside. But I know that none of these measures can undo what's already been done or guarantee it won't happen again. I know that somewhere online, accessible to anyone with the knowledge to find it, there's a record of my most private moments, shared and discussed by strangers who see my violation as entertainment. Sometimes I wonder if the person who did this is reading this account, recognizing the details even though I've been careful not to identify myself too specifically. I wonder if they moved on to someone else after I moved out, if there's another house somewhere with cameras hidden in smoke detectors and another person going about their life unaware they're being watched. The worst part is knowing how long it went on before I noticed anything wrong. Months of someone entering my house regularly, setting up equipment, taking photographs, treating my home like their own private project. Months of me sleeping peacefully while a stranger stood in my bedroom photographing me. All of that happened in a quiet residential street in Reading, in a house I'd felt completely safe in, to someone who'd never given anyone reason to target them. That's what keeps me awake now, in a different house with better locks and security cameras of my own. Not fear of the person who did it, but the knowledge of how easy it was for them, how little effort it took to turn my home into something else entirely, something I can never get back no matter how many times I move or how many precautions I take. The photographs exist, the violation exists, and somewhere on the hidden internet, it always will. Do you remember when you were younger and life was simpler? When the worst thing that could happen during a sleepover was your mate's mum finding the magazines you'd hidden under the mattress, or getting caught sneaking downstairs to watch something you weren't supposed to see on late-night television? Those innocent transgressions feel almost quaint now, knowing what I know about what some people actually watch when the lights go out. I was 23 when it happened, working as a trainee accountant in Birmingham and living in a shared house with 3 other guys. There was nothing glamorous about any of it. We split the bills 4 ways, took turns buying toilet roll, and spent most evenings playing games or arguing about whose turn it was to clean the kitchen. The sort of mundane existence that millions of people live without anything particularly interesting ever happening to them. My housemate Jake had always been the tech-savvy one among us. Not in a professional way, just the kind of person who knew how to fix your laptop when it started running slowly, or how to stream films that weren't available on Netflix yet. He'd spent hours on forums discussing privacy software and online security, the sort of conversations that made the rest of us glaze over and reach for our phones. The change in his behavior started gradually. He'd always been a bit antisocial, preferring his computer to actual human interaction. But this was different. He stopped joining us for meals, barely acknowledged us when we passed in the hallway, and we'd hear him moving around his room at strange hours. 2 in the morning, 4, sometimes just before dawn. Something about the way he looked at us changed too, like he was seeing us differently, evaluating us in a way that made casual conversation feel uncomfortable. The sounds were what first made me properly notice something was off. Not just the usual keyboard clicking and mouse movements you'd expect from someone browsing the internet, but irregular patterns, long periods of complete silence, then sudden bursts of activity. Sometimes we'd hear what sounded like muffled conversations, though we never saw anyone visiting his room. I mentioned it to the others, but they weren't particularly concerned. University houses are always full of odd noises and strange schedules. Still, we found ourselves unconsciously avoiding his part of the house, taking longer routes to the kitchen or bathroom to avoid walking past his door. None of us talked about it explicitly, but there was a shared sense that something felt off about being near his space. The first real warning sign came when I bumped into him in the kitchen one morning around 6. He looked terrible, pale, unshaven, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't slept properly in days. When I asked if he was all right, he just stared at me for several seconds before mumbling something about work stress and disappearing back upstairs. Work stress seemed unlikely, given that he worked part-time at a local computer repair shop and had never shown any particular ambition or pressure about his career. But people deal with things differently, and it wasn't really my place to pry into his personal problems. We weren't close friends, just housemates sharing expenses and common areas. The electricity bills started arriving higher than usual around the same time. Not dramatically higher, but enough for us to notice when we were splitting costs 4 ways. When we asked about it, he claimed his computer had been running more intensive software for some freelance projects. Again, nothing that seemed worth arguing about, though it did add to the general sense that something had changed. His room began to smell different as well. Not unpleasant exactly, but stale and closed off, like air that hadn't been properly circulated for weeks. The few times his door was open when I passed, I caught glimpses of thick sheets hung over the windows and the glow of screens arranged at odd angles, creating shadows that seemed deliberately designed to obscure what was actually happening in there. There were cables everywhere, trailing across the floor in patterns that suggested something more complex than a simple computer setup. We started hearing voices from his room more regularly, always muffled, always unclear, but definitely not just him. Sometimes it sounded like multiple people talking at once. Other times, like single voices giving instructions or making requests. The conversations never seemed to follow normal patterns. No back and forth exchanges, no laughter, just these odd, disjointed fragments of speech. The internet connection throughout the house became increasingly unreliable. Pages would load slowly, streaming services would buffer constantly, and online games would lag to the point of being unplayable. When we complained to our internet provider, They insisted nothing was wrong with the connection, but the problems persisted. It felt like someone was using enormous amounts of bandwidth for something. I started paying more attention to his routine, not out of any particular suspicion, but because his behavior was affecting the rest of us. He'd leave his room only during specific hours, usually when the rest of us were out or asleep. The timing seemed deliberate, like he was actively avoiding contact with anyone else in the house. The packages started arriving more frequently as well, small, unmarked deliveries that he'd collect immediately and take straight to his room. When I asked the postman about them one day, he mentioned that our address was receiving more packages than most houses on the street, but couldn't tell me anything specific about the contents or senders. One evening, while he was out at his regular job, I heard sounds coming from his room. Not possible, obviously, since he wasn't home, but definitely something electronic, beeping, clicking, the sort of noises computers make when they're processing information or receiving data. The sounds continued for several hours, stopping only when I heard his key in the front door. The breaking point came during a particularly hot week in July. The house felt stifling, and we'd been leaving windows open to try to get some air circulation. I was in the garden that evening when I heard voices drifting down from his window, clear enough to make out actual words for the first time. Someone was giving directions, not navigation directions, but instructions about movements, positions, actions. The voice was calm and methodical, like someone reading from a script or manual. I couldn't make out the responses, but there were definitely other people involved in whatever was happening up there. That night, I couldn't sleep, not because of any immediate fear, but because something about the whole situation felt fundamentally wrong. The secretive behavior, the strange hours, the elaborate computer setup, the voices giving instructions. It all added up to something that went beyond normal antisocial behavior or work stress. I started researching online communities and activities that might explain what he was involved in. What I found made my stomach turn. There were references to hidden networks where people gathered for activities that operated outside normal boundaries, places where the worst impulses could be indulged without consequence. The descriptions were vague but deeply disturbing, suggesting interactive experiences where viewers could influence what happened to real people in real time. The realization that I might be living directly below someone participating in these networks was genuinely terrifying. The one-way conversations I'd overheard, the packages, the secretive behavior, it all suddenly made horrible sense. He wasn't just watching something disturbing. He was actively participating, making requests that were being carried out somewhere else, to someone else. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that there could be innocent explanations for everything I'd observed. But the combination of evidence was too strong to ignore, and the descriptions I'd found online matched his behavior too precisely to be coincidental. Sleep became almost impossible. Every sound from his room took on sinister significance. Every conversation I overheard seemed to confirm my worst suspicions. I'd lie awake wondering what exactly was happening above me, who might be suffering because of activities being coordinated from our house. The knowledge that these networks existed, that people participated in them from ordinary houses in ordinary neighborhoods, fundamentally changed how I saw the world around me. Every house could be hiding similar activities. Every antisocial neighbor could be involved in things that shouldn't be possible in civilized society. I started noticing details about other houses on our street that I'd never paid attention to before. Which ones had unusual amounts of electronic equipment? Which residents kept irregular hours? Which properties received frequent deliveries or had visitors at strange times? The suburban normality that had always felt safe and predictable now seemed like a facade hiding darker realities. The authorities seemed completely unaware of what was happening. Police patrols continued their regular routes, completely oblivious to the networks operating parallel to their understanding of crime and disorder. The gap between official awareness and actual activity was enormous, leaving people like me with knowledge we couldn't act upon and evidence we couldn't report. I considered moving out, but that felt like abandoning responsibility for what I'd discovered. If these activities were happening in our house, involving our internet connection and our address, then walking away would make me complicit in whatever harm was being caused. But staying meant living with knowledge that was eating away at my ability to function normally. The situation resolved itself when he disappeared. Or that's what we told ourselves. The truth is, we're not entirely sure what happened. His presence in the house became increasingly sporadic, then stopped entirely. But none of us could pinpoint exactly when we'd last seen him. One day, we realized his room had been silent for over a week, and when we finally worked up the courage to check, it was empty. But the emptiness felt wrong somehow. His belongings were gone, but selectively. Personal items had vanished while leaving behind things that suggested a hurried departure. The room had been cleaned, but not thoroughly, as if someone had tried to remove evidence rather than simply tidy up. Most disturbing were the scratches on the walls near the window, thin marks that looked like they'd been made by fingernails. The house felt different after he left, not just quieter or less crowded, but somehow cleaner, like a source of contamination had been removed. The internet connection returned to normal. The electricity bills dropped back to reasonable levels, and the strange packages stopped arriving. Life returned to the mundane routine that had existed before. But the knowledge remained. Understanding that these networks exist, that ordinary people participate in extraordinary cruelty, that such activities happen in normal houses, in normal neighborhoods. The innocent world I'd lived in before had been permanently damaged by what I'd learned. Sometimes I wonder if he moved to another house with other unsuspecting housemates, or if the activities I'd witnessed were part of a larger network that continues to operate from locations across the country. The infrastructure exists, the participants are out there, and the demand for such content apparently continues to grow. I still live in shared houses, still split bills and argue about cleaning rotas, and wonder about my housemates' odd behaviors. But now I pay attention to different details, notice different patterns, and ask different questions about the sounds that come from other people's rooms after midnight. I've always been interested in how people think and make choices, which is probably why I ended up studying psychology at university. The human mind fascinates me. Why some people are naturally optimistic while others see problems everywhere. How our backgrounds shape the way we interpret information. What makes someone choose one path over another when faced with difficult decisions. That curiosity made me a natural participant for research studies. Most psychology departments rely on students volunteering for experiments, and I genuinely enjoyed contributing to research while earning a few pounds for my time. Nothing dramatic, just the sort of studies that help academics understand cognitive processes and social behavior. Most university research was straightforward. Memory tests, personality questionnaires, reaction time measurements. But the studies that paid the best were usually more complex, often involving online platforms where participants could complete tasks at their own pace, rather than coming into labs at specific times. That's how I found the decision analysis research project. which claimed to be a collaboration between several universities studying how people make choices in complex scenarios. They were looking for participants to evaluate hypothetical situations and explain their reasoning, contributing to research about moral decision-making and risk assessment. The initial screening process was more detailed than typical university studies. Beyond basic demographic information, they wanted to know about my family background, personal relationships, academic interests, and even details about my daily routine and living situation. They explained that understanding participants' context was crucial for interpreting their decision-making patterns. Someone's choices about hypothetical scenarios would be influenced by their real-world experiences, social connections, and current circumstances. The study itself involved regular online sessions where I'd be presented with scenarios and asked to choose between different options, then explain my reasoning in detail. The situation started simple: ethical dilemmas about lying to spare someone's feelings, resource allocation problems, conflicts between personal benefit and social responsibility. The scenarios were thoughtfully constructed, and the debriefing questions were insightful. I could see how my responses would contribute to understanding the psychological factors that influence moral reasoning and decision-making under pressure. But gradually, the scenarios became more personal and disturbing. Instead of abstract ethical dilemmas, I started receiving scenarios that seemed specifically tailored to my circumstances. Situations involving university students in Durham, people with my academic background, even scenarios that included details about the specific area where I lived. When I mentioned this to the research coordinator, they explained that personalized scenarios produced more authentic responses than generic situations. People made different choices when they could relate to the context and characters involved. The scenarios also became more extreme. Instead of minor ethical conflicts, I was being asked to evaluate situations involving serious crimes, violence, and harm to innocent people. The options I could choose between were increasingly disturbing, often requiring me to select which terrible outcome was least problematic. Some scenarios included detailed descriptions of violence or illegal activities that seemed unnecessary for research about decision-making. Others asked me to role-play perspectives that made me uncomfortable, considering situations from the viewpoint of criminals, predators, or people planning to harm others. When I questioned whether these extreme scenarios were appropriate for academic research, the coordinator emphasized the importance of understanding how people reason about difficult moral choices. Real-world decision-making often involved choosing between unpleasant alternatives, and research needed to reflect that complexity. But I started noticing that the scenarios included information that seemed to go beyond what would be necessary for psychology research. Some situations involved specific methods for committing crimes, detailed descriptions of how to avoid detection by law enforcement, even practical advice about acquiring illegal items or accessing restricted locations. The scenarios read more like instruction manuals than research materials. Other scenarios asked me to evaluate strategies for manipulating or coercing other people, with detailed psychological techniques that seemed designed to teach effective manipulation, rather than study moral reasoning about interpersonal influence. I tried to research the decision analysis research project more thoroughly, looking for information about the universities involved and the academic credentials of the research team. What I found was concerning. While the project claimed to be affiliated with several prestigious institutions, there was no verifiable information about the specific researchers involved or peer-reviewed publications resulting from their work. The registration details were vague, the methodology descriptions were minimal, and there was no evidence that the research had been approved by ethics committees that would normally oversee studies involving potentially disturbing psychological content. I started suspecting that the research project wasn't legitimate academic work at all, but some form of recruitment or training program disguised as university research. The scenarios I was evaluating seemed designed to normalize thinking about criminal activities and to test my willingness to consider increasingly extreme options when presented as hypothetical choices. But the personal information collected during registration meant that my responses were being associated with detailed knowledge of my background, circumstances, and psychological profile. Someone was building a comprehensive assessment of my moral boundaries, decision-making patterns, and susceptibility to various forms of influence or manipulation. When I tried to withdraw from the study, the coordinator's response was immediate and concerning. They expressed disappointment that I was abandoning important research and emphasized my commitment to completing the full study protocol. They also offered substantial bonus payments for continuing participation and suggested that withdrawing would disappoint the academic supervisors, who had specifically requested my continued involvement based on the quality of my previous responses. The pressure to continue felt excessive for volunteer research participation. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had provided valuable information or demonstrated useful capabilities. I tried to research other participants in the decision analysis research project, hoping to understand whether they'd had similar experiences with increasingly disturbing scenarios and pressure to continue participation. But the project's privacy policies prevented direct contact between participants, and online searches revealed no discussions or reviews of the research from people who had completed the study. Either participants were maintaining strict confidentiality about their involvement, or something was preventing them from sharing information about their experiences. I decided to document the scenarios I'd been given and the personal information that had been collected, building evidence of what appeared to be a systematic assessment program targeting university students. This documentation revealed patterns that suggested the research project was actually a recruitment tool for identifying people who might be suitable for various types of criminal activity. The scenarios were designed to test participants' moral flexibility, willingness to consider illegal options, and ability to rationalize harmful choices when presented with appropriate justifications. The personal information collected would allow recruiters to identify participants who were financially vulnerable, socially isolated, or dealing with circumstances that might make them susceptible to offers of illegal employment. But the most disturbing possibility was that successful participants were being gradually conditioned to accept increasingly extreme scenarios as normal decision-making challenges. The study might be a systematic desensitization program designed to prepare people for actual criminal activities by normalizing violence and illegal behavior through repeated exposure in hypothetical contexts. When I stopped responding to scenarios and ignored follow-up communications, the coordinator began contacting me through other channels. Messages to my university email account, contact through social media platforms I'd never shared with the research project, even phone calls to numbers I was certain I hadn't provided during registration. They claimed concern about my well-being and offered support for any problems that might be preventing me from completing the research. But their access to my personal contact information suggested much more comprehensive background research than would be normal for academic studies. Someone had been systematically investigating my online presence and personal circumstances, gathering information that could be used for harassment or intimidation if I created problems for their operation. The scenarios I'd been asked to evaluate started appearing in other contexts. News reports about crimes that matched the methods and approaches I'd been asked to consider, with enough similarity to suggest that the research scenarios weren't hypothetical at all. Someone was using the decision-making study to test real criminal plans against the moral reasoning and risk assessment capabilities of potential accomplices. The participants weren't contributing to academic research about ethics and psychology. We were unknowingly providing consultation services for people planning actual crimes. Our detailed responses to scenarios were being used to refine criminal strategies, identify potential problems with illegal plans, and select people who might be willing to participate in the activities we'd been asked to evaluate. I realized that my participation in the study had probably contributed to actual crimes against innocent people, with my moral reasoning and decision-making analysis being used to improve the effectiveness of criminal operations. But reporting what I discovered would require admitting that I'd voluntarily participated in evaluating scenarios involving serious crimes, potentially making me appear complicit in planning illegal activities. The detailed personal information collected during the study also made me vulnerable to retaliation if the people running the operation decided I posed a security risk to their continued activities. Meanwhile, the recruitment program was probably continuing to target other students through fake research projects, gradually conditioning new participants to accept criminal scenarios as normal academic exercises while building detailed profiles of their moral flexibility and personal vulnerabilities. The decision analysis research project was still advertising for participants when I last checked, continuing to recruit psychology students who were interested in contributing to research about human decision-making. My former coordinator was probably still presenting increasingly disturbing scenarios to new participants, testing their boundaries and gathering information that could be used to involve them in actual criminal activities. And somewhere in hidden databases, detailed psychological profiles were being maintained about hundreds of students who had unknowingly provided comprehensive assessments of their moral reasoning, criminal potential, and susceptibility to various forms of manipulation and coercion. The research study I'd thought would contribute to understanding human psychology had instead made me an unwitting consultant for criminal operations that exploited academic curiosity to recruit accomplices and refine illegal strategies. But the most disturbing realization was that legitimate university research was probably being infiltrated by similar recruitment programs, making it impossible for students to distinguish between genuine academic studies and criminal assessment tools. People seeking to contribute to psychological research were being systematically evaluated for their potential usefulness in illegal activities, with their trust in academic institutions being exploited to facilitate serious crimes against innocent victims. 3 weeks after I'd stopped all contact with the Decision Analysis Research Project, I received an email claiming to be from the university's ethics committee, asking me to participate in a follow-up study about my research experiences and any concerns I might have about the psychological impact of participating in decision-making scenarios. The strangest thing about finding yourself in the middle of a horror story is how ordinary everything feels right up until it doesn't. I'm a freelance graphic designer, nothing special, living in a cramped flat above a chip shop in Hackney. The kind of person who orders too much takeaway and falls asleep watching Netflix documentaries. Not exactly the sort you'd expect to stumble into something that would change everything. It started because of Danny, my flatmate's younger brother. He'd been staying with us for a few weeks after dropping out of university, much to his parents' horror. Danny was one of those lads who thought he knew everything about computers, but really just knew how to download things he shouldn't and act smug about it. The kind who'd lecture you about privacy whilst posting every meal on Instagram. One evening in March, I came home to find Danny hunched over his laptop at the kitchen table, looking pale as milk. He quickly shut the screen when I walked in, but not before I caught a glimpse of what looked like a chat room with dozens of messages scrolling past. Nothing unusual there, except Danny looked genuinely shaken, which was odd for someone who spent most of his time arguing with strangers online. Over the next few days, I noticed changes in him. He'd always been a bit of a night owl, but now he was staying up until dawn, emerging from his room only to grab food or use the bathroom. The bags under his eyes grew darker, and he jumped at every small noise. When I asked if he was all right, he just mumbled something about a project he was working on. The following week, Danny disappeared. Not dramatically, just packed his things whilst we were out, and left a note saying he'd decided to go travelling. His brother seemed relieved, honestly. Danny had been getting stranger by the day, barely speaking and spending all his time online. We assumed he'd finally sorted himself out and moved on. 3 months later, I was clearing out the spare room when I found Danny's old external hard drive wedged behind the radiator. Curiosity got the better of me. Most of it was the usual rubbish you'd expect from a 20-year-old, but buried in a folder labeled uni stuff were dozens of screenshots that made my stomach turn. The images showed what appeared to be a streaming interface, dark and minimal, with a video player displaying various rooms. Some looked like basements or warehouses, others like normal bedrooms or kitchens. Each stream had a viewer count and a chat sidebar filled with usernames I couldn't pronounce. The screenshots captured moments that looked disturbingly real. People in distress, sometimes alone, sometimes not. At first, I thought it might be some kind of elaborate horror game or interactive fiction, but the timestamps on the files suggested Danny had been accessing these streams regularly over several weeks. The final screenshot was dated just 2 days before he'd left, showing a room I recognized. It was his bedroom, taken from the angle of his webcam, but the image showed him sleeping, whilst the chat beside it was filled with messages about him. I should have deleted everything and forgotten about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Danny might be in trouble. After some research, I learned about the dark web and how to access it safely. I'm no computer expert, but I'm not completely hopeless either, and the instructions weren't as complicated as I'd expected. Finding the site again took weeks of searching through hidden forums and following cryptic links. When I finally located it, the interface was exactly as Danny's screenshots had shown. A grid of streams, each showing different locations, some with people, others empty. The viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The chat moved too quickly to read properly, a constant scroll of messages in multiple languages. I watched for hours, trying to understand what I was seeing. Most streams seemed to show people going about normal activities, unaware they were being watched. Cooking, reading, sleeping. It felt voyeuristic, but not necessarily sinister. Then I found the premium section. The premium streams required some form of verification I couldn't work out, but the preview thumbnails were enough to make me feel sick. These weren't people living their normal lives. These were deliberate performances, and not the kind anyone would volunteer for. One stream caught my attention because the location looked familiar. The room was sparse, with concrete walls and a single window set high up. It reminded me of the basement storage areas in council housing blocks, the kind where residents keep their Christmas decorations and broken furniture. As I watched, someone entered the frame, but the image quality was too poor to make out details. The chat beside this stream was different from the others. Instead of random messages, users seemed to be making requests or suggestions. I watched in horrifying fascination as these instructions appeared to be followed. The person in the room would move or act according to what the viewers demanded. Over the following weeks, I found myself drawn back to the site regularly. I told myself I was looking for clues about Danny, but really, I think I was just fascinated by the grotesque spectacle of it all. The streams never seemed to end, cycling through different locations and different people. Some faces appeared regularly, others only once. I started recognizing patterns. Certain usernames appeared in multiple chats, seeming to have influence over what happened. Some streams would suddenly cut to black, only to resume hours or days later with new occupants. The premium section grew, offering more extreme content for users who could prove their commitment to the community. The breakthrough came when I spotted Danny in one of the regular streams. He wasn't a victim, he was working behind the camera. I caught glimpses of him adjusting equipment, checking messages, sometimes speaking to people off-screen. He looked different, thinner and more focused, but it was definitely him. The realization that my flatmate's brother wasn't missing, but was actively involved in running these streams changed everything. I started paying closer attention to the technical side, trying to work out how the operation functioned. The streams appeared to be broadcast from multiple locations across the UK, possibly Europe, with sophisticated systems for avoiding detection. More disturbing was the discovery that many viewers weren't just passive observers. They were paying for influence, contributing resources, even providing locations and equipment. The whole thing operated like a twisted social network, with users building reputations and gaining access to more extreme content. I began documenting everything, taking screenshots and notes, thinking I might eventually take it to the police. But the more I learned, the more I realized how difficult that would be. The site was designed to be untraceable, the users anonymous, the evidence ephemeral. Even if authorities could locate the servers, they'd find nothing but empty rooms and abandoned equipment. Then one evening, whilst watching a stream from what looked like an abandoned warehouse in East London, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In the background, barely visible through a grimy window, was the distinctive tower block where I lived. The camera angle suggested the warehouse was less than half a mile from my flat. I spent the next day walking around the industrial estate near my building, looking for anything that matched what I'd seen on screen. Most of the warehouses were still in use or had been converted to flats. But one building at the end of a dead-end road stood empty, its windows boarded up. That night, I watched the stream more carefully, looking for any details that might confirm the location. During a quiet moment, I heard something that made my chest tighten. Through the audio feed came the distant sound of the Northern Line trains pulling into the nearby station, the same sound I heard from my bedroom window every night. The warehouse was practically on my doorstep, and I'd been watching people being held there for weeks without realizing it. I should have called the police immediately, but something held me back. What if I was wrong? What if it was just coincidence? The streams operated on such a scale that surely law enforcement already knew about them. Maybe this was all part of some larger investigation I'd stumble into and compromise. Instead, I decided to take a closer look myself. Just to confirm the location, I told myself. Nothing more than that. The next evening, I walked past the warehouse several times, trying to look casual. The building appeared genuinely abandoned, with no signs of activity. But as I lingered near the entrance, I noticed something odd. Despite the boarded windows and general air of dereliction, there were fresh tire marks in the dirt near the loading bay. I was about to leave when I heard voices coming from inside the building. Low, conversational tones, too muffled to make out words, but definitely present. As I moved closer to try to hear better, my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had sent me a private message on the streaming site. I'd never interacted with anyone there, never even created a proper account, so receiving direct contact was impossible. Yet there it was, a simple message that made my knees weak. The message contained just my full name and address, followed by a single line. "We appreciate dedicated viewers. Please step away from the building." I ran home faster than I'd moved since school sports day, my mind racing with questions about how they'd identified me, how long they'd known I was watching, what else they might have discovered about my life. Back in my flat, I immediately tried to access the streaming site again, but the link no longer worked. Every saved bookmark, every cached page, everything had vanished, as if it had never existed. Even Danny's screenshots from the hard drive were gone, leaving only empty folders. For days afterwards, I barely left the flat. Every noise in the hallway made me jump. Every unfamiliar face on the street seemed suspicious. I kept checking my phone for more messages, my laptop for signs of intrusion, but nothing came. Weeks passed, and gradually, I began to convince myself that I'd overreacted. Maybe the message had been a prank, or a coincidence, or even something I'd imagined in my paranoid state. The warehouse remained abandoned, with no signs of the activity I thought I'd witnessed. But then Danny came back. He appeared at our door one rainy Tuesday morning, looking exactly as he had when he'd left months earlier. Same clothes, same rucksack, even the same cocky smile. His brother welcomed him back without question, and life resumed as if nothing had happened. Except Danny was different now. He moved with purpose, carried himself with confidence, and seemed to know things he shouldn't. He'd ask about my work before I mentioned any projects, reference conversations I'd had with people he'd never met, make casual observations about my routines that felt too specific to be guesses. Most unsettling was the way he'd look at me sometimes, with expression that suggested he knew exactly what I'd been doing during his absence. Not accusatory, just aware, like we shared a secret neither of us would ever discuss. The warehouse at the end of the dead-end road was demolished last month, replaced by a small block of expensive flats. I walk past the construction site regularly, but there's no trace of what might have been there before. The workers I've spoken to say they found nothing unusual when they cleared the building, just the usual debris you'd expect from an abandoned property. Danny still lives with us, still spends hours on his laptop, still emerges from his room at odd hours, looking like he hasn't slept. But now, when I pass him in the hallway, he nods at me with something that might be respect, or acknowledgement, or warning. I never found another working link to the streaming site, though I suspect it's still out there, operating under different names, different systems, different faces. Sometimes, late at night, when the trains have stopped running and the chip shop below has closed, I think I can hear voices through the walls. Quiet conversations, muffled instructions, the soft hum of electronic equipment. But that might just be my imagination, shaped by weeks of watching things I should never have seen. The mind has a way of creating patterns where none exist, finding connections that aren't really there. At least, that's what I tell myself when I wake up at 3 a.m, convinced someone's been in my room whilst I was sleeping. I thought I was helping a local artist with a photography exhibition, but it turns out the subjects weren't volunteers, and most of them had no idea they were being documented. I grew up in Brighton, surrounded by creative types from an early age. My mum was a ceramicist, half our neighbours were musicians or artists of some description, and there was always someone looking for help with exhibitions, installations, or other projects that needed extra hands. By the time I started studying at Sussex University, I'd spent years helping with gallery openings and art events around the city. That background made me a natural choice when people needed someone reliable to assist with creative projects. I knew how galleries worked, understood the local art scene, and could handle everything from hanging paintings to managing guest lists. It was good casual work that fitted around my history degree and often led to interesting conversations with artists whose work I genuinely admired. When Marcus approached me about helping with his latest photography project, it seemed like exactly the sort of opportunity I enjoyed. He was a conceptual artist who specialized in documentary photography, exploring themes around privacy, surveillance, and urban life in contemporary Britain. His previous exhibitions had received good reviews in the local arts press, and he had connections with several respected galleries. The project he needed help with was called Observed Lives, and focused on how people behaved in private spaces when they believed they were unobserved. Marcus explained that he was interested in the contrast between public personas and private behaviors, documenting the authentic moments when people thought nobody was watching. He'd been developing the project for several months, working with volunteer subjects who had agreed to allow him to photograph them during ordinary daily activities. The volunteers came from various backgrounds and age groups, providing a cross-section of how different people experience privacy and solitude in urban environments. My role would be organizing the photographs and helping to prepare them for exhibition. Marcus had accumulated hundreds of images and needed someone to help catalog them, identify the strongest pieces, and work out how they should be presented in a gallery setting. It was exactly the sort of behind-the-scenes work I'd done for other artists, and Marcus offered to pay reasonably well for what seemed like straightforward archival assistance. The photographs themselves were genuinely striking. Marcus had a good eye for composition and timing, capturing moments of genuine spontaneity and emotion. People cooking alone in their kitchens, reading in bed, having phone conversations they thought were private. The images had an intimate quality that was both compelling and slightly uncomfortable to view. What impressed me most was how natural and unposed the subjects appeared. Unlike typical portrait photography where people were clearly aware of the camera, these images showed people behaving exactly as they would if they were completely alone. Marcus had obviously developed excellent rapport with his volunteers to achieve such authentic results. But as I worked through more of the collection, I began noticing technical details that seemed inconsistent with the collaborative process Marcus had described. Many of the photographs appeared to have been taken from significant distances, using telephoto lenses that would have required the photographer to be positioned well outside the subjects' homes. The angles suggested shots taken from across streets, through windows, or from elevated positions that wouldn't have been accessible if the subjects had been aware of the photography sessions. The lighting also seemed wrong for posed photography. Most images showed people in natural indoor lighting, without the additional illumination that would be necessary for good quality photography in domestic environments. The shots looked more like surveillance photographs than collaborative artistic documentation. When I asked Marcus about these technical aspects, he explained that achieving authentic results required photographing people in their genuine living environments without artificial lighting or obvious camera presence. The volunteers had agreed to extended documentation periods during which Marcus would capture their daily routines using discrete equipment and techniques. That explanation addressed my technical concerns, but raised new questions about the consent process and how the volunteers had been recruited for such an invasive project. Marcus showed me some of the paperwork associated with the project, including consent forms that volunteers had signed agreeing to be photographed during normal daily activities. The forms looked legitimate and included detailed explanations of what the project involved and how the resulting images would be used. But the consent forms raised as many questions as they answered. The volunteers' personal details were limited to first names and partial addresses, making it difficult to verify that these were real people who had genuinely agreed to participate. The signatures looked authentic, but there was no independent verification that the people signing the forms understood what they were agreeing to. More concerning was the scope of the project. According to the documentation, Marcus had been photographing some volunteers for weeks or months, documenting their daily routines in comprehensive detail. The level of surveillance involved seemed excessive even for an ambitious art project about privacy and observation. I started paying closer attention to the specific content of the photographs, looking for clues about how they had actually been produced. Many images showed people in states of partial undress or engaged in intimate activities that seemed unlikely to have been performed knowingly in front of a photographer. Subjects changing clothes, bathing, or in bed with partners in ways that suggested complete privacy rather than awareness of being documented. Other photographs captured people in moments of emotional vulnerability, crying, arguing, or dealing with personal problems in ways that would be difficult to fake, even with excellent acting skills. These images had the spontaneous quality of genuine private moments rather than performed scenarios. The most disturbing images showed people in situations that appeared dangerous or distressing. Subjects who looked ill, intoxicated, or upset in ways that suggested they might need help rather than documentation. Some photographs showed people in domestic environments that looked unsafe or neglected, raising questions about their welfare and living conditions. If these images were genuinely collaborative, Marcus would have been ethically obligated to intervene in situations where his volunteers appeared to be in distress or danger. The fact that he had continued photographing rather than offering assistance suggested that the subjects were unaware of his presence. I began to suspect that Observed Lives wasn't a collaborative project at all. Instead, Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance of people in their homes, documenting their private lives without consent or knowledge. When I tried to research Marcus's previous work more thoroughly, I found inconsistencies in his artistic background that made me question whether he was a legitimate photographer at all. While he had indeed exhibited work in local galleries, the scope and technical quality of those exhibitions were much more limited than he'd suggested. His artistic reputation seemed to be based on a small number of shows that had received minimal critical attention, rather than the established career he'd implied. More troubling was the lack of documentation about how his previous projects had been developed. There were no interviews, reviews, or academic discussions that explained his methods or explored the ethical dimensions of his surveillance-based photography. Either Marcus was much less established in the art world than he'd claimed, or his previous work had also involved questionable methods that reputable critics and curators preferred not to examine too closely. I decided to investigate some of the locations where the Observed Lives photographs had been taken, hoping to understand more about how the project had been conducted. Several of the images showed distinctive architectural features or interior details that made it possible to identify specific buildings or neighborhoods. Using this information, I was able to locate some of the properties where Marcus claimed to have been working with volunteer subjects. What I found was deeply disturbing. Most of the buildings were ordinary residential properties with no obvious connection to artistic projects or experimental photography. The residents I spoke to had never heard of Marcus or any project involving documentary photography of private domestic life. More significantly, some of the properties had recently experienced break-ins or reports of prowlers that corresponded with the timeframes when Marcus claimed to have been conducting photography sessions. Residents described incidents of someone being seen in their gardens, evidence of attempted entry through windows, and feelings of being watched that they couldn't explain. Marcus hadn't been collaborating with volunteers at all. He'd been systematically stalking and surveilling people in their homes, using sophisticated photography equipment to document their private lives without consent. The art project was actually a cover story for what amounted to organized voyeurism and invasion of privacy on a massive scale. But understanding what Marcus was really doing didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd been working with him for several weeks and had access to hundreds of photographs that constituted evidence of serious crimes. Simply walking away from the project might not protect me if law enforcement investigated his activities. More importantly, the people whose lives had been documented deserved to know what had happened and to have the opportunity to take legal action against their privacy violations. But contacting them would require admitting my involvement in cataloging and organizing the images of their private lives. I was trapped between my ethical obligation to help Marcus's victims and my potential legal liability for having assisted with organizing the evidence of his crimes. Meanwhile, Marcus continued to treat our working relationship as if everything was completely normal. He regularly checked on my progress with cataloging the photographs and discussed plans for the eventual exhibition. He seemed genuinely excited about the artistic and commercial potential of the project. His casual attitude toward what he'd been doing was almost as disturbing as the surveillance itself. Marcus clearly didn't see anything wrong with systematically violating people's privacy for artistic purposes. He viewed his subjects as source material rather than human beings whose consent and dignity mattered. When I tried to raise ethical concerns about the project, Marcus dismissed them as conventional thinking that failed to appreciate the innovative nature of contemporary conceptual art. He argued that all significant artistic breakthroughs required challenging social norms and conventional ideas about privacy and consent. He also pointed out that none of his subjects had been physically harmed and that the photographs revealed nothing more intimate than what could be observed by neighbors, delivery drivers, or other people who had legitimate access to residential areas. That argument completely missed the point about consent and violated the fundamental principle that people should have control over how their private lives are documented and shared. But it also revealed something important about how Marcus justified his behavior to himself. He'd constructed an elaborate intellectual framework that allowed him to view systematic stalking and surveillance as legitimate artistic practice. I began to worry that Marcus's current project wasn't his first experience with this type of unauthorized documentation. Someone who was comfortable with such extensive privacy violations had probably been engaging in similar behavior for years, developing the technical skills and psychological justifications that made observed lives possible. I started researching unsolved cases of stalking, voyeurism, and privacy violations in Brighton and surrounding areas, looking for incidents that might be connected to Marcus's activities. What I found was a pattern of reports spanning several years that seemed consistent with someone conducting systematic surveillance of residential properties. Prowler sightings, attempted break-ins, and reports of photography equipment being used to observe people in their homes. Most of these incidents had been reported to police, but hadn't led to arrests or prosecutions. Stalking and voyeurism cases are notoriously difficult to solve unless perpetrators are caught in the act, and many victims are reluctant to pursue complaints that require them to discuss intimate details of their private lives. But the pattern suggested that Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance projects for much longer than just the Observed Lives exhibition. He'd probably been stalking and photographing people for years, gradually developing more sophisticated methods and expanding the scope of his activities. The art project framework was just his latest approach to organizing and justifying behavior that had been going on for a long time. That realization made my situation much more serious. I wasn't just helping with a single problematic art project. I was potentially assisting someone who had been systematically stalking and harassing people for years. If Marcus was arrested and prosecuted for his activities, my involvement in organizing his photograph collection could be presented as evidence that I'd been aware of the criminal nature of his work and had chosen to assist him anyway. But I also knew that allowing him to continue meant that more people would be victimized by his surveillance activities. The Observed Lives project was clearly successful from his perspective, and he was probably already planning similar future projects that would involve stalking and photographing additional victims. I needed to find a way to expose what Marcus was doing while minimizing my own legal exposure and ensuring that his existing victims received appropriate support and information about what had happened to them. The challenge was that any effective intervention would require admitting my involvement in organizing the evidence of his crimes. I decided to document everything I could about Marcus's activities and methods, building a comprehensive record that could be provided to law enforcement if necessary. But I also started making copies of some of the most clearly non-consensual photographs, focusing on images that showed evidence of the surveillance techniques he'd used. These copies could potentially be used to help his victims identify what had happened and take appropriate legal action. Most importantly, I began identifying specific locations and timeframes where Marcus had conducted surveillance, hoping to provide enough information for people to determine whether they had been targeted by his photography projects. The process of documenting Marcus's crimes while pretending to continue helping with his exhibition was emotionally exhausting. Every day meant handling more evidence of serious privacy violations while maintaining the pretense that I considered his work legitimate artistic practice. But I was also motivated by anger about what he'd done to innocent people who had no idea their most private moments had been photographed and catalogued for an art exhibition. The subjects in his photographs weren't collaborators or volunteers. They were victims of systematic stalking who deserved justice and protection from future harassment. However, my careful documentation process was interrupted when Marcus announced that he'd found a gallery willing to exhibit the Observed Lives collection. The exhibition was scheduled to open in 6 weeks, meaning that hundreds of photographs documenting unauthorized surveillance would soon be publicly displayed in a respected Brighton gallery. Marcus's victims would potentially discover that their private lives had been violated only when they saw their own images hanging on gallery walls, viewed by strangers who had paid admission to observe their most intimate moments. I had to act immediately to prevent the exhibition from proceeding and to alert the victims about what had been done to them. What would you say if I told you that taking care of an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of a dark web murder broadcast? 4 months ago, I was just a care worker in Sheffield, trying to pay off my student loans and build some experience before applying to nursing school. Now I'm hiding in a service station outside York, and tomorrow night thousands of people are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room that I helped set up without realizing what I was doing. I work for a private care agency that provides live-in support for elderly clients who want to remain in their own homes rather than move to residential facilities. It's demanding work, 12-hour shifts, difficult clients, family members who expect miracles, but it pays better than most jobs available to someone with just A-levels and a care certificate. The assignment that changed everything started in late September. I was assigned to provide overnight care for a man named Arthur Henley, an 80-year-old former academic living alone in a large Victorian house in Crooks. Mr. Henley had early-stage dementia and required supervision during the night, as he had a tendency to wander and had fallen several times trying to navigate his house in the dark. The house was impressive but dated, 3 stories, original features, and a basement that Mr. Henley used for storage. He'd been a professor of computer science at Sheffield University before retiring, and the house was filled with books, academic papers, and what appeared to be decades of accumulated technology. Old computers, servers, and networking equipment were scattered throughout various rooms. Mr. Henley was polite but distant during my first few weeks on the assignment. His dementia seemed relatively mild, occasional confusion about dates or names, some difficulty with complex tasks, but generally coherent and self-sufficient during daylight hours. He maintained a regular routine of reading, light gardening, and what he called his research projects in the basement. My role was primarily supervisory, ensuring he didn't wander outside at night, helping if he became confused or distressed, and managing his medication schedule. During the day, Mr. Henley was largely independent, so I had considerable downtime to study for my nursing school applications or catch up on personal tasks. About a month into the assignment, I started noticing some unusual aspects of Mr. Henley's routine. He received frequent deliveries of computer equipment, always paying in cash and insisting on handling the transactions personally. When I asked about his continued interest in technology, he explained that he was working on research projects related to his former academic work. Mr. Henley also had visitors at odd hours, usually late in the evening or very early in the morning. These weren't social calls from friends or family, but business-like meetings with younger people who would arrive with equipment or documents. When I asked about these visits, Mr. Henley explained that he was consulting on technical projects for former colleagues. The basement became increasingly off-limits during this period. Mr. Henley installed new locks and made it clear that his research space was private. I could hear equipment running constantly, humming servers, cooling fans, and what sounded like multiple computers operating simultaneously. The electricity bills must have been substantial. Around this time, Mr. Henley began asking me to help with some of his technical projects. Simple tasks initially, moving equipment, organizing cables, cleaning workspace areas. He offered to pay me extra for this assistance, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The work seemed harmless enough, just basic maintenance and organization. Gradually, Mr. Henley's request became more specific. He needed help setting up camera equipment in various rooms of the house, testing lighting configurations in different spaces, ensuring that recording devices had clear sight lines and optimal audio pickup. He explained that he was documenting his house's architecture and historical features for academic purposes. The camera installations were professional-grade equipment, far more sophisticated than anything needed for simple documentation. Multiple angles in each room, motion sensors, night vision capabilities, and centralized recording systems that fed back to his basement setup. When I commented on the complexity, Mr. Henley explained that thoroughness was essential for proper academic documentation. I also helped Mr. Henley test various aspects of his recording systems. He would have me move through different rooms, while he monitored the coverage from his basement, adjusting camera angles and audio levels to ensure optimal capture quality. He said this was necessary to document how people interacted with historical architecture. During these tests, Mr. Henley would give me specific instructions about timing, positioning, and behavior. Stand in certain locations for predetermined durations. React to various stimuli he would introduce. Follow scripted movements through the house while he recorded everything from his monitoring station. The level of detail seemed excessive for architectural documentation. As weeks passed, Mr. Henley's dementia symptoms appeared to fluctuate dramatically. Some days, he seemed completely lucid and organized, managing complex technical projects with expertise that seemed inconsistent with cognitive decline. Other days, he appeared genuinely confused and disoriented, requiring assistance with basic tasks. I began to suspect that Mr. Henley's condition might not be as severe as initially diagnosed, or that he was deliberately exaggerating his symptoms. His moments of clarity always coincided with technical work or visits from his mysterious colleagues. His confusion seemed to occur primarily when I asked questions about his projects or tried to understand what he was really doing. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the worst possible way. Mr. Henley had asked me to test a new camera installation in the basement, claiming he needed to document some architectural features of the foundation. When I went downstairs, I discovered that the space had been completely transformed from a storage area into something resembling a professional studio. Multiple camera angles captured every inch of a central area that had been set up with restraints, medical equipment, and tools that clearly weren't for architectural documentation. Banks of monitors showed various live feeds from around the house, including rooms where I'd helped install cameras. Computer screens displayed dark web sites with streaming interfaces and viewer count displays. Most disturbing was seeing my own image on several monitors. Live feeds showing me in different rooms of the house, recorded footage from previous weeks, and edited compilations of my movements and reactions during Mr. Henley's tests. I realized that his architectural documentation project had been recording me extensively, creating content that was apparently being shared online. Mr. Henley appeared behind me, no longer showing any signs of confusion or dementia. He explained calmly that his condition had been largely fabricated to create a suitable cover for his actual work. Care workers were ideal subjects because they were isolated, had regular schedules, and were accustomed to working in private homes without supervision. He showed me the full extent of his operation. The basement was equipped for live streaming to dark web audiences who paid for authentic, unscripted content. The house had been converted into a production facility where he could create material featuring unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. Mr. Henley's research projects involved documenting potential subjects, testing their reactions to various situations, and gradually preparing them for final broadcasts. The care worker arrangement provided perfect cover, a legitimate reason for someone to be in the house regularly, explaining any unusual behavior or equipment to neighbors or family members. My weeks of helping with camera installations and testing had been preparation for my own broadcast. Mr. Henley's audience had been watching my daily routines, learning my behavior patterns, and anticipating the moment when I would transition from unknowing assistant to featured content. The visitors who came at odd hours weren't academic colleagues. They were part of a network that specialized in creating dark web entertainment using people who had no idea they were being groomed for participation. Care workers, domestic staff, delivery personnel. Anyone whose job provided access to private spaces and isolated working conditions. Mr. Henley explained that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the culmination of months of preparation. His audience had been following my story through surveillance footage, watching me gradually become complicit in setting up the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. I managed to escape while Mr. Henley was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends beyond his house. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of everyone in my life. Running might delay the inevitable, but it won't prevent it. Since leaving Sheffield, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Mr. Henley's operation. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel where I'm staying. A package containing a tablet computer that showed live feeds from Mr. Henley's house. The basement had been prepared for broadcast, with professional lighting and multiple camera angles focused on the central area where I'd unknowingly helped position equipment. Text on the screen explained that tomorrow's broadcast was titled The Care Worker Series Finale, and that thousands of viewers had been following my story from the beginning. They'd watched me arrive for the assignment, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life had become entertainment for people willing to pay for authentic reactions to genuine danger. The message included details about my movements over the past few days, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving Mr. Henley's house. They knew which trains I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd eaten for my last few meals. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Mr. Henley has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me helping install cameras, testing equipment, and following his instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unwitting assistance. The care agency would have records of my assignment to Mr. Henley's house, my regular presence there, and my involvement in his technical projects. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Mr. Henley's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dementia diagnosis provides perfect cover for his activities. Who would suspect an elderly man with cognitive decline of running a complex dark web broadcasting network? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Care Worker series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves protecting vulnerable people become vulnerable themselves. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Mr. Henley's audience. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's the only place where I can't see any obvious surveillance equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time updates about my location and activities, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond Mr. Henley's house. In roughly 10 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they've provided or continue running. But Mr. Henley has demonstrated that his network can find me anywhere, and his audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Mr. Henley's operation probably targets multiple care workers simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly helping prepare equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many elderly clients might be using their care arrangements as cover for dark web activities? The care industry provides perfect access to vulnerable workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and desperate for employment. Care workers enter private homes, work alone for extended periods, and are expected to assist with whatever tasks their clients require. It's an ideal setup for exploitation. Mr. Henley spent decades in computer science, developing expertise that he's now using to create sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations. His academic background provides credibility. His age and supposed medical condition deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain complex technical infrastructure. The dark web provides anonymity for his viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. He can broadcast authentic suffering to paying audiences without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Mr. Henley's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought my care work would make me a target for this kind of exploitation. I thought the biggest risks were difficult clients or workplace injuries. I never imagined that helping an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months caring for someone I thought was vulnerable, only to discover that I was the vulnerable one all along. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Shift. Mr. Henley's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The care worker becomes the one who needs caring for, and there's no one left to help. Okay, so this is what happened to me, and I'm still not entirely sure how I ended up in this situation. 3 months ago, I was just a postgraduate student in Manchester, looking for someone to share the rent on a decent 2-bedroom flat near the university. Now I'm locked in a bathroom, in a Premier Inn somewhere outside Liverpool, and in roughly 12 hours, thousands of people are going to watch me die on a live stream that my flatmate has been preparing for weeks. I should probably start from the beginning. I'm 23, studying for a master's degree in social work in Manchester. The course is demanding but rewarding. We spend a lot of time discussing vulnerable populations and how to protect people from exploitation. The irony of my current situation isn't lost on me. Finding affordable accommodation in Manchester is nearly impossible on a student budget, so when I saw an advert for someone looking to share a spacious flat in Didsbury, I jumped at the chance. The rent was reasonable, the location was perfect, and the flatmate seemed normal enough based on our brief text exchanges. Her name was Emma. She worked from home doing something with computers, and she preferred a quiet environment for studying and working. Emma was in her late 20s, softly spoken and obsessively tidy. She kept strange hours, often up all night working, sleeping during the day. But she was respectful about noise levels and always paid her share of bills on time. She'd converted the larger bedroom into both a sleeping area and an elaborate home office setup with multiple monitors, professional lighting equipment, and what appeared to be streaming gear. When I asked about her work, Emma explained that she created content for online platforms. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, mentioning something about niche audiences and specialized streaming services. I assumed she was doing gaming content or tutorials. Lots of people make decent money creating online content these days, and her equipment certainly looked professional enough. Emma rarely had visitors, rarely went out during normal hours, and seemed to live entirely online. She ordered everything for delivery, groceries, meals, even basic household items. The only times I saw her leave the flat were for brief walks at odd hours, usually very late at night or very early in the morning. She seemed almost allergic to natural daylight. About a month after moving in, I started noticing some odd things about Emma's routine. She would receive packages almost daily, not just normal deliveries, but items that required signature confirmation and seemed unusually heavy or bulky. When I asked about them casually, she explained that her work required specialized equipment that needed regular updates or replacements. The packages often arrived when I was at university, but occasionally I'd be home to sign for them. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, industrial cleaning products, and items I couldn't identify wrapped in unmarked packaging. When I mentioned that some of the delivery content seemed unusual, Emma became defensive and explained that her content creation required props and materials that might seem strange to people unfamiliar with her industry. I also started noticing sounds from Emma's room at night, not just typing or video calls, but movement of heavy objects, occasional thuds that suggested furniture being rearranged, and what sounded like construction or assembly work. When I asked about the noise, she apologized and explained that she was upgrading her studio setup for better production quality. Around this time, Emma started asking me personal questions that seemed oddly specific. Details about my course schedule, when I'd be home or away, whether I had family visiting, if I was dating anyone seriously. She framed these as normal flatmate conversations, but something about her interest felt intrusive rather than friendly. She also began showing unusual interest in my social work studies, particularly the modules dealing with vulnerable populations and crisis intervention. Emma would ask detailed questions about what we learned in lectures, how we identified at-risk individuals, and what protocols we followed when someone was in immediate danger. I assumed she was just curious about my studies. One evening, while Emma was out on one of her rare excursions, I heard sounds coming from her room despite knowing she wasn't home. Thinking we might have an intruder, I carefully checked her door and found it unlocked. Inside, her computer setup was more extensive than I'd realized. Multiple monitors showing different websites, several cameras positioned around the room, and equipment I didn't recognize, but that looked expensive and professional. What disturbed me most was seeing my own image on one of the monitors. It appeared to be a live feed from a camera positioned somewhere in the common areas of our flat, showing the kitchen and living room from an angle that would capture anyone moving through the space. Emma had been recording the shared areas of our home without telling me. I confronted her about the surveillance when she returned, but Emma had a reasonable explanation ready. She claimed that she'd installed security cameras after some break-ins in the neighborhood and had forgotten to mention them. She apologized for not discussing it first and offered to adjust the camera angles to respect my privacy better. But over the following days, I started noticing more cameras hidden throughout the flat. Tiny devices positioned to capture different angles of the common areas, all feeding back to Emma's monitoring setup. When I looked more carefully, I realized she had created comprehensive surveillance of our entire living space, recording everything that happened when I was home. I also discovered that Emma had been accessing my personal computer when I was out. Files had been moved, browser history showed searches I hadn't made, and my social media accounts had been accessed from IP addresses I didn't recognize. She'd been systematically gathering information about my personal life, my schedule, my relationships, and my online activities. When I confronted Emma about this invasion of privacy, her demeanor changed completely. She dropped the apologetic, reasonable flatmate persona and became coldly professional. She explained that her work required detailed background information about people in her environment, and that my presence in the flat made me part of her operational security considerations. Emma then showed me exactly what kind of content she created, Her monitors displayed dark websites with addresses I couldn't read, streaming platforms that required special browsers to access, and chat systems where users discussed upcoming broadcasts using terms I didn't understand. Her work wasn't gaming content or tutorials. She was involved in producing live streams for audiences willing to pay for authentic, unscripted content. The surveillance of our flat wasn't for security, it was for content creation. Emma had been documenting my daily routines, my reactions to stress, my interactions with visitors, and my responses to various situations. She'd been creating a detailed profile of my behavior patterns and psychological responses for audiences who paid premium rates for authentic material. Most disturbing was learning that I hadn't randomly responded to a flatmate advertisement. Emma had specifically targeted me after researching my background, my studies, my family situation, and my social connections. She'd identified me as someone who would be suitable for her purposes, isolated enough to be vulnerable, but connected enough to generate interest from her audience. Emma explained that her viewers had been following my story for weeks through the surveillance footage. They'd watched me cook dinner, study for exams, talk on the phone with family, and navigate the stress of postgraduate studies. I'd unknowingly become a character in an ongoing narrative that thousands of people were consuming as entertainment. The final phase of Emma's project was transitioning from passive observation to interactive content. Her audience had paid substantial amounts to move beyond just watching my daily routine to influencing what happened to me. Emma showed me chat logs where viewers discussed scenarios they wanted to see enacted, specific situations they wanted me placed in, and reactions they hoped to capture on camera. I tried to leave immediately, but Emma calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved in her operation to simply walk away. She showed me evidence of my unwitting participation, footage of me in various states of undress, recordings of private phone conversations, and documentation of my daily routines that would be embarrassing if shared publicly. More significantly, Emma revealed that she'd been using my identity for aspects of her dark web activities. Communications sent from my computer, financial transactions processed through accounts opened in my name, and interactions with her network that created digital trails linking me to her operation. If authorities ever investigated her activities, the evidence would suggest I was a willing participant rather than an unwitting victim. Emma's audience had been anticipating this revelation for weeks. The moment when I discovered the truth about my situation was itself content they'd paid to see. My shock, fear, and growing understanding of my predicament had all been broadcast live to viewers who found authentic reactions more entertaining than scripted performances. The final broadcast was scheduled for the following night. Emma's viewers had paid premium rates to see the conclusion of my story, the moment when passive observation became active participation. She explained that my background in social work made me particularly interesting to her audience, people who enjoyed watching those trained to help others become helpless themselves. I managed to escape that night while Emma was distracted with technical preparations. I grabbed what cash I had and left Manchester without telling anyone where I was going. But Emma's surveillance network extended beyond our flat. She'd been monitoring my phone, my email, my social media accounts, and my financial transactions. Every move I made was being tracked and reported back to her operation. Over the past week, I've been moving between different hotels, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads and CCTV cameras, but they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel I'm staying in. a package addressed to a false name I'd only used for one night. Inside was a tablet computer showing a live stream of my current hotel room, apparently filmed from multiple hidden cameras. Text on the screen explained that Emma's audience had been following my escape attempt and were eager to see the conclusion of my story. The message included details about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had been comprehensive despite my attempts at evasion. They knew which trains I'd taken, which hotels I'd stayed in, even which restaurants I'd eaten at. Every step of my escape had been monitored and broadcast to paying viewers. Tonight's broadcast is being promoted as the finale of what Emma's audience calls the Social Worker series. They've been following my story from the beginning, watching me search for accommodation, move in with Emma, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life has become a multi-part series for dark web entertainment. The scheduled broadcast location is an address here in Liverpool. Emma's technical setup has apparently been relocated to continue the production, despite my escape from Manchester. Her audience expects to see the conclusion of my story, and they've invested too much money in following the narrative to accept an anticlimactic ending. I could go to the police, but Emma has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. My computer history, financial records, and communication logs would all support a narrative of voluntary involvement rather than victimization. The surveillance footage could be edited to remove context and present my actions as cooperative rather than unknowing. Emma's operation is too sophisticated, too well planned, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dark web provides anonymity for her viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. She can broadcast from anywhere to anyone without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Social Worker series. They've paid to see someone trained to recognize and prevent exploitation become the victim of exactly the kind of predatory behavior I studied in university. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Emma's audience. I'm writing this from the bathroom of my hotel room because it's the only space where I can't see any obvious camera equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time footage of the main room, tracking my movements even when I think I'm unobserved. In a few hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Emma has demonstrated that her surveillance network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The show, as they say, must go on. The most terrifying realization is that Emma's operation probably has multiple series running simultaneously. How many other people might be living unknowingly under surveillance, gradually being prepared for their own final broadcasts? How many students, workers, and ordinary people might be unwitting stars of dark web entertainment? The technology exists to monitor anyone, anywhere without their knowledge. The dark web provides platforms for consuming authentic suffering as entertainment. And there are people willing to pay substantial amounts to watch real victims discover their situation too late to escape it. I never thought my social work training would become relevant to my own survival. But here I am, recognizing all the signs of systematic exploitation and predatory behavior that I learned to identify in vulnerable populations. The difference is that this time, I'm the vulnerable one. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Session. Emma's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who spent years learning to protect others, but couldn't protect herself. The irony would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. upstairs neighbor was live streaming everything that happened in my flat, and I only found out because someone in the chat recognized my address. I was browsing hidden sites looking for textbooks I couldn't afford. University prices for psychology texts were absolutely mental, and someone had told me about places where you could find PDF copies that weren't exactly legal, but weren't exactly unavailable either. Most students did it, especially those of us living on beans and toast, while trying to get through our degrees at Sheffield. The site I ended up on looked like a typical file-sharing platform, with sections for different types of content: academic materials, software, media files, the usual stuff you'd expect from people sharing things they probably shouldn't be sharing. But there was also a section called Live Content that I clicked on out of curiosity. It was streaming services mostly, football matches, TV shows, and sometimes webcam feeds from people's computers that had been compromised by malware. The quality was usually terrible, and most streams would cut out after a few minutes, but it was free entertainment when you had nothing else to do. That's how I stumbled across a stream titled Flat 2B, Sheffield Student House. The description was minimal, just the title and a viewer count showing about 30 people watching. When I clicked on it, I was looking at what appeared to be someone's living room. Basic furniture, textbooks scattered around, and a small kitchen visible in the background. Nothing particularly interesting, just a typical student flat. It took me a few minutes to realize I was looking at my own living room. The camera angle was from above, positioned somewhere near the ceiling, giving a clear view of most of the space. I could see my sofa, my desk, even the pile of washing I'd left by the door that morning. The stream was live. When I moved my laptop, I could see the movement reflected on screen with just a few seconds delay. Someone had been broadcasting my daily life to strangers on the internet, and I'd had no idea. The chat beside the video stream was active, with viewers commenting on everything they could see. People discussing my furniture and my clothes, even making jokes about my housekeeping. Some of the comments were sexual, speculating about my personal life in a way that made me uncomfortable. But what really disturbed me were the viewers who seemed to know details about my routine. Comments about what time I usually came home, which days I had lectures, even predictions about what I'd be eating for dinner based on previous observations. They'd been watching long enough to learn my habits. I closed the stream immediately and started searching my flat for hidden cameras. It didn't take long to find the first one. A tiny device no bigger than a coin, stuck to the ceiling light, fitting with what looked like industrial adhesive. The lens was barely visible, disguised as part of the fixture's design. There were 3 more cameras positioned around the flat. One in the bedroom, hidden inside a smoke detector that I'd never paid attention to. Another in the bathroom, concealed behind the mirror. The 4th was in the kitchen, built into what I'd assumed was a normal electrical socket. All of them were professional-grade equipment, not the sort of thing you'd buy in normal electronics shops. Someone had invested serious money in monitoring my living space, and they'd done it with enough skill that I'd never noticed anything unusual. The cameras were hardwired into the building's electrical system, which meant they'd been installed by someone with access to the property and knowledge of how the wiring worked. Not a random intruder, but someone who could work on the building legitimately without arousing suspicion. I live in a converted Victorian house split into 6 flats, with a communal entrance and thin walls that mean you can hear everything your neighbors do. The landlord employed a maintenance company for repairs and improvements, but there were also individual tenants who sometimes did their own work on their flats. My upstairs neighbor, Marcus, had moved in about 6 months earlier and immediately started what he called upgrading his flat, rewiring installing new lighting, even running Ethernet cables through the walls for better internet connectivity. He'd been very friendly about it, warning all the neighbors about potential disruptions and even offering to do similar work for anyone else who was interested. I thought he was just being helpful, a postgraduate student in computer science who knew about technology and wanted to improve his living situation. He'd even helped me fix my internet connection when it was running slowly, explaining that the building's wiring was old and sometimes caused interference. Now I realized he'd probably been installing surveillance equipment while pretending to help with routine maintenance. I tried accessing the stream again from my phone, this time watching from the corridor outside my flat. The feed was still active, showing my empty living room with the same professional quality and multiple camera angles. In the chat, people were asking where I'd gone and when I'd be back. Someone posted what they claimed was my university timetable, listing the days and times when my flat would definitely be empty. Another user shared photographs that appeared to have been taken through my windows from the building's back garden. The level of information they had about my life was comprehensive and terrifying, but most disturbing was a user who seemed to be running the stream. They were answering questions about the technical setup, explaining how the cameras had been installed and boasting about the quality of the footage. When someone asked about audio, they mentioned that microphones had been built into each camera, providing full sound coverage of everything that happened in the flat. They'd been listening to my phone calls, my conversations with friends, even my private moments when I thought I was completely alone. Months of my life had been broadcast live to strangers who treated my privacy as entertainment. I needed to confront Marcus, but I also needed evidence that would be useful if I decided to involve the police. The stream itself might disappear at any moment if he realized I'd discovered it. So I started recording everything I could see on my phone. The chat logs were particularly valuable, showing usernames and timestamps that might be traceable. Some viewers had been careless enough to mention personal details about themselves, geographic locations, even usernames from other social media platforms that could potentially identify them. But I also needed to be careful about how I gathered evidence. If Marcus realized I knew about the cameras, he might destroy everything and claim ignorance. Worse, he might have other capabilities I wasn't aware of, access to my computer, my phone, even my bank accounts if he'd been monitoring my passwords and personal information. I decided to act normally while I figured out what to do next. Went back into my flat, carried on with my evening routine, tried not to look directly at any of the camera positions. But knowing I was being watched made every movement feel artificial and uncomfortable. The worst part was thinking about all the private moments that had been broadcast without my knowledge. Times when I'd been upset or sick, or just trying to relax in what I'd thought was the safety of my own home. All of it had been entertainment for strangers who saw me as nothing more than a character in their personal reality show. I started paying closer attention to sounds from the flat above mine. Marcus's computer was often running late into the night, and I could hear him moving around at odd hours. Sometimes there were other voices, people visiting who stayed for just short periods. Now I wondered if they were coming to watch the live feeds in person, treating my surveillance as a social activity. The next evening, I heard him talking to someone about expanding the setup. His voice carried clearly through the thin ceiling, and he was discussing installing additional cameras in the building's common areas, the hallway, the shared garden, even the communal laundry room, where several female tenants did their washing. He wasn't just targeting me. He was planning to monitor everyone in the building. I tried researching the legal options for dealing with hidden surveillance, but the laws around privacy and recording were more complicated than I'd expected. proving that cameras had been installed without consent required evidence that might be difficult to gather safely. And if Marcus had been careful about how he'd access my flat, it might be hard to prove he was responsible. Meanwhile, the stream continued broadcasting my daily life to a growing audience. The viewer count had increased to over 50 people, and the chat was becoming more active and invasive. People were making requests for specific activities, trying to influence my behavior by posting suggestions about what they wanted to see. Some comments suggested that viewers were sharing the stream link with others, spreading it across different platforms and communities. My privacy was being violated on an increasingly large scale, with no way to know how many people had seen intimate moments from my life. The worst part was the sense of complete helplessness. Even knowing about the cameras, I couldn't safely remove them without alerting Marcus that I'd discovered his operation, and I couldn't prove he was responsible without potentially destroying evidence that might be needed for any legal action. I started sleeping at friends' houses when possible, claiming I was having problems with noise from upstairs, but I couldn't avoid my own flat entirely without arousing suspicion, and I needed to maintain the appearance of normal routine while I decided how to handle the situation. During the day, when Marcus was usually out, I could hear electronic sounds from his flat that suggested he was monitoring multiple feeds simultaneously. Not just mine, but possibly other properties as well. The scope of his surveillance operation was larger than I'd initially realized. I tried finding other streams on the same platform that might be connected to his setup. It didn't take long to discover feeds from 2 other addresses in Sheffield, both showing student accommodation similar to mine. Young people living alone, unaware they were being watched by audiences who discussed their lives like they were characters in a television program. The comment histories on these other streams showed the same usernames that appeared on mine, suggesting a dedicated community of people who specialized in voyeuristic surveillance of students. They shared information about different streams, compared the quality of various setups, even rated their preferred targets based on physical appearance and daily routines. It was a systematic violation of privacy affecting multiple victims, operated as entertainment for people who saw nothing wrong with invading the most intimate aspects of strangers' lives. I finally decided to contact the police, but I needed to be strategic about how I presented the information. Simply claiming that someone was streaming my flat wouldn't be enough. I needed evidence that clearly showed the scope of the operation and identified Marcus as the person responsible. I spent a week documenting everything I could safely gather. Screenshots of the streams, recordings of the chat conversations, photographs of the hidden cameras taken from angles that wouldn't be visible to someone monitoring the feeds. Even audio recordings of Marcus discussing his technical setup with visitors to his flat. When I finally made the report, the officer seemed genuinely shocked by the extent of the surveillance operation. They explained that this type of voyeuristic streaming was becoming more common, especially targeting students who lived alone and might not notice subtle signs of intrusion. But they also warned me that building a case would take time, and that Marcus would probably become aware of the investigation before any arrest could be made. In the meantime, I'd need to continue living normally to avoid alerting him that his operation had been discovered. The investigation is still ongoing, several weeks later. Marcus continues to live upstairs, apparently unaware that his activities are being monitored by law enforcement. The streams are still active, still broadcasting my daily life to audiences who remain completely unaware that they're now part of a criminal investigation. I've had to accept that months of my private life will never be private again. Somewhere out there, people have recordings of intimate moments that were never meant to be shared. My sense of security in my own home has been permanently destroyed, and I'll probably never feel completely safe in any private space again. But what disturbs me most is knowing that this is probably happening to other students in other cities, and most of them will never discover they're being watched. They'll live their entire university experience unaware that strangers are monitoring their most vulnerable moments for entertainment. The technology for this kind of surveillance is becoming cheaper and easier to install, while the legal protections for victims remain inadequate. People like Marcus can violate dozens of lives before anyone even realizes what's happening, and by then the damage is irreversible. I still live in the same flat, still go through my daily routine under the observation of hidden cameras, but now I know I'm being watched, and that knowledge has changed everything about how I experience what should be the most private aspects of my life. The first parcel arrived on a Tuesday morning, and I almost didn't accept it because I hadn't ordered anything. I was finishing my third year studying psychology at Manchester, living alone in a studio flat above a chippy on Wilmslow Road, the sort of place where the smell of vinegar soaked into everything and the radiators clanged all night, but it was cheap and walking distance from campus, perfect for a student budget stretched to breaking point. The delivery driver was holding a small brown package, about the size of a paperback book, with my name and address printed on a generic white label. No return address, no company logo, nothing to indicate where it had come from. When I told him I hadn't ordered anything, he just shrugged and said it was already paid for, so I might as well take it. Inside was a mobile phone, not a smartphone, just one of those basic Nokia models you'd see in petrol stations, the kind drug dealers supposedly used because they were harder to trace. It was switched on, fully charged, with a single number saved in the contacts list under the name Service. I should have thrown it away immediately, should have reported it to the police, or at least asked my neighbors if they'd received anything similar. Instead, I did what any curious student would do. I Googled the phone's model number and tried to work out where it might have come from. That's how I ended up on the dark web for the first time. One search led to another, and before I knew it, I was reading about anonymous communication methods and untraceable delivery services. The deeper I dug, the more references I found to something called physical drop protocols, ways of getting items to specific people without leaving any digital fingerprints. The phone sat on my desk for 3 days before it rang. I was eating breakfast, scrolling through lecture notes, when the Nokia started buzzing across the wooden surface. The caller ID just showed Service. I stared at it for maybe 10 rings before curiosity got the better of me, and I answered. No one spoke. There was background noise, traffic maybe, or machinery, but no voice. After about 30 seconds, the line went dead. When I tried calling back, it went straight to voicemail. No greeting, just silence, and then the beep. That night, I found the website. It wasn't easy to locate. I'd been browsing hidden sites for hours, following links that led to more links, most of which were broken or led to placeholder pages. But eventually, I stumbled across something called Direct Physical Services, a page with minimal text and a simple contact form. The description was deliberately vague. Something about bridging digital anonymity with real-world requirements and providing discrete solutions for complex delivery needs. There was a phone number listed at the bottom of the page, the same number that was saved in the Nokia's contacts. I spent the next few hours exploring related sites, trying to piece together what this service actually did. From what I could gather, it was some sort of courier operation that specialized in anonymous deliveries. People would request items through the hidden website, pay through untraceable methods, and then receive packages with no identifying information about the sender. Mostly, it seemed to be used for things that weren't quite illegal, but weren't exactly legitimate either. Rare books that might have been stolen from libraries, prescription medications that didn't require prescriptions, personal documents that someone shouldn't have had access to, the kind of grey area transactions that people preferred to keep off the normal internet. But there were darker hints too, references to biological samples and personal effects that suggested the service wasn't limited to simple package delivery. Some of the site's clients seemed to be requesting very specific items from very specific people, as if they had inside knowledge of their target's routines and possessions. The Nokia rang again on Friday evening. This time, when I answered, there was a voice. Male, middle-aged, with a London accent that had been carefully modulated to sound nondescript. He asked if I was satisfied with the service so far, and when I said I didn't understand what service he was referring to, he chuckled softly. He explained that I'd been selected as a distribution point for their operation. Parcels would be delivered to my address, and I would be responsible for passing them on to their final recipients. In exchange, I'd receive a small commission for each successful handover, enough to cover rent for a few months, he suggested. When I started to protest that I hadn't signed up for anything, he cut me off gently. He said my browsing history suggested I'd already shown interest in their services, and my address had been verified as suitable for their requirements. If I wasn't interested in participating, I could simply ignore future deliveries, but the initial phone was mine to keep regardless. Then he hung up, leaving me staring at the Nokia and wondering how anyone could know what websites I'd been visiting. I used the university's internet connection, which should have provided some level of anonymity, but apparently that wasn't enough to stay completely hidden. The second parcel arrived the following Monday. This one was larger, maybe the size of a shoebox, and significantly heavier. The same generic labeling, the same anonymous delivery driver, who seemed surprised when I questioned him about the sender. When I opened it in my flat, I found a collection of items that made no immediate sense together. There was a house key, still warm from being recently cut, a small digital camera, the kind used for security systems, a manila envelope containing what looked like bank statements and utility bills for someone I'd never heard of. And at the bottom, wrapped in tissue paper, was a lock of dark hair tied with a piece of string. The implications were disturbing. Someone had paid to have these items collected and delivered, but the combination suggested something much more invasive than a simple theft. The bank statements were recent, from a Barclays branch in South Manchester. The utility bills covered the same address. The key looked like it belonged to a front door, but it was the hair that really unsettled me. It wasn't the kind you'd get from a hairbrush or a pillow. It had been cut deliberately, all the same length, as if someone had taken it while the owner was unconscious or restrained. I should have called the police then, should have handed over everything and explained about the phone and the website and the strange service that seemed to be operating out of my address. Instead, I found myself back on the dark web, trying to understand what I'd gotten involved with. The Direct Physical Services website had changed. There were new sections now, accessible only through specific links that hadn't been there before. One was labeled Active Collections and contained a list of items currently being sourced. Most were vague: personal documentation from target residents or biological verification material, but some were terrifyingly specific. One request was for recent photographs from family home, kitchen area preferred. Another wanted clothing items worn within last 48 hours unwashed. There was even a listing for spare house keys copied from originals, North Manchester postcodes only. What made it worse was realizing that some of these requests had completion dates in the past, items that had already been collected and delivered. The parcel sitting on my desk was just one of many that had passed through this network, and I was apparently part of a much larger operation than I'd understood. The phone rang again that evening, but this time I didn't answer. It kept ringing though, every few hours throughout the night, always the same caller ID, always the same patient buzzing until it reached voicemail. By morning, there were dozens of missed calls logged in the phone's memory. When I finally picked up, the voice was less friendly than before. He asked why I hadn't acknowledged receipt of the second delivery, and when I said I wasn't comfortable with the arrangement, he reminded me that I'd already accepted payment for services rendered. The phone itself was worth more than £50, he pointed out, and keeping it without fulfilling my obligations would constitute theft. More importantly, he added, my address was now registered in their system as an active distribution point. Other clients depended on the reliability of their network, and disappointing them would have consequences that extended beyond simple financial penalties. When I asked what he meant by consequences, he described my daily routine in uncomfortable detail. The time I left for lectures, the route I took to campus, the coffee shop where I usually stopped for lunch. He knew about my part-time job at the campus library, my weekend visits to the Arndale Centre, even the fact that I ordered takeaway from the same Indian restaurant every Thursday night. The message was clear. They'd been watching me long enough to know everything about my life, and that information could be used against me if I decided not to cooperate. The third parcel arrived on Wednesday, and this time I knew I had to get rid of it without looking inside. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, especially when you're already involved in something you don't fully understand. The package was smaller than the others, about the size of a jewelry box, but it was cold to the touch and seemed to contain liquid of some kind. Inside was a small glass vial filled with what looked like blood, dark red, slightly congealed, with a medical label stuck to the side that showed a name and date from just 2 days earlier. There was also a printed sheet with what appeared to be test results, blood type, DNA markers, other medical information that I didn't fully understand, but that looked official and recent. Someone had paid to have blood samples collected and analyzed, then delivered to my address for distribution to a third party. The implications were horrifying. This wasn't just about stealing personal belongings or copying keys. Someone was harvesting biological material from unwilling victims. I tried calling the number on the Nokia to demand an explanation, but it went straight to a recorded message. The voice was the same one I'd spoken to before, but now it was reciting an address in Moss Side and instructing me to deliver the package by 6 o'clock that evening. If I failed to complete the delivery on time, there would be additional charges applied to my account. What account? I'd never agreed to any financial arrangement, never signed any contracts or provided payment information. But apparently, that didn't matter. In their system, I was already committed to seeing this through. The address in Moss Side turned out to be a laundrette, the kind of place that stayed open late and asked no questions about who was washing what. When I arrived with the package, there was a woman waiting by the change machine, early 30s, nervous looking, constantly checking her watch and glancing towards the door. She approached me as soon as I walked in, asking if I was there for the collection. When I handed over the package, she seemed relieved but also frightened, as if she was expecting something much worse than a small glass vial. She left immediately, without saying anything else. But I noticed she threw the package into a bin outside rather than keeping it. That's when I realized I wasn't the only one caught up in this system. The woman had been just as scared as I was, probably coerced into participating through the same combination of threats and surveillance that had trapped me. We were all just links in a chain that none of us fully understood. The Nokia rang as I was walking back to my flat. This time, the voice was congratulating me on a successful delivery and explaining that my commission would be processed within the next few days. When I asked how they planned to pay me, considering they had no banking information, he laughed and said payment would come in the form of continued personal security. As long as I cooperated with their requests, he explained, I would remain safe from the various unpleasant individuals who use their services. But if I decided to stop participating or involve the authorities, those same individuals would be provided with detailed information about my involvement in their operations. I was trapped. Even if I went to the police, how could I explain my role without admitting to handling stolen property and biological samples? And who would believe that I'd been forced into it by anonymous phone calls and untraceable deliveries? The parcels kept coming after that, usually 1 or 2 per week, always containing items that someone shouldn't have had access to. House keys and alarm codes, medical records and prescription bottles, personal photographs and pieces of jewelry that looked like family heirlooms. Each delivery came with specific instructions about where and when to hand over the package. Sometimes it was normal places, coffee shops, bus stations, shopping centers. But increasingly, it was locations that felt designed to isolate and intimidate. Abandoned buildings, empty car parks, the sorts of places where you wouldn't want to be caught alone at night. The people collecting the packages were getting stranger too. Not just nervous civilians like the woman at the laundrette, but individuals who seemed more comfortable with the criminal aspects of the operation. People who looked at me like they were memorizing my face for future reference. I tried to break the cycle several times, ignoring phone calls, refusing deliveries, even going so far as to leave Manchester for a long weekend to see if distance would make a difference. But they always found ways to bring me back into compliance. When I ignored calls, they started leaving voicemails with increasingly personal information about my family back in Liverpool. When I refused a delivery, the driver simply left the package outside my door where anyone could have taken it. When I left town, I returned to find evidence that someone had been inside my flat. Nothing stolen, just small changes that proved they had access whenever they wanted it. The breaking point came when I received a package that contained my own belongings. It was things from my childhood bedroom at my parents' house, a watch my grandfather had given me, photographs from school trips, even a diary I'd written when I was 14. Items that should have been safely locked away in Liverpool, not sitting in an anonymous parcel delivered to my address in Manchester. The message was unmistakable. They could reach anyone, anywhere, anytime they wanted. My participation wasn't really optional. It was just the illusion of choice designed to make me feel like I had some control over the situation. That was 3 months ago. The deliveries are still coming, and I'm still making the handovers because I don't see any alternative. The commission payments have started arriving too, always in cash, always left in places where I'm guaranteed to find them, just enough to make it clear that they're keeping track of my financial situation as closely as everything else. Sometimes I wonder about the other people involved in this network, the drivers who deliver packages without asking questions, the collectors who pick them up without explanation, the clients who pay for services that probably violate dozens of laws. Are they all trapped like I am? Or did some of them choose this willingly? What scares me most is how organized it all seems. This isn't some amateur operation run by opportunistic criminals. It's a systematic business with established procedures and reliable infrastructure. The kind of thing that would require serious planning and resources to maintain. And if they can do this to me, a random student who stumbled onto their website by accident, what are they capable of doing to people who actually pose a threat to their operations? I still have the Nokia. It sits on my desk, fully charged, waiting for the next call. Sometimes I think about smashing it, or throwing it away, or just running as far from Manchester as I can get. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've got my details now, my routines, my weaknesses, my family connections. Whether I keep cooperating or try to escape, I'll always be part of their system in some way. The worst part is knowing that somewhere out there, other people are receiving their first mysterious parcel, probably telling themselves it's just a mistake or a harmless prank, not realizing they've just become part of something much darker than they could imagine. When your GP refers you to a specialist for problems you didn't know were serious enough to require expert attention, you generally assume the referral is legitimate medical care rather than recruitment for activities that have nothing to do with healthcare. This started about 14 months ago when I went to see Dr. Patterson about persistent headaches and sleep problems that were affecting my work as a teacher. I'd been having trouble concentrating during lessons and felt constantly tired despite getting what should have been adequate rest. Dr. Patterson ran the usual tests: blood pressure, basic neurological checks, questions about stress levels and lifestyle factors that might be contributing to my symptoms. Everything came back normal, but she seemed concerned that the headache pattern might indicate underlying issues that required more specialized evaluation. She referred me to what she called a wellness clinic that took a more comprehensive approach to diagnosing and treating stress-related health problems. The clinic supposedly used advanced assessment techniques that could identify health issues before they developed into serious medical conditions. The Exeter Wellness Institute looked professional enough when I arrived for my appointment. Modern building near the hospital, well-dressed reception staff, waiting room filled with the sort of health and lifestyle magazines you'd expect from any private medical facility. The initial consultation was more thorough than anything I'd experienced with NHS services. Dr. Kensington, the specialist who saw me, spent nearly 2 hours discussing my symptoms, work stress, lifestyle habits, and personal circumstances that might be contributing to my health problems. She explained that modern stress-related health issues were often caused by environmental factors that traditional medicine didn't adequately address: digital overwhelm, social isolation, information processing difficulties that created chronic psychological strain. The assessment process would involve monitoring my daily activities and stress responses over several weeks, using digital tools to track patterns that might not be obvious during brief medical appointments. She provided me with what appeared to be a standard health monitoring app that would record sleep patterns, activity levels, and stress indicators throughout my normal daily routine. The data would help identify specific triggers for my headaches and develop targeted interventions. The monitoring process seemed reasonable and potentially helpful for understanding what was causing my health problems. I agreed to participate and was given detailed instructions about how to use the monitoring software. But the app required access to considerably more personal information than seemed necessary for basic health monitoring. It wanted permission to access my internet browsing, social media activity, communication patterns, and even location data that would track my movements throughout each day. When I questioned the extensive data requirements, Dr. Kensington explained that modern health assessment needed to understand the complete environmental context of stress-related symptoms, digital behavior patterns, social interactions, and daily routines all contributed to stress levels in ways that couldn't be measured through traditional medical approaches. The comprehensive monitoring would provide insights into my health issues that wouldn't be possible through conventional medical evaluation, helping identify intervention approaches that could address root causes rather than just treating symptoms. The explanation made sense from a holistic health perspective, and I was eager to find solutions for symptoms that were genuinely affecting my quality of life and professional performance. Over the following weeks, the monitoring app tracked every aspect of my daily routine with systematic thoroughness. It recorded when I went to sleep and woke up, what websites I visited, who I communicated with, where I went during weekends, even what I purchased and what television programs I watched. The data collection was remarkably comprehensive, creating what Dr. Kensington described as a complete lifestyle profile that would allow precise identification of factors contributing to my stress-related health symptoms. After about a month of monitoring, I returned for follow-up consultation to review the findings and develop a treatment plan based on the data that had been collected about my daily routine and stress patterns. Dr. Kensington presented detailed analysis of my monitoring data, identifying specific patterns that she claimed were contributing to my headaches and sleep problems. According to her assessment, my symptoms were being caused by digital overstimulation and social isolation that required targeted lifestyle interventions. The treatment plan she recommended involved gradually reducing exposure to stressful online content while increasing engagement with supportive community activities that would provide better social connection and mental stimulation. She provided access to what she called therapeutic digital environments, online communities that were specifically designed to reduce stress and promote mental well-being through positive social interaction and meaningful discussion. These communities weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, but required special software that filtered out the advertising, negativity, and information overload that characterized mainstream social media platforms. The therapeutic communities were populated by people who were dealing with similar health issues and stress-related problems, providing mutual support and discussion focused on wellness and recovery, rather than the competitive and often toxic dynamics of conventional social media. Dr. Kensington explained that spending time in these curated online environments would help retrain my stress responses while providing the sort of genuine social connection that was essential for mental and physical health. The therapeutic digital environments were indeed different from anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. The communities were focused on thoughtful discussion about health, wellness, personal development, and mutual support for people dealing with various life challenges. Participants shared experiences about managing stress, developing healthier lifestyle habits, and finding meaning and purpose in daily activities. The discussions were supportive and intellectually engaging, providing exactly the sort of positive social interaction that had been missing from my routine. I found myself genuinely enjoying the time I spent in these communities and felt that my stress levels were improving through regular participation in discussions that focused on wellness and personal growth, rather than the anxiety-provoking content that dominated mainstream social media. But as I became more involved in the therapeutic communities, I started noticing that some discussions included topics that seemed to go beyond health and wellness into areas that felt more like systematic analysis of people's personal vulnerabilities and psychological weaknesses. Some community members shared detailed information about their daily routines, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and emotional triggers with a level of specificity that seemed excessive for general wellness discussion. Others provided analysis of family members, co-workers, and social connections that read more like psychological profiling than supportive community conversation. The discussions weren't just focused on personal wellness, but were systematically documenting detailed information about participants' social networks, personal circumstances, and psychological vulnerabilities that could potentially be used for purposes beyond therapeutic support. When I questioned why wellness discussions needed such detailed personal information, other community members explained that effective stress management required understanding the complete social and psychological context of people's lives. They assured me that sharing comprehensive personal information was essential for receiving meaningful support, and that the community's therapeutic effectiveness depended on members being completely honest about their circumstances and relationships. The explanation seemed reasonable within the wellness framework that Dr. Kensington had established, and I found the community discussions genuinely helpful for managing my stress-related health symptoms. But I also started recognizing that some community participants seemed to have detailed knowledge about people in Devon, including specific information about individuals who lived and worked in areas around Exeter that I was familiar with. Some discussions included enough local detail that I began to wonder if I might recognize the people being analyzed if I encountered them during normal daily activities around the city. The therapeutic communities weren't just focused on abstract wellness discussion, but were actively collecting and analyzing detailed personal information about real people in my immediate geographic area. I realized that Dr. Kensington's health monitoring and therapeutic digital environments weren't legitimate medical treatment, but were systematic data collection operations designed to gather comprehensive personal information about Exeter area residents. My participation in wellness communities had made me complicit in activities that involve systematic analysis of real people's personal vulnerabilities and private circumstances for purposes that weren't related to healthcare or therapeutic support. The health monitoring app had been used to compile detailed profiles of my personal information, social connections, and daily routine that were being shared with communities that specialized in analyzing and potentially exploiting people's psychological and social vulnerabilities. When I tried to research the Exeter Wellness Institute more thoroughly, I discovered that it wasn't registered as a legitimate medical facility and that Dr. Kensington didn't appear in professional medical directories or have verifiable credentials through appropriate regulatory bodies. The entire wellness assessment and treatment process had been designed to collect personal information rather than provide healthcare, using medical terminology and therapeutic frameworks to make systematic data gathering seem like legitimate health services. My symptoms hadn't been treated through evidence-based medical interventions, but had been used as justification for comprehensive surveillance and information collection that was being shared with people who specialized in analyzing personal vulnerabilities for purposes that weren't related to healthcare. The therapeutic communities I'd been participating in weren't focused on wellness and mutual support, but were sophisticated information collection systems where people were encouraged to share detailed personal information that was being analyzed and potentially used for exploitation rather than therapeutic purposes. I tried to investigate what was being done with the personal information I'd shared through the wellness monitoring and community participation, leading to discovery of online spaces that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. These hidden communities were focused on systematic analysis and potential exploitation of individuals who had been profiled through various data collection methods, including wellness services that collected comprehensive personal information under the guise of providing healthcare. The detailed personal information I'd shared through therapeutic community discussions was being used by these communities to develop profiles that could be used for targeted manipulation, harassment, or other forms of exploitation of real people in the Exeter area. My health monitoring data was being analyzed not for therapeutic purposes, but to identify psychological and social vulnerabilities that could be exploited by people who specialized in systematic manipulation of individuals they'd never met, but whose personal circumstances they understood in comprehensive detail. The wellness treatment that had supposedly addressed my stress-related health symptoms had actually made me complicit in systematic information gathering that was being used to facilitate potential exploitation of people in my own community. When I tried to withdraw from the Exeter Wellness Institute and report what I discovered about their activities, I found that my participation agreements included extensive clauses about confidentiality and data protection that made exposing their activities legally complicated. More disturbing was discovering that some people in Exeter were experiencing problems that seemed to correspond to the detailed vulnerability analyses that were being conducted in the hidden communities I discovered. Individuals whose personal information had been collected through wellness services and other data gathering operations were experiencing targeted difficulties that seemed designed to exploit the specific psychological and social vulnerabilities that had been identified through systematic analysis of their personal circumstances. My participation in what I'd believed was legitimate healthcare had contributed to information collection that was being used to facilitate systematic targeting of real people for psychological manipulation and potential exploitation. The Exeter Wellness Institute continues operating, recruiting people with genuine health concerns who believe they're receiving innovative medical treatment rather than participating in comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic analysis of personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic communities continue collecting detailed personal information from participants who think they're receiving mutual support for wellness and recovery rather than providing intelligence that's being used to develop exploitation profiles. People throughout Exeter continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation that's based on comprehensive analysis of personal information they shared while seeking healthcare, believing their difficulties are personal problems rather than systematic targeting by individuals who specialize in exploiting psychological vulnerabilities. I still work as a primary school teacher, still deal with occasional headaches and sleep problems, still wonder whether some of the personal and professional difficulties experienced by people around me might be caused by systematic targeting based on vulnerability analyses that were developed using information they shared while seeking legitimate medical care. The referral that seemed like access to innovative healthcare turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic exploitation of vulnerable people through analysis of personal information they provided while seeking medical treatment for genuine health problems. The strangest thing about discovering that your entire life has been arranged by someone else is how normal everything seems until you realize that none of your important decisions were actually your own. And by then, it's far too late to change direction without destroying everything you think you built for yourself. I was 31 when I got offered what seemed like a perfect opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people in ways that weren't possible through traditional counsel services. The offer came through professional channels that looked completely legitimate, targeting exactly the sort of specialized expertise I'd developed over 6 years of working with families in crisis. The job was with something called the Community Resilience Project, described as an innovative approach to social intervention that used data analysis and digital outreach to identify and support at-risk individuals before they reach the point of requiring statutory services. The salary was considerably higher than council work, and the methodology sounded like exactly the kind of forward-thinking social work that could genuinely make a difference. During the interview process, they explained that traditional social services were reactive rather than preventative, waiting for problems to escalate before providing support. The Community Resilience Project aimed to identify vulnerable individuals early and provide discreet assistance before their situations became critical enough to require official intervention. The work would involve analyzing digital footprints and online behavior patterns to identify people who showed signs of developing mental health crises, financial difficulties, or social isolation that could lead to more serious problems if left untreated. My role would be to develop intervention strategies based on psychological profiles compiled from digital sources, creating personalized outreach approaches that could provide support without stigmatizing recipients or creating bureaucratic complications that might prevent them from accepting help. The methodology seemed innovative and ethically sound, using technology to provide early support rather than waiting for people to request help when their situations had already become desperate. I accepted the position and was introduced to the digital analysis tools that the project used to identify potential intervention targets. The software was sophisticated, capable of analyzing social media activity, online purchasing patterns, communication styles, and even browsing habits to create comprehensive psychological profiles. The profiles were remarkably detailed, providing insights into people's mental states, social relationships, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities that would have been impossible to gather through traditional social work assessment methods. My first assignment was developing intervention strategies for individuals in Cardiff and surrounding areas who had been identified as potentially at risk based on their digital behavior patterns. The profile suggested people who were experiencing depression, financial stress, social isolation, or other conditions that might benefit from early support. The intervention strategies I developed were carefully designed to appear like coincidental opportunities rather than organized assistance. Rather than contacting people directly and explaining that they'd been identified as needing support, the project would create situations where help would be offered in ways that preserved recipients' dignity and autonomy. For someone experiencing financial difficulties, this might involve arranging for them to hear about job opportunities that match their skills, or ensuring they encountered information about financial assistance programs they hadn't known existed. For individuals showing signs of depression or social isolation, interventions might involve connecting them with hobby groups, volunteer opportunities, or social activities that addressed their specific interests and psychological needs. The approach was elegant and ethical, providing genuine help while avoiding the stigmatization and bureaucracy that prevented many people from accessing traditional social services. Over several months, I developed intervention strategies for dozens of Cardiff area residents, creating carefully crafted approaches that would provide support for their specific circumstances while maintaining the appearance of natural opportunities rather than organized assistance. The work was intellectually challenging and emotionally rewarding, combining digital analysis with traditional social work skills to create innovative support systems that could genuinely improve people's lives. But as I continued developing interventions and tracking their outcomes, I started noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about the true nature of the Community Resilience Project. Some of the digital profiles were more detailed than seemed possible through analysis of publicly available online information, including knowledge of private communications, personal relationships, and financial circumstances that wouldn't be accessible without systematic invasion of privacy. The psychological insights contained in the profiles suggested access to information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance rather than analysis of voluntary digital activity. More concerning was discovering that some intervention targets were people I recognized from my previous counsel work, individuals whose personal circumstances and vulnerabilities I knew from direct professional contact. The profiles of these familiar cases were accurate in ways that suggested access to confidential social services records, therapeutic notes, and other professional information that should have been protected by various privacy regulations. I realized that the Community Resilience Project wasn't just analyzing publicly available digital information, but was accessing confidential personal data from multiple sources to create comprehensive surveillance profiles of Cardiff area residents. When I raised concerns about data protection and privacy violations, my project supervisors explained that preventing social crisis sometimes required accessing information through methods that weren't strictly conventional, but which were justified by the protective purposes they served. They assured me that all information was obtained through partnerships with legitimate organizations, and that privacy concerns were outweighed by the potential benefits of preventing serious social problems before they escalated into situations requiring emergency intervention. The ethical framework made sense from a utilitarian perspective. Violating privacy to prevent greater harm could be justified if the interventions genuinely improved people's lives and prevented more serious problems. But I also started recognizing that the intervention strategies I was developing weren't always producing the protective outcomes that had been described during my recruitment. Some targets were experiencing problems that seemed to worsen after interventions were implemented, as if the support strategies were designed to create dependency or vulnerability rather than promote genuine resilience. Others were receiving interventions that seemed designed to manipulate their behavior in specific directions, rather than simply providing assistance with their existing difficulties. The intervention approaches I was developing weren't just offering help, but were systematically influencing people's decision-making processes to produce outcomes that weren't necessarily in their best interests. I started researching the Community Resilience Project more thoroughly, trying to understand who was funding the work and what ultimate outcomes the interventions were designed to achieve. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The Community Resilience Project wasn't a legitimate social innovation program, but was a front for systematic manipulation and control of vulnerable individuals identified through comprehensive digital surveillance. The intervention strategies I was developing weren't designed to help at-risk people, but were being used to create psychological dependency and social isolation that made targets more vulnerable to exploitation rather than more resilient. The digital profiles weren't being compiled to identify people who needed support, but to identify individuals who could be systematically manipulated through carefully designed intervention strategies that appeared helpful but were actually designed to increase their vulnerability. My expertise in social work and psychological assessment was being used to develop manipulation techniques that were disguised as supportive interventions, helping harmful actors gain control over vulnerable people while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate assistance. The people I was supposedly helping were actually being targeted for exploitation through intervention strategies that I had designed based on comprehensive psychological profiles compiled through systematic invasion of their privacy. I tried to investigate which organizations were actually behind the Community Resilience Project and how the information I was providing about intervention targets was being used. The investigation led me to discover online communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, where people discussed systematic manipulation and exploitation of vulnerable individuals using techniques that were very similar to the intervention strategies I'd been developing. These communities treated psychological manipulation as entertainment, sharing success stories about gaining control over targets and using their vulnerabilities for various forms of exploitation. Some participants specialized in financial exploitation, using psychological manipulation to convince targets to provide money or access to resources. Others focused on social and emotional exploitation, creating dependency relationships that allowed them to control targets' behavior and decision-making processes. The intervention strategies I'd been developing were being used by these communities as sophisticated manipulation techniques, with my professional social work expertise providing the psychological insights needed to make exploitation appear like genuine assistance. The Community Resilience Project was essentially a recruitment and training system for people who wanted to exploit vulnerable individuals, using my professional skills to develop more effective manipulation techniques while providing academic cover that made the activities seem legitimate. The Cardiff area residents I'd been creating intervention strategies for weren't receiving protective support, but were being targeted for systematic exploitation by individuals who used my professionally developed manipulation techniques to gain control over their lives. My social work expertise had been used to create a comprehensive system for identifying and exploiting vulnerable people. With the intervention strategies I developed, providing the psychological manipulation framework that made exploitation possible, while maintaining the appearance of legitimate assistance. When I tried to expose what I'd discovered about the Community Resilience Project, I found that my employment contract included extensive confidentiality clauses that made reporting their activities legally complicated and potentially expensive. More concerning was discovering that some of the people I'd developed intervention strategies for were now experiencing exactly the sort of social and financial crises that the project had supposedly been designed to prevent. The intervention strategies I'd created had been successful at making vulnerable people more vulnerable rather than more resilient, with my professional expertise being used to systematically destroy the lives of people who had been selected for exploitation, based on psychological profiles I'd helped analyze. I never found a way to safely extract myself from involvement with the Community Resilience Project, or to warn the Cardiff area residents who were being targeted using manipulation techniques I'd developed. The project continues operating, expanding its surveillance and manipulation activities, while recruiting additional social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs rather than sophisticated exploitation systems. People throughout Cardiff continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation, disguised as community support, while believing their difficulties are personal failures rather than systematic targeting by individuals who have made psychological exploitation into a technical specialty. I still work in social services, trying to provide genuine support for vulnerable people while knowing that some of the intervention techniques I developed are being used to exploit others in ways that would be impossible without professional psychological expertise. The assignment that seemed like an opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people turned out to be developing manipulation techniques for systematic exploitation of the same types of people I'd become a social worker to protect. My professional expertise continues being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Cardiff, while the Community Resilience Project continues recruiting social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs, rather than providing technical support for systematic psychological exploitation disguised as community assistance. Sometimes I wonder if agreeing to help my cousin with her social experiment was the single worst decision I've ever made, because what started as a weekend favor turned into discovering that some people's idea of entertainment involves activities that would make most horror films seem tame by comparison. This happened about 8 months ago when I was living in Norwich, working as a children's librarian and trying to save enough money for a deposit on a better flat. My cousin Emma had just finished her sociology degree at UEA and was supposedly conducting independent research for her dissertation about online communities and social behavior. Emma had always been the clever one in our family, the type who got firsts in everything and talked about academic theories over Sunday dinner, while the rest of us discussed EastEnders. So when she asked if I'd help with her research project, I was flattered that she thought I could contribute something meaningful to actual university work. The experiment she described sounded straightforward enough. She wanted to study how ordinary people reacted when they were gradually introduced to online communities that existed outside mainstream social media platforms. Nothing dangerous, she assured me. Just documentation of psychological responses to different types of digital social environments. She'd already recruited several other participants, but needed someone with my demographic profile. Late 20s, limited technical knowledge, stable employment, but not particularly high income. Basically, she needed someone who represented what she called digital normalcy to round out her research sample. The methodology involved me spending designated time periods in various online communities, documenting my reactions and observations according to structured guidelines she'd developed. She'd pay me £200 for participating in what she estimated would be about 20 hours of research activity spread over several weeks. I should have asked more questions about what types of communities I'd be exploring, but Emma's academic enthusiasm was infectious, and I trusted that university research would have appropriate ethical oversight. Plus, £200 was significant money for someone living on a librarian's salary. She set me up with software on my laptop that would allow access to what she called alternative social platforms, communities that weren't part of the mainstream internet, but weren't necessarily hidden or secretive. Just different approaches to online social interaction that required specific tools to access. The first communities she directed me to were exactly what I'd expected from academic research. Discussion groups about political topics that were too controversial for Facebook. Hobby communities focused on interests that were too niche for general platforms. Even artistic spaces where people shared creative work that wouldn't get attention on commercial social media. Emma had prepared detailed questionnaires about my reactions to each community, how welcoming they seemed, whether the discussions felt authentic compared to mainstream platforms, what psychological needs these spaces seemed to fulfill for their participants. The academic framework made everything feel legitimate and purposeful. I was contributing to understanding of digital sociology while getting paid to explore parts of the internet I'd never encountered before. But as Emma guided me through different communities over the following weeks, the content started becoming more concerning in ways that felt deliberately progressive rather than randomly varied. Some communities were focused on sharing information that mainstream platforms wouldn't allow. Not necessarily illegal content, but material that violated typical social media policies about violence, harassment, or privacy violations. Others seemed designed around activities that most people would consider ethically questionable, like systematic documentation of strangers' private lives, or coordination of harassment campaigns against specific individuals. When I expressed concern about the increasingly extreme content, Emma explained that understanding the full spectrum of online social behavior required studying communities that operated outside conventional moral boundaries. Her research couldn't be comprehensive if it only examined socially acceptable digital spaces. She reminded me that anthropologists had always needed to study cultures and practices that might seem disturbing from outside perspectives, and that digital anthropology required the same willingness to document uncomfortable social realities. The academic justification made sense, and I found myself genuinely interested in the psychological questions her research was exploring. How did online communities develop their own moral frameworks? What social mechanisms allowed groups to normalize behavior that isolated individuals would recognize as inappropriate? Emma seemed particularly interested in my reactions to communities that focused on what they called social observation, systematic monitoring and documentation of people who weren't aware they were being watched. These communities treated surveillance of strangers as legitimate research into authentic human behavior, arguing that people only acted naturally when they didn't know they were being observed. Participants shared detailed information about individuals they'd been monitoring, including photographs taken without consent, records of daily routines, and even private communications that had been intercepted through various technical methods. The discussions were academic in tone, treating real people like research subjects in ongoing behavioral studies. But the lack of consent from the people being studied made these communities feel more like organized stalking than legitimate research. Emma asked me to spend more time in these surveillance-focused communities, documenting how they justified their activities and what psychological satisfaction participants seemed to derive from systematic invasion of privacy. The research assignment felt increasingly uncomfortable, but Emma's academic framework provided rationalization for continuing to study communities whose activities I found morally disturbing. She explained that understanding how people convinced themselves that surveillance was justified required extended observation of their psychological reasoning processes. Academic research often demanded temporary ethical discomfort for the sake of broader social understanding. Over several weeks of studying surveillance communities, I started noticing that some participants were sharing information about people in Norfolk, including details about individuals who lived and worked in areas I recognized from around Norwich. This wasn't abstract research into distant communities, but active documentation of potential victims who lived in my immediate geographic area. Some of the surveillance targets were described in ways that made me wonder if I might recognize them if I encountered them during normal daily activities. Local professionals, university students, even public service workers whose routines were being systematically documented by strangers. When I mentioned the local connection to Emma, she seemed genuinely excited about this development. Having surveillance activities that I could potentially verify through independent observation would enhance her research significantly. She suggested that I try to identify some of the Norwich area surveillance targets, comparing the community documentation with what I could observe about these individuals during my own daily routine. This would provide valuable academic insights into the accuracy of surveillance techniques and the psychological impact of systematic observation on both monitors and targets. The research methodology was shifting from studying online communities to potentially participating in their surveillance activities, but Emma's academic enthusiasm made the transition feel like natural progression rather than ethical boundary violation. I agreed to try identifying some surveillance targets, telling myself this was contributing to important social research rather than participating in organized stalking activities. But as I started paying attention to people around Norwich who matched descriptions from the surveillance communities, I realized that Emma's research had made me complicit in systematic invasion of privacy, affecting real individuals in my own community. The people being monitored weren't abstract research subjects, but neighbors, co-workers, and strangers whose private lives were being documented for the entertainment of online communities that treated human privacy as content to be consumed. I tried to investigate Emma's university research more thoroughly, looking for verification that her dissertation was legitimate academic work with appropriate ethical oversight. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The sociology dissertation she described didn't exist in UEA's academic records, and the research methodology she was using wouldn't be approved by any legitimate university ethics committee. Emma wasn't conducting academic research into online communities, but was using academic terminology to recruit participants in activities that were actually designed to introduce people to surveillance and harassment communities for purposes that weren't related to scholarly investigation. I realized that the social experiment I'd been participating in was actually a recruitment process designed to gradually normalize systematic privacy violation by presenting it within academic frameworks that made harmful activities seem intellectually justifiable. My documentation of psychological responses to surveillance communities hadn't been contributing to sociology research, but had been providing information that could be used to refine recruitment techniques for drawing ordinary people into activities they would normally find morally unacceptable. Emma had been studying my psychological adaptation to increasingly extreme online communities, analyzing how academic justification could be used to overcome normal ethical resistance to systematic harassment and privacy violation. The research questionnaires I'd been completing had been documenting the effectiveness of different persuasion techniques for convincing people to participate in activities that violated their own stated moral principles. I'd become an unwitting test subject in research about psychological manipulation, rather than a volunteer contributor to legitimate academic sociology. When I tried to confront Emma about what I'd discovered, she'd already graduated and left Norwich, providing no forwarding address to family members who assumed she'd moved away for postgraduate study or employment opportunities. Her university contact information led nowhere, and her social media accounts had been deactivated, suggesting she'd planned to disappear once her recruitment activities in Norwich were completed. I never found out how many other research participants she'd recruited, or whether the surveillance activities I'd been introduced to were continuing with different facilitators who used similar academic justifications. The online communities continue operating. The systematic surveillance of Norfolk residents continues expanding, and people continue being monitored and documented by strangers who treat human privacy as entertainment content to be shared and analyzed. I still work as a children's librarian, still live in Norwich, still wonder whether some of the people I encounter might be involved in activities similar to what Emma was facilitating, using legitimate-sounding research frameworks to justify systematic violation of privacy and personal boundaries. But I'm also aware that academic-sounding requests for research assistance can be covers for recruitment into activities that have nothing to do with legitimate scholarship, and that people who want to help with what appears to be important social research can easily become complicit in systematic harassment disguised as intellectual investigation. The social experiment I participated in continues to affect how I think about online privacy and community behavior, but not in ways that Emma's supposed academic research would have intended if it had been legitimate scholarly work rather than systematic manipulation designed to recruit ordinary people into extraordinary violations of human decency. Sometimes I wonder how many other communities exist where people convince themselves that systematic harm is justified by intellectual frameworks that sound academic, but are actually rationalization for activities that most people would recognize as organized cruelty if they weren't presented within contexts that made them seem like legitimate research or social observation. The psychological techniques Emma used to gradually normalize my participation in surveillance communities were sophisticated enough to overcome my normal ethical instincts, suggesting that similar recruitment methods might be effective for drawing other well-meaning people into activities they would never choose to participate in if they understood what they were really agreeing to do. I never received the £200 Emma had promised for participating in her research, which seems like a small loss compared to discovering that I'd spent weeks documenting and analyzing systematic violation of privacy affecting real people in my own community. But the unpaid research debt feels symbolic of the broader deception involved in presenting recruitment for surveillance activities as academic work worthy of compensation and intellectual respect. The communities Emma introduced me to continue developing more sophisticated methods for monitoring and harassing their chosen targets, while recruitment techniques continue improving based on analysis of how ordinary people can be persuaded to participate in activities they would normally find morally unacceptable. I remember it perfectly, the way my hands shook when I first saw the invitation. Not from fear, mind you, but from pure excitement. Finally, after months of searching through dead links and forum posts that led nowhere, I'd found something real. Something that might actually prove that the stories were true. At 17, I was obsessed with urban legends. Not the obvious ones that everyone knew. Bloody Mary, the vanishing hitchhiker, that sort of nonsense. I was interested in the modern myths, the digital folklore that had grown up around the internet's darker corners. Stories about hidden websites where you could watch live murders, chat rooms where people planned real crimes, streaming services that broadcast things no civilized society should ever see. My mates thought I was mental, spending my evenings trawling through obscure forums and following breadcrumb trails that usually led to nothing but rickrolls and dead ends. But I knew there had to be something out there. The internet was too vast, too unregulated for these stories to be completely made up. Somewhere in the depths of the dark web, real horrors were happening, and I was determined to find them. The breakthrough came during the summer holidays before my final year at sixth form. My parents had gone to Spain for a fortnight, leaving me alone in our house in Kettering with strict instructions to revise for my A-levels and not throw any parties. Instead, I spent every waking hour diving deeper into corners of the internet I'd never explored before. I'd been using privacy tools for months by then, learned about them from a forum dedicated to internet mysteries. The dark web wasn't as scary as people made it out to be. Mostly just forums and marketplaces that looked like they'd been designed in the 90s. But there were layers beneath the obvious stuff. Communities that required invitations and references to access. The invitation arrived through a private message on an obscure forum about digital anthropology. The sender's username was just a string of random characters, and their profile showed they'd only joined the day before. The message was short, almost casual. They'd noticed my posts about online myths and wondered if I'd be interested in observing something authentic. A research project, they called it, studying human behavior in controlled environments. They included a link to a private chat room and a time. That night at 11:30. No explanation of what I'd be observing or why they'd chosen me specifically. Just an invitation to witness something most people would never see. I should have been suspicious. I should have realized that legitimate researchers don't recruit random teenagers from internet forums. But at 17, the possibility of finally seeing something real, something that would prove all those urban legends had a basis in fact, was too tempting to ignore. The chat room was simple, just a basic interface with a list of active users and a message window. When I connected at the appointed time, there were already 8 people online. They welcomed me warmly, asking where I was from and how I'd heard about the research project. Everyone seemed friendly, genuinely interested in my background and what had brought me to the dark web in the first place. The conversation was surprisingly normal. People discussed university courses, summer jobs, films they'd watched recently. Someone mentioned they were studying psychology at Manchester. Another person talked about their gap year travels. They could have been any group of young people chatting online, except for the undercurrent of anticipation that ran through every exchange. Around midnight, a new user joined, the same random character string who'd invited me. They thanked everyone for participating and explained that tonight's session would be particularly interesting. They'd arranged for us to observe a live demonstration of psychological pressure techniques, something that would help us understand how people responded to stress in controlled situations. A new window opened in my browser, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, facing multiple cameras. The lighting was harsh, clinical, like something from a hospital or laboratory. It looked exactly like the red rooms described in all those urban legends, except there was nothing obviously sinister about it, just an empty room with professional-looking equipment. The chat exploded with excitement. Everyone seemed genuinely thrilled to be witnessing what they called a breakthrough in behavioral research. They discussed the camera angles, the lighting setup, the professional quality of the production. It felt academic, scientific, like we were part of something important rather than something wrong. Then someone entered the room. It was a young man, probably not much older than me, wearing casual clothes and looking confused about where he was. He examined the chair, the cameras, the concrete walls with growing bewilderment. The researcher who'd invited us explained through the chat that this was a volunteer who'd agreed to participate in the study, though the specific nature of the experiment had been kept confidential to ensure authentic responses. The other viewers began making observations about the subject's behavior, noting his body language and facial expressions with the detached interest of psychology students. They discussed his apparent anxiety levels, speculated about his background, made predictions about how he would respond to different stimuli. I found myself caught up in their enthusiasm. This was exactly what I'd been searching for. Proof that the internet's hidden corners contained genuine research, real experiments that pushed the boundaries of what was considered ethical. The academic tone of the discussion made everything feel legitimate, important, like we were witnessing something that would advance human understanding. The volunteer was asked to sit in the chair. Through the chat, the researcher explained that they would be testing various psychological pressure techniques, measuring how quickly social isolation and peer pressure could influence decision-making. The cameras would record everything for later analysis by university research teams. What followed was subtle at first. The volunteer was asked simple questions through speakers we couldn't see, his answers recorded by the cameras from multiple angles. The chat observers discussed his responses, noting signs of stress or discomfort, predicting how long it would take for the isolation to affect his mental state. But gradually, the atmosphere in the chat began to shift. The academic discussion became more personal, more focused on the individual rather than the research. People started making comments about the volunteer's appearance, his nervousness, the way he kept looking at the cameras as if seeking help that wasn't coming. Someone suggested that the experiment would be more effective with multiple subjects. The researcher agreed, explaining that they'd been hoping to expand the study, but had struggled to find suitable volunteers. The work was too important to abandon, they said, and the insights they were gaining were invaluable. That's when they asked if any of us would be interested in participating directly. The request was casual, almost offhand. They'd learned so much from observing our reactions in the chat, the researcher explained, that having one of us experience the experiment firsthand would provide crucial comparative data. It would only take a few hours, and participants would be contributing to groundbreaking research into human psychology. The other chat users immediately began encouraging me to volunteer. They said I'd shown the most insight during the observation, that my comments had demonstrated a real understanding of the psychological principles at work. The researcher agreed, noting that my posts on the forum had shown exceptional maturity for someone my age. I felt flattered, chosen. These people, who seemed so knowledgeable and sophisticated, were telling me I had something special to offer. The volunteer in the room was clearly finding the experience difficult, but that was the point. Real research required genuine responses, and I would be helping advance scientific understanding in ways most people never could. The arrangements were surprisingly simple. They would send a car to collect me the following evening. The session would take place at a research facility in Birmingham, not far from where I lived. I would be driven home afterwards, and my participation would remain completely confidential. They even mentioned a small payment for my time, though they stressed that the real reward would be the knowledge that I'd contributed to important academic work. I agreed without really thinking it through. The combination of flattery, peer pressure, and genuine curiosity overrode any sensible concerns I might have had. These people seemed legitimate, professional, interested in real research rather than anything sinister. And after months of searching for authentic mysteries, the chance to be part of something genuine was impossible to resist. The car arrived exactly when they'd said it would. A black saloon with tinted windows, driven by a middle-aged man who seemed pleasant enough. He didn't talk much during the journey, just confirmed my name and explained that we'd be arriving at the facility within the hour. But as we drove through Birmingham's outskirts, I began to notice things that didn't feel right. The route we were taking didn't lead to any university campus or research facility I was familiar with. Instead, we seemed to be heading towards an industrial area, full of warehouses and abandoned factories. When I asked about our destination, the driver just smiled and said we'd be there soon. The research facility was deliberately located away from populated areas, he explained, to ensure complete privacy for sensitive experiments. Academic ethics required absolute confidentiality, especially when dealing with cutting-edge psychological research. We pulled up outside a nondescript warehouse with no signs or identifying features. Just a building that could have contained anything, surrounded by empty car parks and darkened windows. The driver led me to a side entrance and used a key card to let us in. Inside, the warehouse had been converted into something that looked more like a television studio than a research facility. Professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras, and in the center of the space, a small concrete room with a single chair facing the cameras. The same room I'd been watching through my computer screen the night before. That's when I realized that the friendly chat room observers, the academic researcher, the volunteer I'd watched with such detached interest, none of it had been real. Or rather, it had been real, but not in the way I'd understood. I hadn't been observing a research project. I'd been watching an audition. The other people were already there, waiting. The same usernames from the chat room, but now revealed as ordinary-looking adults with cameras and recording equipment. They greeted me with the same friendly enthusiasm they'd shown online. explaining that everything was set up for tonight's session. I was the volunteer now, the one who would sit in the chair while others watched and discussed my responses with academic detachment. Except there was nothing academic about it, and the people observing weren't psychology students or researchers. They were just people who enjoyed watching others in distress. The transition happened so gradually that I didn't immediately recognize it as coercion. They asked if I wanted to see the setup, if I was curious about how the equipment worked, whether I'd like to experience the same experiment I'd found so fascinating the night before. Their tone remained friendly, encouraging, as if this was all part of the natural progression from observer to participant. But when I said I'd changed my mind, that I wanted to go home, their demeanor shifted. Not dramatically. They didn't become threatening or aggressive. Instead, they became disappointed, as if I was letting down the team after they'd invested so much time and effort in bringing me there. They reminded me of how enthusiastic I'd been the night before, how much insight I'd shown into the psychological principles at work. They'd specifically chosen me, they said, because I'd demonstrated such maturity and understanding. Backing out now would ruin months of preparation and waste the opportunity to contribute to something genuinely important. The peer pressure was subtle but relentless. They made me feel selfish for wanting to leave, ungrateful for the opportunity I'd been given, immature for not following through on my commitment. And always, underlying everything, was the implication that I didn't really have a choice anymore. I'd come there voluntarily, they pointed out. I'd agreed to participate in the research. I'd been driven to a location I couldn't identify, with people whose real names I didn't know. Who would believe that I'd been coerced if I tried to report what was happening? The chair sat in the center of the room, surrounded by cameras and lights, waiting for me to take my place. They assured me it would only take a few hours, that thousands of people online were waiting to observe the session, that my participation would provide valuable insights into human psychology. But I knew now that the people watching wouldn't be interested in academic research. They would be paying customers, anonymous viewers, who enjoyed watching real fear and genuine distress. The urban legends I'd spent months trying to prove were real, and I was about to become part of one. That was 3 months ago. I never sat in the chair, managed to get away when the driver stepped outside for a cigarette break and left the warehouse door unlocked. I ran through unfamiliar streets until I found a main road and flagged down a taxi. Made it home before my parents returned from their holiday. I've never reported what happened. Who would believe that I'd stumbled into a real Red Room operation while searching for urban legends? The police would think I was making it up, or worse, that I'd been involved in something I shouldn't have been. But sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to sleep, I wonder about that chair, whether it's still there, in that converted warehouse in Birmingham's industrial district, whether other teenagers, drawn by the same curiosity that nearly destroyed me, are discovering friendly chat rooms and academic research projects that promise to show them something real. And I wonder whether any of them are smart enough to run when they realize what they've actually found. The invitation messages still arrive occasionally, from different usernames on different forums. Always the same casual tone, the same promise of authentic observation opportunities. I delete them immediately now, but I can't delete the knowledge that somewhere out there the chair is waiting. If someone told you they'd found the perfect job that paid 3 times your current salary for half the hours, you'd probably assume there was something seriously wrong with it. But desperation has a way of making obvious red flags look like minor inconveniences you can work around. I was 29 and completely broke in Sheffield, trying to make freelance copywriting work while my savings dwindled, and my landlord started leaving increasingly pointed messages about late rent payments. The gig economy had turned out to be considerably less flexible and lucrative than advertised, leaving me scrambling for any work that might pay actual money instead of exposure and experience. That's when I saw the job listing that seemed too good to be true. Content writer for a digital marketing company, remote work, $30,000 a year for 20 hours a week. The only requirements were strong writing skills and what they called comfort with unconventional subject matter. The company was called Meridian Content Solutions, which sounded professional enough, and their website showcased previous work for various corporate clients. Nothing spectacular, but legitimate-looking marketing copy for businesses I'd never heard of, but which seemed real enough. I applied immediately, sending samples of my best copywriting along with a cover letter that probably sounded more desperate than professional. Within hours, I received a response asking if I was available for a phone interview the following morning. The interview went better than expected. The hiring manager was professional but friendly, asking standard questions about my experience and writing process. She seemed impressed by my portfolio and explained that they needed writers who could adapt to different client requirements without getting overwhelmed by unusual content requests. Some clients wanted marketing copy for products or services that existed in legal grey areas, she explained, requiring writers who could focus on technical accuracy and persuasive language without worrying too much about the ethical implications of what they were promoting. The work would involve creating content for various digital platforms, including some that weren't accessible through mainstream internet channels. Clients in these specialized markets were willing to pay premium rates for quality writing, which explained the generous salary for part-time work. She offered me the position on the spot, sending contracts and payment information that looked legitimate and professional. The salary would be paid monthly into my bank account, with no complex freelancer tax arrangements or delayed payment terms. I accepted immediately, reasoning that even if the work turned out to be questionable, the income would solve my immediate financial problems and give me breathing room to find something more conventional. My first assignment was writing product descriptions for what appeared to be a high-end security consultation service. The copy needed to emphasize discretion, expertise, and results, while avoiding specific details about methodology or client outcomes. The writing challenge was interesting, creating marketing materials that sounded impressive and professional, while remaining deliberately vague about actual services provided. It required the sort of creative ambiguity that demonstrated genuine copywriting skill. The client feedback was positive, and I quickly received additional assignments for similar security and privacy-focused businesses. The work was challenging but engaging, requiring me to research unfamiliar industries while maintaining the professional tone that luxury service providers expected. After about a month of steady work, I was assigned to create content for clients who operated through what my manager called alternative digital platforms. The copy would be published on websites that required special access methods, targeting audiences who weren't reached through conventional marketing channels. The technical requirements were more complex than anything I'd worked with before, involving software that connected to parts of the internet I'd never encountered. But the pay rate was even higher, and the writing challenges were genuinely stimulating. The first alternative platform assignment was creating promotional materials for a private investigation service that specialized in what they called deep background research. The copy needed to appeal to clients who required information that wasn't available through conventional investigative methods. The writing required balancing professionalism with hints about capabilities that couldn't be advertised openly, creating marketing materials that communicated expertise without making specific claims about illegal or unethical research methods. As I worked on more assignments for alternative platform clients, I started understanding that these businesses operated in areas where traditional advertising wasn't possible or effective. They needed marketing copy that could communicate their value to sophisticated audiences while maintaining plausible deniability about activities that might not be entirely legal. The writing challenges were intellectually engaging, requiring research into complex subjects and careful language choices that could imply capabilities without stating them directly. It was the sort of copywriting that demanded genuine skill and creativity. But I also started noticing that some assignments involved creating content for services that seemed to go beyond legal grey areas into activities that were clearly harmful to other people. One project required marketing materials for what was described as a social influence consulting service that helped clients manipulate online discussions and reputation management through coordinated harassment and misinformation campaigns. Another assignment involved promotional copy for a service that provided competitive intelligence through systematic surveillance and invasion of privacy targeting business rivals or personal enemies. The clients weren't just operating in legal grey areas, but were actively engaged in systematic harm to other individuals, using professional marketing copy to make their harmful services seem legitimate and appealing to potential customers. When I expressed concern about creating marketing materials for services that seemed designed to cause harm, my manager explained that all clients had been vetted for legitimacy and legal compliance. My role was to provide professional writing services, not to evaluate the ethics of client business models. She reminded me that copywriters regularly created marketing materials for industries they might personally find objectionable: tobacco, alcohol, gambling, even political campaigns. Professional writers focused on technical quality rather than moral judgment about client activities. The rationalization made sense from a business perspective, and the income was solving problems that had been causing genuine stress about housing and financial stability. I continued working on assignments while trying to focus on writing quality, rather than thinking too carefully about how my copy was being used. But as I created more marketing materials for alternative platform clients, I started recognizing that some services were targeting activities in Yorkshire, including Sheffield, and surrounding areas where I lived and worked. The competitive intelligence services I was writing for weren't abstractly harmful businesses operating in distant locations, but were actively targeting people in my own community for surveillance and harassment. Some marketing copy I'd written was being used to promote services that were probably causing genuine harm to neighbors and strangers who lived in the same city, where I was earning money by helping their tormentors market professional harassment services. I realized that my copywriting skills weren't just being used to promote questionable services, but were actively contributing to systematic harm affecting real people in my immediate geographic area. The marketing materials I created were helping harmful services seem professional and legitimate, making it easier for them to recruit clients who wanted to cause problems for specific individuals in Sheffield and surrounding areas. My writing was providing the professional credibility that made systematic harassment look like legitimate business services rather than criminal activity, helping harmful actors present their activities as technical consulting rather than organized cruelty. I tried to research Meridian Content Solutions more thoroughly, looking for verification that the company was legitimate and that my concerns about client activities were unfounded. What I discovered was disturbing. Meridian Content Solutions appeared to be a front company that existed primarily to recruit writers for creating marketing materials that made illegal or unethical services appear professional and legitimate. The company's business model was providing marketing support to harmful services that operated through hidden internet platforms, helping them recruit clients by presenting criminal activities as technical consulting or professional services. My writing skills weren't being used for legitimate digital marketing, but were essential infrastructure for helping harmful actors market their services to potential clients who might be deterred if they understood they were hiring criminals rather than professional consultants. The generous salary and flexible work arrangements had been designed to recruit writers who had financial pressures that would make them willing to overlook ethical concerns about client activities in exchange for steady income. I'd been targeted specifically because my freelancer financial struggles made me vulnerable to recruitment for activities that I might normally find morally unacceptable, but which could be rationalized through professional distance and economic necessity. The job listing hadn't been posted widely, but had been carefully placed where struggling freelance writers would find it, targeting people whose financial situations made them more likely to accept work without asking too many questions about client business models. When I tried to quit and report what I discovered about Meridian Content Solutions, I found that my employment contract included clauses about confidentiality and non-disclosure that made exposing their activities potentially expensive and legally complicated. The professional-looking contract I'd signed without reading carefully had included terms that protected the company from employee reporting of client activities, making it risky for me to expose harmful services I'd helped market. More concerning was discovering that some of the marketing materials I'd written had been successful enough that the harmful services were expanding their operations, using my professional copy to recruit additional clients for systematic harassment targeting Sheffield area residents. My writing had been effective enough at making harmful services seem legitimate that they were able to grow their operations and cause more extensive harm to more people in my own community. The marketing copy I'd created was continuing to generate business for services that specialized in causing psychological and professional harm to specific individuals, with my professional writing skills being used to expand the reach and effectiveness of organized harassment campaigns. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement with Meridian Content Solutions, and the marketing materials I'd created continued being used to promote harmful services that were expanding their operations throughout Yorkshire. Some of the harassment services I'd helped market were probably still causing problems for people I encountered during daily activities in Sheffield, using professional marketing copy I'd written to present systematic cruelty as legitimate technical consulting. I eventually found other copywriting work through more conventional channels, but the income was considerably lower and less stable than what Meridian had provided, making it difficult to maintain the financial stability I'd achieved through writing marketing materials for harmful services. The alternative platform clients continue operating. The systematic harassment services continue expanding their operations, and people continue experiencing professionally marketed harm that's disguised as legitimate business consulting through marketing copy, written by freelancers who need the income more than they need clear consciences. I still work as a freelance copywriter, still live in Sheffield, still wonder whether some of the financial and personal problems experienced by people around me might be caused by services I helped to market to clients who were looking for professional ways to cause harm to specific individuals. But I'm also aware that financial desperation can be systematically exploited by people who understand that struggling freelancers will write marketing copy for almost anything if the money is good enough, and the moral implications are presented as someone else's responsibility. The perfect job that paid 3 times my previous salary turned out to be writing professional marketing materials for systematic harassment services, with my copywriting skills being used to help criminal activities seem like legitimate business consulting to clients who wanted to cause harm, but preferred to think of themselves as hiring technical experts rather than criminal services. The marketing copy I wrote continues helping harmful services recruit clients and expand their operations, while the financial stability I achieved through that work makes it difficult to report activities that I help facilitate through professional writing that made organized cruelty look like respectable business services. You know, when someone asks you for a favor and you say yes without really thinking about what you're agreeing to. That's exactly how I ended up helping my flatmate with what she claimed was university research, but turned out to be something that still makes me check my locks twice before bed. This happened about 18 months ago when I was living in Leeds with Sarah, who was doing some kind of postgraduate psychology course that seemed to involve a lot of late nights on her laptop and very little actual attendance at the university. I was working at a coffee shop and trying to figure out what to do with my life after dropping out of my English degree the year before. Sarah was always a bit secretive about her studies, but I assumed that was normal for postgrad work. She'd disappear for days sometimes, come back with expensive equipment I'd never seen before, and spend hours writing reports that she never talked about despite us being close enough that we usually shared everything. The favor she asked me was simple enough. She needed someone to help with data collection for her dissertation about online behavior patterns. Nothing complicated, just following some links she'd provide and documenting my reactions to different types of content. She'd pay me £50 for a few hours of work, which was decent money for someone living on coffee shop wages. I should have asked more questions about what kind of content I'd be looking at, but Sarah assured me it was nothing illegal or obviously disturbing, just research into how people respond to information that exists outside mainstream internet platforms, the sort of academic study that universities were always conducting about digital media and social psychology. She set me up with some software on her laptop that took ages to connect to anything, explaining that her research required accessing communities that weren't indexed by normal search engines. Academic research often needed to study spaces that weren't easily accessible to casual users, she said, to understand how information really moved through digital networks. The first few sites she directed me to were disappointing, if anything. Discussion groups about privacy rights, political communities that seemed focused on topics too controversial for mainstream social media, academic-looking resources about subjects I'd never heard of. Exactly the sort of dry, intellectual content you'd expect from university research. But as Sarah guided me through different areas of this hidden internet, the content started becoming more interesting in ways that made me uncomfortable. Not obviously illegal material, but discussions about activities that seemed to operate outside normal social boundaries, communities where people shared information about accessing restricted spaces, monitoring other people's activities, and conducting research that traditional academic institutions wouldn't approve. Some groups were focused on what they called social observation, systematic documentation of how people behaved when they thought they weren't being watched. Others discussed methods for accessing private information about individuals and using that knowledge for various research purposes. Sarah explained that understanding these communities was essential for her dissertation about the psychology of privacy in digital environments. She needed to document how people justified activities that most others would consider ethically questionable, analyzing the psychological mechanisms that allowed individuals to rationalize behavior that violated social norms. The academic context made sense, and I found myself genuinely interested in the psychological questions her research was exploring. How did people convince themselves that invasion of privacy was justified? What social conditions allowed communities to develop around activities that isolated individuals would recognize as inappropriate? Over several sessions, Sarah had me explore increasingly extreme communities, always with the same academic framework about understanding psychological rationalization and social boundary violation. But I started noticing that some of the communities weren't just discussing theoretical approaches to social observation and privacy violation. They were actively sharing specific information about real people, planning activities that seemed designed to cause genuine harm rather than gather academic insights. Some participants posted detailed personal information about individuals they'd been monitoring, including photographs taken without consent, records of daily routines, and even access to private communications that had been intercepted through various technical methods. The discussions weren't academic analysis of privacy violation, but active coordination of harassment campaigns against specific targets who had been selected for reasons that weren't always clear, but seemed to involve personal grudges or systematic targeting of vulnerable individuals. When I mentioned my concerns to Sarah, she explained that documenting active harmful behavior was unfortunately necessary for understanding how these communities functioned. Her research couldn't rely only on theoretical discussions, but needed to observe actual implementation of privacy violation techniques to provide meaningful academic insights. She assured me that observing this content was contributing to research that would eventually help develop better protections for potential victims, making temporary discomfort about witnessing harmful behavior justified by the long-term benefits of understanding how digital harassment actually operated. But I also started realizing that Sarah's research methods seemed to go beyond passive observation into something that looked more like active participation in the communities we were studying. She had established relationships with regular participants, contributed information that enhanced discussions about monitoring and harassment techniques, and seemed to have access to restricted areas of these communities that suggested long-term involvement rather than recent academic research. Some of the personal information being shared about harassment targets was local to Leeds, including details about people's daily routines in areas I recognized from around the city. This wasn't abstract research into distant communities, but active documentation of potential victims who lived in our immediate area. I realized that Sarah's dissertation research might be providing cover for activities that went considerably beyond academic study into active participation in harassment campaigns against real people in our own community. When I tried to research Sarah's university course and dissertation supervisor, I discovered that the postgraduate psychology program she claimed to be enrolled in didn't exist at Leeds University, and the research she described wasn't being conducted through any legitimate academic institution. Either she was involved in research through a different institution than she'd claimed, or her activities weren't actually academic research, but something else entirely, that required the sort of systematic privacy violation and harassment coordination I'd been helping her document. I started paying closer attention to Sarah's equipment and research materials, trying to understand what kind of work she was actually conducting, and whether it was connected to legitimate academic research or something more problematic. The technical setup in her room was considerably more sophisticated than typical university research would require, with equipment that seemed designed for systematic monitoring and data collection, rather than occasional academic projects. She had multiple communication devices, data storage systems that were running continuously, and networking equipment that suggested permanent installation rather than temporary research setup. Most disturbing was discovering that some of the harassment targets we'd been observing through the hidden communities were people I'd seen around Leeds, including individuals whose daily routines Sarah seemed to know with accuracy that could only come from systematic personal surveillance. I realized that the research I'd been helping with wasn't academic study of online harassment communities, but active participation in harassment activities targeting real people in our local area. Sarah wasn't a postgraduate researcher studying digital privacy violation, but someone who was using academic research as cover for participating in systematic harassment and surveillance of specific individuals she'd selected for reasons I didn't understand. My assistance with her supposed dissertation had made me complicit in activities that were causing genuine harm to people who had no idea they were being monitored and targeted by someone living in their own community. I tried to confront Sarah about what I'd discovered, but she disappeared from the flat along with all her equipment, leaving behind only the basic furniture that had been there when she'd moved in months earlier. The landlord told me she'd paid rent through the end of the lease, but hadn't provided forwarding information, suggesting she'd planned to leave suddenly once her activities in Leeds were completed. I never found out what happened to the harassment targets we'd been observing, or whether Sarah's sudden departure meant their surveillance had ended, or simply been transferred to different methods that didn't require maintaining a local residence. The hidden communities continue to operate. The systematic harassment of vulnerable individuals continues to expand, and people continue to be monitored and targeted by individuals who present their activities as legitimate research while conducting systematic violation of privacy and personal safety. I still work at the coffee shop, still live in Leeds, still wonder whether some of my customers might be involved in activities similar to what Sarah was conducting, using legitimate-sounding explanations to justify systematic harm to people who have no idea they're being watched and targeted. But I'm also aware that offers to help with academic research can be covers for activities that have nothing to do with legitimate study, and that people who need money and want to help with what sounds like important work can easily become complicit in systematic harassment disguised as scholarly investigation. The favor I did for my flatmate continues to make me uncomfortable every time I see someone who might have been one of the surveillance targets we documented, wondering whether my assistance contributed to ongoing harm that I helped facilitate without understanding what I was really agreeing to do. The message that changed everything arrived disguised as a routine Instagram collaboration request, but whoever wrote it knew details about my content that I'd never shared publicly. I was 25 and working as a content creator, making a living through sponsored posts and affiliate marketing, while desperately trying to build enough of an audience to turn social media into actual career stability rather than month-to-month survival. My Instagram focused on urban exploration and hidden places around the south coast, abandoned buildings, forgotten tunnels, derelict sites that most people walked past without noticing. The sort of atmospheric photography that attracted followers interested in urban decay and architectural history. The message came from an account with minimal following, but a professional tone, asking if I'd be interested in participating in what they called an interactive location discovery project that would pay considerably more than my usual brand partnerships. What made me pay attention wasn't the money, though that was appealing, but the specific locations they mentioned in their pitch. Places I'd photographed recently but hadn't posted yet, including a Victorian railway tunnel that I'd spent weeks researching and only visited the previous day. They knew about locations I'd explored but hadn't documented publicly, suggesting either sophisticated research into my activities or access to information that should have been private. The project they described was intriguing but vague, something involving collaborative exploration of hidden urban spaces, using social media to document discoveries while participating in what they called a real-world puzzle game that combined urban exploration with mystery solving. They were looking for content creators with genuine knowledge of forgotten places and the skills to access locations that weren't obvious to casual urban explorers. The payment structure was unusual but attractive. A substantial upfront fee for initial participation, with additional payments based on the quality and uniqueness of locations I could document through their project platform. They provided a link to their private website where participants could access project details and begin what they described as an initiation challenge that would determine whether I was suitable for their community. The website looked professional despite being clearly private rather than publicly advertised. Clean design, sophisticated functionality, but with content that required membership approval rather than open access. The initiation challenge was straightforward but engaging. A series of location-based puzzles that required combining historical research with practical urban exploration skills. Each puzzle provided cryptic clues about hidden places around Brighton and surrounding areas, challenging participants to identify and photograph specific locations within time limits that tested both researchability and physical exploration skills. The puzzles were genuinely challenging, requiring knowledge of local history, architectural details, and urban geography that went far beyond casual tourism or standard exploration guides. Solving them felt rewarding in ways that normal social media content creation never achieved. Intellectual engagement combined with physical exploration, all within a community that valued genuine discovery over performative documentation. I completed the initiation challenges successfully and was granted full access to what they called the Exploration Network, a private community of content creators and urban explorers who collaborated on location discovery projects. The network's main feature was an interactive map showing hidden locations throughout the UK, contributed by members who shared their discoveries in exchange for access to information about places documented by other participants. The quality of locations was impressive, spaces that I'd never seen documented anywhere else, including places that seemed impossible for casual explorers to access without specialized knowledge or equipment. Some locations came with detailed access instructions, historical background, and even safety warnings that suggested the contributors had extensive experience with challenging urban exploration. I started contributing my own discoveries to the network, sharing information about places I'd found through years of independent exploration around the South Coast. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context about my locations, shared related discoveries, and offered collaboration opportunities that could enhance both our individual content creation and collective exploration knowledge. But as I spent more time in the network, I started noticing aspects of the community that made me uncomfortable. Some members discussed accessing locations that were clearly private property, using methods that went beyond traditional urban exploration into what seemed like breaking and entering. They shared techniques for bypassing security systems, manipulating locks, and avoiding detection by property owners or security personnel. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if illegal access to private spaces was routine problem-solving rather than criminal activity. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, other members assured me that abandoned properties weren't truly private in any meaningful sense, and that documentation of forgotten places, served important historical and cultural purposes that justified flexible interpretation of property rights. They explained that their network focused on spaces that had been abandoned by their owners and were slowly deteriorating without any beneficial use, making their exploration activities more like historic preservation than trespassing. The access methods they shared were presented as necessary skills for anyone serious about documenting genuinely hidden places rather than just visiting locations that were already known to casual urban explorers. Over the next few weeks, I found myself using techniques I'd learned from the network to access locations that had previously been beyond my exploration capabilities. The results were impressive. Unique content that significantly improved my Instagram engagement and led to collaboration opportunities with brands that were specifically interested in working with creators who could provide genuinely exclusive location access. My content quality improved dramatically as I documented spaces that other creators couldn't access, giving my social media presence the sort of authentic uniqueness that was essential for building sustainable creator careers. But I also started noticing that some network members were discussing activities that went beyond exploration into what seemed like deliberate violation of private spaces. Rather than simply documenting abandoned locations, some participants were accessing occupied buildings, private residences, and even commercial properties that were clearly not meant for outside exploration. They shared information about people's daily routines, security weaknesses in residential areas, and methods for accessing private spaces without detection by inhabitants. The discussions had shifted from historic preservation to what appeared to be systematic invasion of privacy, justified through claims about documenting authentic urban life rather than just empty buildings. Some members posted content that appeared to have been captured inside people's homes, offices, and other private spaces that were definitely not abandoned or forgotten. The production quality suggested sophisticated equipment and planning rather than opportunistic photography, indicating systematic approach to accessing and documenting private spaces. When I questioned the ethics of this type of content, other network members explained that they were conducting important social research into how people actually lived in urban environments, as opposed to the curated presentations that people shared through their own social media. They argued that authentic documentation of private life was valuable for understanding genuine human behavior patterns, social dynamics, and cultural practices that weren't visible through public observation or voluntary self-documentation. The privacy violations were presented as necessary methodology for serious urban anthropology, providing insights that couldn't be obtained through conventional research or documentation approaches. Their justifications sounded sophisticated, but I was uncomfortable with participating in what seemed like systematic surveillance disguised as academic exploration. I tried to focus on legitimate abandoned locations while avoiding discussion threads that involved private property access, but the network's recommendation algorithms seemed designed to gradually expose members to more extreme content based on their participation patterns. Even when I restricted my activities to clearly abandoned buildings, the platform would suggest related content that included increasingly invasive documentation of occupied spaces. The progression seemed deliberate, designed to normalize privacy violations by gradually introducing them alongside legitimate exploration content that members had initially accessed for innocent purposes. I realized that my participation in the network had made me part of a community that was systematically violating people's privacy while presenting these activities as legitimate exploration and documentation. But I also understood that my Instagram growth had become dependent on the unique locations I'd accessed through network resources, and abandoning that community would mean returning to generic content that wouldn't sustain my creator career. The network had provided exactly the sort of exclusive access that differentiated successful creators from those who struggled to build sustainable audiences. About 3 months after joining the network, I received a private message that changed my understanding of what I'd been participating in. Rather than another collaboration opportunity, it was a detailed analysis of my content creation patterns, location research methods, and social media audience demographics. The analysis was thorough and professional, compiled with the sort of marketing research sophistication that major brands used for campaign planning. But instead of offering sponsorship opportunities, the message explained that my participation in the network had been valuable for purposes that went beyond community exploration projects. My content had provided them with comprehensive intelligence about accessible locations throughout the South Coast. My audience research had helped them understand how to present privacy violations as legitimate exploration, and my documentation methods had enhanced their operational planning for activities that were considerably more systematic than urban exploration. They thanked me for my contribution to their location intelligence gathering and mentioned that they'd been particularly impressed by my ability to access challenging locations while maintaining the sort of social media presence that provided excellent cover for activities that required public credibility. The network wasn't a community of urban explorers, but a recruitment and intelligence system designed to identify people with location access skills while gathering information about spaces that could be used for activities that weren't related to exploration or documentation. My months of sharing location information had provided them with exactly the sort of intelligence they needed for expanding their privacy violation activities into new areas. They didn't need me to directly participate in illegal activities because my legitimate exploration work had already given them comprehensive information about accessible hidden spaces throughout my region. My Instagram success had been built on discoveries that were now being used to facilitate systematic privacy violations that I'd found morally disturbing, but had rationalized as necessary for maintaining my creator career. The network continues to operate, recruiting new creators and gathering location intelligence while presenting privacy violations as legitimate exploration activities. Members continue to share information about accessing private spaces, documenting people without consent, and treating human privacy as content to be consumed by audiences who value authentic access over ethical consideration. I still create urban exploration content for Instagram, still photograph abandoned buildings and forgotten spaces, still wonder how many of my followers are using my location research for purposes that go beyond casual photography. But I'm also aware that my documentation of hidden spaces has been used to facilitate privacy violations. My content creation skills have been analyzed for operational planning purposes, and my social media presence has provided cover for activities that treat other people's private lives as entertainment for audiences who pay for access to authentic human vulnerability. It's funny how sometimes a single scene in a terrible film can completely destroy your life. I was 16, sprawled across Chloe's bedroom floor during one of our regular Friday night sleepovers, half watching some forgettable thriller she'd found on Netflix. We were painting our nails and complaining about college drama when this one scene came on. The protagonist accidentally accessing a live stream where someone was being tortured. Real torture, not movie violence. The camera lingered on the victim's face for what felt like ages, whilst anonymous viewers typed commands in a chat box beside the video. Chloe made some joke about how unrealistic it was, but I couldn't stop thinking about that terrified expression. about whether places like that actually existed. The next Monday at college, I found myself asking our media studies teacher about it during lunch break. Mr. Henderson was one of those lecturers who actually seemed to know about real-world technology, not just textbook theory. When I mentioned the film and asked whether such things actually existed, his expression changed completely. He told me to forget about it, that curiosity about certain corners of the internet could lead to serious trouble. That response only made me more interested. I'd always been the type to pick at loose threads until the whole thing unraveled. When I was younger, it was taking apart radios and mobile phones to see how they worked. As I got older, it became researching topics that other people seemed reluctant to discuss. The dark web fell into that category perfectly, something adults whispered about but never properly explained. My research started innocently enough. I spent hours reading articles about online privacy, digital anonymity, and the history of encrypted networks. Most sources treated the subject academically, discussing the legitimate uses for secure browsing and the importance of protecting digital freedom. But buried within these discussions were casual references to more sinister applications. The technical setup was surprisingly straightforward. Within a week of starting my research, I'd managed to access the hidden networks that everyone talked about, but few seemed to have actually visited. My parents worked long hours. Mum as a nurse at Queen's Medical Centre, Dad managing a small engineering firm, so I had plenty of unsupervised time at home to explore. Initially, the dark web was disappointing. Most sites looked amateurish, with basic layouts and minimal content. I found forums discussing digital privacy, marketplaces selling questionable goods, and endless political discussions. Nothing particularly shocking or dangerous, just people who preferred anonymity for their online activities. But I kept digging deeper. The first hint of something more serious came through a forum dedicated to extreme content. Users discussed videos and streams that weren't available through conventional platforms, sharing links and recommendations for increasingly disturbing material. The conversations were coded, using euphemisms and references that took me weeks to decode. Red rooms were mentioned occasionally, always in hushed, reverent tones. According to the discussions I found, these were live streams where viewers could watch, and sometimes direct, real violence against unwilling participants. Most users claimed they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to frighten newcomers. But a few insisted they were real, sharing cryptic instructions for accessing genuine broadcasts. The more I read, the more convinced I became that something authentic existed beneath all the speculation and mythology. Users would reference specific streams, discussing technical details and sharing reactions that seemed too genuine to be fabricated. There was a consistency to their accounts that suggested shared experiences rather than collaborative fiction. After nearly a month of research, I finally gained access to a private forum that claimed to host legitimate Red Room broadcasts. The verification process was extensive, requiring proof of serious interest and understanding of digital security protocols. I had to demonstrate my knowledge of encryption, provide references from other underground communities, and pass several tests designed to weed out casual browsers and potential law enforcement. The forum itself was unlike anything I'd encountered in my weeks of exploration. Professional-looking, well-organized, with strict rules about behavior and content sharing. Users were required to maintain consistent personas, contribute meaningfully to discussions, and demonstrate ongoing commitment to the community. This wasn't a place for tourists or thrill seekers. Live broadcasts were announced days in advance, with detailed information about technical requirements and viewing protocols. The descriptions were deliberately vague, referring to interactive experiences and immersive content without explicitly stating what viewers would witness. But the anticipation in the forums was obvious. Users discussing upcoming streams with an excitement that made my stomach turn. I told myself I was conducting research, satisfying academic curiosity about a phenomenon I'd only read about. Part of me still believed these broadcasts would turn out to be elaborate hoaxes, carefully staged performances designed to convince gullible viewers. But another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was genuinely excited about the possibility of witnessing something real and forbidden. The first stream I attended was scheduled for a Wednesday evening. I waited until my parents had gone to bed, then settled in my bedroom with my laptop and a pair of headphones. The technical setup was more complex than regular streaming, requiring specific software and connection protocols. By the time everything was configured properly, I was sweating despite the cool October weather. The broadcast began precisely at midnight. Unlike the grainy, amateurish content I'd expected, the image quality was exceptional. Multiple camera angles showed what appeared to be a basement or cellar, professionally lit and equipped with various items I couldn't immediately identify. The production values rivaled anything on mainstream television. A figure wearing dark clothing and a simple mask entered the frame, moving with methodical precision as they prepared the space for whatever was about to happen. They never spoke directly to the camera, but occasionally gestured towards specific areas or objects, suggesting they were aware of the viewing audience. Then the victim was brought in. I use that word deliberately now, though at the time I couldn't bring myself to think of them that way. They appeared confused, disoriented, looking around the space as if trying to understand their situation. They seemed to be about my age, maybe slightly older, with the kind of ordinary appearance that made them feel real rather than like an actor in a performance. What followed was the systematic destruction of another human being. Not quickly, not mercifully, but slowly and deliberately, with clear attention to the viewing audience's presumed preferences. The masked figure would occasionally pause to check messages from viewers, sometimes adjusting their approach based on suggestions or requests. I should have stopped watching immediately, should have closed the laptop and tried to forget what I'd seen. Instead, I found myself transfixed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional presentation, the interactive elements, the victim's genuine terror, everything confirmed that this wasn't a performance or simulation. The stream continued for nearly 3 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and shaking uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and frightened was no longer moving. The masked figure began methodically cleaning the space, removing evidence of what had occurred with the same professional efficiency they'd shown throughout. In the final minutes, the figure addressed the camera directly. Though their voice was digitally altered, they thanked viewers for their participation and announced that the next live broadcast was already being planned. They mentioned that premium subscribers would receive access to archived content and special interactive features. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened bedroom. Outside, I could hear the familiar sounds of my neighborhood. Cars passing, a dog barking, the hum of street lights, normal sounds from a normal Tuesday night in a normal suburb. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't attend college the next day, or the day after that. When I finally returned, everything seemed different. Conversations with friends felt hollow and meaningless. Lessons about media literacy and digital citizenship took on sinister new meanings. I found myself studying my classmates and teachers, wondering what darkness might lurk beneath their ordinary facades. The forum sent me several messages over the following weeks. Automated notifications about upcoming streams, invitations to participate in community discussions, offers to upgrade my membership status for access to exclusive content. I ignored them all, but I never deleted my account or blocked the communications. That was 6 months ago. I've tried to move on, focus on my A-levels, think about university applications. I changed my browsing habits, deleted software I'd installed, even convinced my parents to upgrade our home internet security. I told myself these were practical precautions, unrelated to what I'd witnessed online. But the images haven't faded. If anything, they've become more vivid over time. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but the realization of my own complicity. The knowledge that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. I've started noticing things around Nottingham that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in residential areas with tinted windows and multiple aerials. People who seem to be observing rather than simply passing through. Buildings with more security cameras than their apparent purpose would justify. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Last week, I received a package at our house. No return address, just my name written in careful block letters. Inside was a small webcam and a handwritten note with a local address. The note simply said, "Ready for the next level. Thursday 11 p.m. I threw the camera in my bedroom bin immediately, but I memorized the address before disposing of the note. The location is in one of the industrial areas near the canal, somewhere I'd never had reason to visit. I looked it up online. It's registered as storage units, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for furniture or business equipment. Nothing suspicious about it, at least not on the surface. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and focus on my coursework, my university applications, my plans for a normal future. But Thursday is tomorrow night, and I know exactly how to get to that address on the night buses. The webcam is back on my desk now. I retrieved it from the bin this morning, telling myself I just wanted to examine it more closely. It's a high-quality device, the kind that would produce professional-looking footage in the right lighting conditions. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined. And once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. My parents are working late tomorrow. Mum has a night shift. Dad has some crisis at the engineering firm. The house will be empty from about 7 o'clock onwards. Plenty of time to travel across the city and back without anyone noticing my absence. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the growing certainty that I want to find out what comes next. That the viewer I was 6 months ago isn't satisfied with watching anymore. Thursday night is 12 hours away. I wish I'd never listened to my dentist's recommendation about finding a good therapist. Dr. Matthews meant well when he suggested I might benefit from talking to someone about my anxiety, especially after I'd mentioned the panic attacks that were making it difficult to sit through dental procedures. He even gave me a specific name, Sarah Chen, a private counselor who apparently specialized in treating medical phobias and had excellent reviews from former patients. What he didn't mention was how those reviews had been collected, or why Dr. Chen's practice operated exclusively through referrals from other medical professionals. I should have been more suspicious when I couldn't find her listed with any of the usual professional bodies, or when her clinic address turned out to be a residential flat in a converted Victorian house in Oxford. But I was desperate enough for help that I overlooked the irregularities, especially when she offered evening appointments that fitted around my work schedule as a primary school teaching assistant. The first session seemed perfectly legitimate. Dr. Chen was professional and knowledgeable, asking appropriate questions about my medical history and anxiety symptoms. Her consulting room was well appointed, with the sort of comfortable chairs and neutral decor you'd expect from a private practice. She explained that her approach focused on gradual exposure therapy, combined with cognitive behavioral techniques, which sounded reasonable enough. What struck me as slightly odd was her interest in my daily routine and living situation. She spent considerable time asking about my home environment, work relationships, and social connections. When I mentioned that I lived alone in a rented cottage on the outskirts of Whitney, she made detailed notes and asked follow-up questions about my neighbors, security arrangements, and weekly schedule. I assumed this was standard practice for building a comprehensive treatment plan, but looking back, the questions were more invasive than therapeutic. She wanted to know which days I worked late, whether I had family nearby, how often I traveled overnight, the sort of information that would help someone understand my vulnerabilities rather than my psychological needs. After 3 sessions, Dr. Chen suggested that I might benefit from a more intensive treatment approach. She explained that traditional therapy could only achieve limited results within the constraints of weekly hour-long appointments, and that some patients responded better to immersive techniques that addressed anxiety triggers in more realistic settings. She offered to arrange what she called a residential assessment weekend at a specialized facility that worked with her practice. The program would involve controlled exposure to medical environments while providing intensive support and monitoring. It sounded expensive, but she assured me that the cost would be covered through a research grant she'd received for treating specific types of medical phobia. I should have researched the facility she mentioned or asked for more details about the research program, but I was so relieved to find treatment that might actually help that I agreed immediately. Dr. Chen scheduled the assessment for the following weekend and promised to send me preparation materials and location details. The information pack arrived 3 days later, delivered by hand rather than through the post. It contained a detailed schedule for the weekend program, consent forms for various treatment procedures, and directions to a private clinic located in an isolated farmhouse near Chipping Norton. Reading through the materials more carefully, I noticed several concerning details that I'd missed during our conversation. The consent forms included permission for video recording of all treatment sessions, supposedly for research purposes. There were also clauses allowing for the use of sedative medications and physical restraint procedures if patients became distressed during exposure therapy. Most troubling was a section requiring participants to surrender all personal belongings, including mobile phones and identification documents, for the duration of the program. This was explained as necessary to prevent external distractions from interfering with the therapeutic process, but it meant spending an entire weekend completely cut off from the outside world. I called Dr. Chen's office to discuss my concerns, but her receptionist explained that she was attending a conference and wouldn't be available until after the weekend. If I wanted to participate in the current research cycle, I needed to confirm my attendance by Friday afternoon. The pressure to make an immediate decision felt manipulative, but I was torn between suspicion and desperation. The panic attacks had been getting worse, affecting my ability to work and maintain normal relationships. If there was a chance this program could help, Was I being paranoid to worry about administrative irregularities? I spent Thursday evening researching the facility address online, trying to find information about the clinic and its treatment programs. What I discovered was more disturbing than I'd expected. The property was registered as a private residence with no planning permission for commercial medical use. Local council records showed no registered business operating from that address, and there were no reviews or references to any clinic in the area. More concerning were several police reports from the past year involving the property. Neighbors had complained about unusual activity during weekend periods, multiple cars arriving late at night, unusual sounds, and what appeared to be security personnel patrolling the grounds. One report mentioned a woman who had approached a nearby farmhouse claiming to be lost and asking to use a phone. She appeared distressed and mentioned being taken to the property for medical treatment, but when police investigated, they found no evidence of any current activity at the clinic. The woman had provided a name and address that turned out to be false, and she disappeared before officers could conduct a follow-up interview. I tried calling Dr. Chen's office again, but the number was no longer in service. When I drove to her clinic address the next morning, I found the flat completely empty with a "To Let" sign in the window. Dr. Chen had vanished completely, along with all evidence that her practice had ever existed. That's when I started looking into how I'd found her in the first place, and what I discovered led me into the darkest corners of the internet. Dr. Matthews claimed to have no record of recommending any therapist to me, despite my clear memory of our conversation. When I pressed him for details, he seemed genuinely confused and suggested I might have misremembered our discussion about anxiety management. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew Dr. Chen had mentioned being referred specifically by dental practices in the area. Someone was running an operation that involved infiltrating medical referral networks and targeting vulnerable patients for unknown purposes. I spent the weekend researching similar cases online, following leads through various medical community boards and patient support groups. What I found were scattered reports of people who'd been referred to private practitioners who subsequently disappeared, leaving patients with unanswered questions and appointments that led nowhere. The pattern was always the same: referrals from legitimate medical professionals who later denied making any recommendations, followed by intensive assessment procedures that required patients to isolate themselves completely from external contact. None of the patients who'd attended these residential programs had posted follow-up reviews or updates about their treatment outcomes. Following these research threads led me deeper into online communities where people shared information about medical fraud and patient exploitation. Eventually, I found myself accessing hidden forums that existed beyond normal internet searches. The dark web contained entire sections dedicated to what insiders called patient acquisition services. The platforms I discovered were sophisticated marketplaces where buyers could commission the recruitment of specific types of medical patients. The services offered were presented in clinical language, but the underlying purpose was unmistakable. They were trafficking vulnerable people who sought legitimate medical help. Clients could specify their requirements in detail: age ranges, medical conditions, living situations, psychological profiles. The acquisition teams would then infiltrate appropriate medical networks, pose as legitimate practitioners, and identify suitable targets for recruitment. Dr. Chen wasn't a real therapist. She was part of a systematic operation that identified isolated, vulnerable patients and delivered them to clients who paid substantial sums for access to people with specific characteristics. The residential assessment weekends weren't treatment programs. They were handover procedures where acquired patients were transferred to buyers who had commissioned their recruitment. I found discussion threads where clients shared their experiences with different acquisition services, rating them based on the quality of their targeting and the effectiveness of their recruitment methods. The language was casual and commercial, discussing human beings as if they were products being purchased for specific purposes. Some clients appeared to be running unauthorized medical experiments, seeking patients with particular conditions for research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate channels. Others seemed to have psychological motivations that were harder to categorize, but far more disturbing. There were conversations about clients who enjoyed the process of gradually breaking down their acquired subject's sense of reality, using medical authority and isolation to create complete psychological dependence. The patients were kept in controlled environments where their previous lives were systematically erased, replaced with artificial relationships and manufactured realities. What made it worse was the realization that many patients never understood what had happened to them. The acquisition process was designed to feel legitimate until the final handover, when it was too late to escape or seek help. By then, they were completely isolated and dependent on their captors for basic survival. I thought about the consent forms I'd nearly signed, authorizing sedation and restraint procedures, about the requirement to surrender all personal belongings and identification, about spending a weekend in a remote location with no external contact, trusting people whose identities and qualifications were entirely fabricated. If I'd attended that residential assessment, I would have disappeared completely. My colleagues would have assumed I'd left my job without notice. My landlord would have thought I'd abandoned my tenancy, and my few casual friends would have gradually forgotten about me. There would have been no investigation because there would have been no obvious crime. Just another isolated person who'd chosen to start a new life elsewhere without maintaining previous relationships. The discussion forums contained detailed breakdowns of successful acquisition operations, including patient profiles and outcome summaries. Reading through these accounts, I recognized several names from missing person appeals I'd seen over the past year. Young adults with medical conditions, mental health issues, or social isolation problems. People who'd been seeking legitimate help and had instead been targeted by acquisition teams that identified them as suitable products for specific clients. The efficiency of the operation was terrifying. They had infiltrated medical referral networks across multiple cities, building comprehensive databases of potential targets and their psychological vulnerabilities. When clients commissioned specific acquisitions, the teams could identify and recruit suitable patients within weeks. Dr. Chen had been conducting market research during our sessions, assessing my suitability for particular client requirements. The questions about my living situation and social connections weren't therapeutic. They were determining how easily I could be made to disappear without investigation. But what disturbed me most was discovering how close I'd come to being successfully acquired. The residential assessment had been scheduled for the weekend before I'd started asking questions, and my name appeared in several client discussion threads as a confirmed delivery for a buyer who specialized in collecting patients with specific anxiety disorders. Someone had already paid for me. The acquisition team had spent weeks building my trust and preparing for handover when my last-minute research had disrupted their timeline. But they hadn't cancelled the operation. They'd simply postponed it while they regrouped and planned alternative approaches. My name was still listed in their active acquisition database, marked as a priority target for re-engagement. I've been watching for signs of renewed contact ever since, but the approaches have become more subtle. Medical professionals I've never met have called to follow up on appointments I never made. Healthcare providers have sent appointment reminders for services I never requested. Prescription medications have been delivered to my address for conditions I don't have. They're rebuilding their profile of me through different channels, gathering updated information about my daily routine and current vulnerabilities, preparing for another acquisition attempt that will be hard to detect and more difficult to escape. The most disturbing realization is that legitimate medical professionals might be unknowingly facilitating these operations. The acquisition teams are sophisticated enough to infiltrate real healthcare systems, using genuine medical credentials to make their recruitment approaches appear authentic. Dr. Matthews probably did recommend Dr. Chen, but his patient management system had been compromised to insert false referral records. The recommendation felt legitimate because it was processed through legitimate channels that had been corrupted without his knowledge. This means the entire healthcare system could be compromised, with acquisition teams using trusted medical networks to identify and recruit vulnerable patients for clients who remain completely anonymous. I've tried reporting what I've discovered to various authorities, but explaining dark web marketplaces and patient acquisition services sounds like paranoid fantasy when described to people who haven't seen the evidence themselves. The platforms I accessed have since changed their addresses and access requirements, making verification impossible. All I can do is remain vigilant for signs of renewed contact and hope that sharing this account might help other people recognize similar approaches before it's too late. But I know they haven't given up on acquiring me. The client who commissioned my recruitment has paid significant money for someone with my specific profile, and these operations don't abandon expensive investments easily. They're still out there, watching my medical records and monitoring my healthcare contacts, waiting for the right opportunity to complete the acquisition they've already paid for. The next time a medical professional recommends a specialist I've never heard of, or when I receive unexpected healthcare correspondence, I'll know what it really means. My parents hired me to house sit for the Williamses while they were on holiday in Spain, promising it would be easy money for watching an empty Victorian terrace in Bath for 2 weeks. But Mrs. Williams had left me instructions that made no sense for normal house-sitting duties. I was 24 and working part-time at a garden centre while trying to save enough money to move out of my parents' house in nearby Bristol. So £200 for essentially living rent-free in a beautiful period property seemed like perfect timing. The instructions Mrs. Williams had left were unusually detailed, covering not just the basics about watering plants and collecting post, but specific schedules for opening and closing curtains, times when I should leave lights on in particular rooms, and even requirements about which television programs to have playing at certain hours. She'd emphasized that maintaining normal household activity patterns was essential for security purposes, though the level of precision seemed excessive for deterring casual burglars. The house was exactly as impressive as I'd expected from the outside. 3 stories of original Victorian features, period furniture, and the sort of tasteful decoration that suggested comfortable middle-class prosperity. But as I settled in for my first evening, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable about why Mrs. Williams might need such specific activity simulation. The curtains were positioned to be visible from multiple angles outside the house, suggesting someone might be observing whether the instructions were being followed correctly. Some rooms had furniture arrangements that seemed designed more for external visibility than comfortable living, with seating positioned where occupants would be clearly visible through windows. Most unsettling was discovering that several rooms contained equipment that wasn't mentioned in the house-sitting instructions. Cameras, recording devices, and monitoring systems that suggested the property was being used for purposes beyond normal family residence. I found extensive networking equipment in a basement room that Mrs. Williams hadn't shown me during the initial tour, along with multiple computer systems that appeared to be running continuously, despite the family being on holiday. The basement setup looked more like a professional surveillance operation than home security, with equipment that would be expensive and technically complex for casual residential use. I started paying closer attention to the specific instructions Mrs. Williams had provided, trying to understand why normal household activities needed to be performed on such rigid schedules. The curtain timings corresponded to periods when external observation would be optimal. Lighting schedules ensured that occupied rooms would be clearly visible from outside, and television programming requirements created audio backgrounds that could mask other activities. Rather than deterring surveillance, the instructions seemed designed to facilitate it, ensuring that someone watching the house would see exactly what they expected during specific time periods. I researched the neighborhood and found that several other properties had been used for similar house-sitting arrangements, with local students and young people hired to maintain activity patterns, while homeowners were supposedly traveling. But some of these house-sitters had reported unusual experiences during their stays, technical problems with internet and phone connections, evidence that their activities were being monitored more closely than normal security would require, and instructions that seemed designed for purposes beyond simple property protection. A few had discovered that the houses they were staying in contained equipment and activities that weren't related to normal residential use, but were too concerned about losing their house-sitting income to report these discoveries officially. I decided to investigate the basement equipment more thoroughly, hoping to understand what the Williamses were actually using their property for when they weren't supposedly on holiday. The computer systems were running software that I didn't recognize, but which appeared to be hosting services that were accessible through networks that weren't part of normal internet infrastructure. Some of the systems were streaming video content that seemed to originate from various residential properties, suggesting that the Williams house was part of a broader surveillance network rather than just individually monitored. The content being streamed included footage from inside homes where people were going about normal daily activities, apparently unaware that their private lives were being documented and broadcast to remote audiences. I found evidence that the Williams property itself was generating similar content, with cameras positioned throughout the house capturing activities that had been taking place during previous house-sitting arrangements. The detailed instructions I'd been given were designed to ensure that house-sitters performed predictable activities that would create interesting content for whoever was monitoring the surveillance feeds. I realized that I hadn't been hired to protect an empty house, but to provide live entertainment for people who were paying to watch unsuspecting young people go about their daily routines in what they thought was private residential space. The equipment in the basement was broadcasting my activities to audiences who were paying for access to voyeuristic content featuring people who had no idea they were being observed. Mrs. Williams hadn't gone on holiday at all. She had temporarily relocated while her house was being used as a streaming location for surveillance content that would be impossible to capture if the actual residents were present. I should have left immediately and reported what I'd discovered to appropriate authorities, but I was also curious about the scope of the surveillance network and how many other house-sitters might be unknowingly providing content for similar audiences. I researched the hidden internet services that the basement equipment was connecting to, trying to understand how residential surveillance content was being distributed and monetized. The access methods required software that went beyond normal browsing, but the communities I found were surprisingly active, with hundreds of participants discussing surveillance content from various residential properties throughout the UK The house-sitting scheme was just one method for accessing private residential spaces, with other approaches including fake maintenance visits, temporary accommodation arrangements, and even legitimate rental properties that contained hidden surveillance equipment. The audiences were paying for access to authentic private behavior rather than staged performances, creating a market for content that could only be captured through systematic deception of unsuspecting individuals. My own activities in the Williams house were being discussed in real time by viewers who rated different house sitters based on their appearance, daily routines, and entertainment value for surveillance audiences. Some discussions included detailed analysis of my personal habits, speculation about my private life, and suggestions for ways that future house-sitting arrangements could be structured to generate more compelling content. The participants treated house-sitters like unpaid performers in ongoing reality shows, discussing our activities with the sort of casual familiarity that suggested they'd been watching residential surveillance content for extended periods. I tried to investigate how many other properties in Bath might be part of similar surveillance schemes, looking for patterns in house-sitting advertisements and residential rental arrangements that might indicate systematic exploitation. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood, with multiple properties throughout the city being used for surveillance content generation through various deceptive arrangements. Some involved fake holiday rentals where guests unknowingly provided content for surveillance audiences. Others used maintenance access to install permanent monitoring equipment in legitimate residential properties. The network had developed sophisticated methods for accessing private residential spaces while maintaining plausible explanations that would protect the surveillance activities from official investigation. I realized that discovering the surveillance had made me a problem that needed to be managed, as my investigation could potentially expose the broader network of properties and compromise their ability to continue generating content through deceptive arrangements. About a week into my house-sitting stay, I started experiencing technical problems that seemed designed to isolate me from outside communication, while ensuring I remained in the property to continue providing surveillance content. Phone and internet connections became unreliable, making it difficult to research the surveillance network or contact people who might help me address what I'd discovered. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them wouldn't result in immediate investigation. I realized that the surveillance network had methods for managing house-sitters who discovered their activities, using technical manipulation to prevent exposure while encouraging continued participation through isolation and dependency. The house-sitting arrangement had been designed not just to generate surveillance content, but to trap participants in situations where they couldn't easily escape or report what they were experiencing. Mrs. Williams returned from her supposed holiday exactly when scheduled, acting as if nothing unusual had occurred and thanking me for maintaining the property so well during her absence. But her knowledge of my activities during the house-sitting period was considerably more detailed than could be explained by normal security monitoring, including awareness of my investigation into the basement equipment and research into surveillance communities. She paid me the promised fee and mentioned that they might need house-sitting services again in the future, suggesting that my performance had been satisfactory for their actual purposes. The casual way she discussed my stay made it clear that she understood I'd discovered the surveillance activities, but wasn't concerned about potential consequences. I left the Williams house with £200 and the understanding that residential surveillance networks operated with sophistication and confidence that suggested minimal concern about official investigation or legal consequences. The house-sitting advertisements continue to appear in local publications, offering easy money for watching empty properties while homeowners travel, attracting students and young people who need income and housing flexibility. But I'm also aware that some of these opportunities involve providing unpaid entertainment for surveillance audiences who pay for access to authentic private behavior captured through systematic deception of people who think they're performing simple property protection services. The Victorian Terrace in Bath continues to host house sitters who follow detailed instructions designed to generate compelling surveillance content, while Mrs. Williams continues to recruit young people who need money and don't ask too many questions about why normal house sitting requires such specific performance schedules. Picture this. You're going through life, you have a few close friends, you're relatively happy and all is well. Then, one day, you borrow your neighbor's internet connection and it changes everything. You never imagined it would lead you into the darkest corners of human behavior, that a simple act of digital trespassing could make you a witness to things that happen every day, just out of sight of people like us. I'm a night shift worker at a 24-hour Tesco in Birmingham, have been for the past 2 years, stocking shelves and dealing with the occasional drunk customer between midnight and 8 in the morning. It's not glamorous work, but it pays enough to cover the rent on my studio flat and leaves my days free for sleeping and not much else. The internet in my building has always been unreliable. The landlord installed the cheapest possible broadband years ago and hasn't upgraded it since. Most evenings when I'm trying to unwind before work, the connection drops out completely or slows to the point where even basic websites won't load properly. Around Christmas last year, I noticed that one of my neighbors had left their Wi-Fi network unsecured. The signal was strong enough to reach my flat, and the connection speed was significantly better than what I was paying for. I told myself I'd only use it temporarily, just until I could sort out proper internet service for myself. The network was called Deep Access 01, which seemed like an odd name for a home connection, but I didn't think much of it at the time. People choose strange names for their networks. I've seen everything from FBI surveillance van to pretty fly for a Wi-Fi in my building. For several weeks, everything worked perfectly. Better than perfectly, actually. The connection was faster and more stable than any internet service I'd ever used. I could stream videos without buffering, download files in seconds, browse multiple websites simultaneously without any noticeable slowdown. It was during one of these late-night browsing sessions that I first encountered something unusual. I was looking through Reddit, jumping between different communities, when I clicked on a link that seemed to take longer than usual to load. When the page finally appeared, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of the typical Reddit interface, I was looking at what appeared to be a directory listing. Rows of folders and files with cryptic names, organized by date and time. It looked like the back end of a website, the kind of administrative interface that normal users aren't supposed to see. I assumed I'd clicked on a broken link or encountered some sort of server error, tried refreshing the page, but got a different view of the same type of directory structure. Different files, different folders, but the same basic layout. Most of the folder names were meaningless combinations of letters and numbers, but a few had descriptions that caught my attention. Things like archive sessions and live feeds and request queue. The file sizes were enormous, much larger than typical documents or images. Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on one of the folders labeled Archive Sessions. What opened was another directory, this one containing video files. Hundreds of them, organized by date and numbered sequentially. The file names didn't provide any information about their content, just timestamps and reference numbers. I selected one at random and clicked on it. The video opened in a basic media player, no fancy interface or streaming platform branding, just a simple window with standard playback controls. The video quality was surprisingly good, much better than I'd expected for files that seemed to be stored on someone's personal server. The content showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, minimal lighting, basic furniture. Someone was sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, though the image quality made it difficult to make out specific details about them. I watched for several minutes, waiting for something to happen. The person in the chair appeared to be unconscious or sleeping. No one else was visible in the frame, and there was no audio beyond a faint ambient hum. Eventually, I got bored and tried a different file. This one showed a different location, what might have been a garage or workshop. Similar setup, different person, same lack of activity. I began to suspect these were test recordings or placeholder content for some sort of streaming service. Over the next few evenings, I explored more of the directory structure, found folders containing what appeared to be live streaming software, payment processing systems, user management databases, everything you'd need to run a professional video platform, but hosted on what seemed to be a residential internet connection. The live streaming folder was particularly interesting. It contained software I'd never heard of, applications designed for anonymous broadcasting over encrypted networks. The documentation mentioned compatibility with Tor and other privacy-focused systems. That's when I started to understand what I was looking at. This wasn't just someone's personal media collection. This was the infrastructure for a dark web streaming service, the kind of platform I'd read about in forums, but assumed were mostly urban legends. I should have stopped exploring at that point, should have disconnected from the network and pretended I'd never seen any of it. Instead, I kept digging deeper, found a folder labeled Current Operations that contained what appeared to be real-time data, server logs, user statistics, financial records. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of users, hundreds of thousands of pounds in cryptocurrency transactions, server costs that would make most small businesses bankrupt. The user logs showed people connecting from all over the world, accessing content at all hours of the day and night. The financial records indicated that viewers were paying significant amounts to access premium content, with additional fees for what the system described as interactive services. But it was the content scheduling system that made everything clear. A calendar showing planned streaming sessions, each one tagged with location details, participant information, and viewer capacity limits. The language was clinical, bureaucratic, like something you'd see in a corporate project management system. Except the projects being managed were real people, and the calendar showed that a session was scheduled to begin in less than an hour. I found the live streaming interface and accessed it using credentials I discovered in one of the configuration files. The platform looked professional, with a clean user interface and robust streaming capabilities. There was a chat system, payment processing, viewer analytics, everything you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. The scheduled session appeared in the interface as Location 7, Premium Interactive, max 50 viewers. The stream wasn't active yet, but there was a countdown timer showing roughly 40 minutes until it began. I waited, telling myself I was just curious about the technical aspects of how such a system might work, that I was investigating out of professional interest, not personal entertainment. When the timer reached 0, the stream activated automatically. The video showed a room I hadn't seen in any of the archived files. Looked like someone's living room, complete with family photos, children's toys scattered about, the kind of domestic space where normal people lived normal lives. A man sat on the sofa, facing the camera. He was clearly awake and aware, looking directly into the lens with an expression I'd never seen before. Not quite fear, not quite resignation, but something in between that suggested he understood exactly what was about to happen. The chat system activated as soon as the stream began. Messages appeared from viewers around the world, most of them numbers and brief phrases in various languages. Within minutes, there were nearly 50 people watching, all of them typing commands and instructions. That's when I realized what I was witnessing. This wasn't just a streaming service. It was an interactive platform where viewers could direct what happened to real people in real time. The chat messages weren't comments, they were orders. Someone entered the frame from off camera. They were holding what looked like a tablet device, which they showed to the man on the sofa. He read whatever was displayed on the screen, and his expression changed from resignation to genuine terror. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that the viewers were voting on what should happen next, with the most popular suggestions being implemented by whoever was operating the camera. The man on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized he could see the viewer count. He knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that dozens of strangers were deciding his fate through an anonymous chat system. I closed the browser and unplugged my computer from the wall. Spent the next 3 days calling in sick to work, barely leaving my flat, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was some sort of elaborate performance art or psychological experiment. The production values had been too professional, the technical infrastructure too sophisticated for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man's expression when he'd read that tablet, the way he'd looked through the camera, as if he could see directly to the people controlling what happened to him. Eventually, I contacted my internet service provider and arranged for proper broadband installation. Stopped using my neighbor's connection entirely, though I never figured out which flat it was coming from. The building has 12 units, and I've never been social enough with the other residents to know who might be running that kind of operation. I moved out 2 months later, found a different flat across town, told myself it was for completely unrelated reasons, better neighborhood, shorter commute to work, that sort of thing. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I stumbled across an elaborate piece of interactive fiction? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was nearly a year ago. I still work the night shift at Tesco, still live alone in a studio flat, still spend my evenings browsing the internet before work. But I've become much more careful about which networks I connect to, which links I click, which rabbit holes I'm willing to explore. Sometimes, usually when I'm stocking shelves during the quiet hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, I'll think about that countdown timer, about the professionalism of that streaming platform, the sophistication of the user interface, the global audience participating in real-time decision-making. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere right now, similar platforms are operating with similar audiences, and people like that man on the sofa are looking into cameras just like that one. And sometimes I wonder if my access to that network was really accidental. Whether someone in my building noticed my internet usage patterns and deliberately left their connection unsecured, knowing that someone like me would eventually find what they wanted me to find. Whether I was supposed to discover that platform, supposed to witness what I witnessed, supposed to carry that knowledge forward into my ordinary life as a night shift worker in Birmingham. I've never told anyone about this. Not colleagues, not friends, not the authorities. What would I say? That I used someone else's Wi-Fi and found something that might have been real. That I watched something terrible happen and then disconnected. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts during those quiet hours at work. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That platforms like that don't just exist to serve their paying customers, but to generate people like me who carry the knowledge of what's possible in the spaces between legitimate internet services. People who understand that the surface web is exactly that, a surface, concealing activities that most people never imagine are happening, right alongside their Netflix subscriptions and social media feeds. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what whoever runs Deep Access, 01, intended from the beginning. Maybe that's how these things spread and survive, through stories told by people who stumbled across them accidentally and can never quite forget what they saw. Maybe the real product isn't the streams themselves, but witnesses like me who carry the knowledge forward, who plant seeds of awareness in the minds of people who might otherwise never imagine such things exist. I still live in the same city, still work the same shifts, still browse the internet during my free time. But I've never again seen a network called Deep Access 01, and I've never again found directory structures like the ones I explored that winter. Sometimes I wonder if they're still operating from somewhere in my old building, still running streams for global audiences, still creating new witnesses who will carry their own versions of this story forward. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone with my computer, I catch myself looking for unsecured networks, wondering what I might find if I started exploring again. That's perhaps the most disturbing part of all. Not the horror of what I witnessed, but the lingering curiosity about what else might be out there, just a few clicks away from the ordinary internet that most people think they know. Everyone has a shadow self, the person we become when no one is watching, when the mask slips and our private thoughts emerge. I always considered mine relatively harmless. Late-night rabbit holes of research on obscure topics, occasionally watching people in cafes, imagining their lives, sometimes typing out angry emails I'd never send. Normal stuff. At least that's what I told myself. I teach digital media studies at a mid-tier university. It's not groundbreaking work, but it keeps me engaged, analyzing how technology shapes communication, behavior, and culture. My research specialty is online community formation, particularly around niche interests. This focus has taken me to some fascinating corners of the internet over the years, though always as an academic observer rather than a participant. 3 months ago, I began a new research project on anonymity and digital identity. The plan was straightforward. Examine how people behave differently in spaces where their real-world identity is disconnected from their online actions. I focused initially on anonymous forums, encrypted messaging platforms, and identity-obscuring applications. Standard academic research conducted within ethical guidelines, with IRB approval and proper protocols. What I didn't include in my research proposal was my growing curiosity about truly anonymous spaces, the layers of the internet inaccessible through standard browsers. I had read the academic literature on so-called dark web networks, understood their legitimate uses for privacy-conscious users, journalists, and dissidents, but I had never actually navigated those spaces myself. It represented a gap in my experiential knowledge, one that increasingly felt like a limitation in my research. So I installed a specialized browser, followed basic security protocols, and began exploring. The experience was initially underwhelming. The dark web resembled the early internet. Text-heavy pages with minimal design, slow loading times, frequent dead links. Most sites were marketplaces for illicit goods, financial services operating outside regulation, or forums discussing privacy technology and philosophy. Nothing particularly shocking or unexpected. About 2 weeks into my exploration, I discovered a subforum dedicated to discussing something called experience rooms. The conversation was deliberately vague, full of insider terminology and oblique references. Members debated the authenticity of various rooms, sharing technical criteria for evaluating legitimacy, but never explicitly stating what these rooms actually contained. The ambiguity intrigued me professionally. It was a perfect example of how communities develop coded language to both include insiders and exclude outsiders. One username appeared consistently in these discussions: Analyst Prime. Unlike most participants who either celebrated or debunked various rooms, Analyst Prime took a clinical, almost academic approach. They discussed psychological profiles of viewers and subjects, reference engagement metrics and response patterns, and occasionally mentioned a research framework they had developed. Their posts contained the kind of analytical language I might use in my own academic work, which perhaps explains why I found them credible when others seemed like sensationalists. After observing the forum for several days, I sent Analyst Prime a private message explaining my research interest in anonymous communities and asking for clarification about these experience rooms they discussed so analytically. I expected to be ignored or rebuffed. Instead, I received a prompt response asking about my academic background and research methodologies. We exchanged several messages discussing psychology, digital ethnography, and observation bias. Analyst Prime eventually explained that experience rooms were live streaming platforms where viewers could observe people in various situations without the subject's knowledge. Most were fraudulent, pre-recorded content or paid actors pretending to be unwitting participants, but some, they claimed, were genuine. Analyst Prime described themselves as a behavioral researcher studying the psychology of both the observers and the observed in these environments. They offered to show me an authentic room for academic purposes. I should have declined. I should have ended the conversation, deleted the browser, and continued my research through legitimate channels. Instead, I told myself this was a unique research opportunity, a chance to understand a digital phenomenon firsthand, rather than through second-hand accounts. Analyst Prime sent me an address and access credentials for what they called an observation session, scheduled for 2 a.m. the following night. They explained that this particular stream would be appropriate for a first-time academic observer. No illegal activities, no explicit content, just authentic human behavior under observation conditions. They recommended I prepare by reading several psychological papers on voyeurism and surveillance effects, which they linked to normal web academic repositories. The legitimacy of these references lowered my guard further. At 1:55 a.m., sitting in my darkened home office, I accessed the address using the credentials provided. The site had a minimalist interface, black background, a video player in the center, a data panel to the right showing various metrics, and a small text field below for observer notes. No chat function, no visible usernames of other viewers. The video initially showed an empty room, white walls, hardwood floor, a single chair in the center. A timer in the corner indicated the stream would begin in 5 minutes. While waiting, I examined the data panel. It displayed numerous metrics. Current viewer count, 17. Average heart rate of viewers, 72 beats per minute. Average pupillary response, estimated engagement levels, and something labeled empathic resonance score. The sophistication of the analytics suggested serious technology behind what appeared visually to be a simple streaming setup. At precisely 2 a.m., a person entered the frame and sat in the chair. They were ordinary looking, dressed in casual clothes, their face visible but unremarkable. They seemed unaware of the camera, occasionally checking their phone or adjusting their position in the chair. Nothing dramatic or unusual happened. They simply sat, waited, occasionally showing signs of mild impatience or boredom. 10 minutes into this uneventful stream, I noticed changes in the metrics panel. Viewer heart rates had increased slightly. The empathic resonance score was rising. Most notably, my own heart was beating faster despite the mundane scene. A new metric appeared. Anticipation factor, 78%. I couldn't understand why watching someone simply sitting would generate anticipation, yet I felt it too, a growing tension without clear cause. After 20 minutes, the person in the chair checked their watch, stood up, and walked out of frame. The room remained empty for approximately 30 seconds. Then a different person entered and sat down. This new individual also seemed unaware of being recorded, also checked their phone periodically, also displayed mild impatience. The same scenario repeated with no significant variation. What changed dramatically were the metrics. Viewer heart rates increased further. Pupillary response showed significant dilation. The empathic resonance score dropped while anticipation factor rose to 91%. My own physiological response matched these trends. I felt tense, expectant, though nothing objectively tension-inducing was occurring. I recognized this as a conditioned response. Something about this particular setup, an ordinary person waiting alone in a room, had trained regular viewers to anticipate something significant. After 15 minutes, the second person left just as the first had done. The room remained empty again, briefly, before a third individual entered. As this pattern continued, I began to see subtle differences in how each person behaved in the apparently identical situation. Some seemed relaxed, others visibly anxious. Some checked the time frequently. Others seemed content to wait. The observer's metrics fluctuated with each new subject, suggesting viewers were making judgments, forming preferences, developing expectations. The clinical nature of the observation disturbed me more than any explicit content would have. The sophisticated measurement of viewer responses, the controlled environment, the rotation of unwitting subjects. This wasn't amateur voyeurism, but something methodical, researched, purposeful. I was witnessing what appeared to be a psychological experiment with non-consenting participants on both sides. The observed subjects unaware of the viewers, and possibly the viewers themselves unaware of being studied through their physiological responses. After an hour, I closed the stream and immediately sent a message to Analyst Prime expressing ethical concerns about the consent issues involved. Their response came quickly, thanking me for my participation and noting that my observer metrics showed particularly interesting patterns for a first-time viewer. They explained that my heart rate, pupillary response, and attention patterns had been measured through my device's camera, a camera I had never authorized to be activated. I immediately covered my webcam with tape and ran security scans on my system. Finding nothing obvious, I still felt profoundly violated. Analyst Prime sent another message, assuring me that my data would be used anonymously and offering to share the resulting analysis for my own research. They seemed genuinely unable to understand why I might object to being monitored without consent, even while studying others being monitored without consent. The cognitive dissonance was remarkable. I didn't respond to their message. Instead, I uninstalled the specialized browser, documented my experience in an encrypted file, and tried to process what I had witnessed. The next morning, I received an email to my university account, an account I had never shared with Analyst Prime. The subject line read, "Observer Study Follow-up." The message contained a link to what was described as your observer profile based on last night's session. Against better judgment, I clicked the link using a virtual machine on a secure connection. The page displayed a detailed analysis of my viewing patterns during the previous night's stream, which subjects held my attention longest, microsecond measurements of my reactions to specific movements or expressions, comparison of my response patterns to other first-time viewers. Most disturbing was a section labeled Observer Typology Classification that categorized me as a pattern recognition dominant viewer with above-average empathic suppression and researcher consistent cognitive framework. The accuracy of this analysis from just 1 hour of unknown surveillance was deeply unsettling. More troubling was the final section of the report, which predicted with specific probability percentages how likely I would be to discuss the experience with colleagues, 17%, report it to authorities, 12%, return for additional observation sessions, 64%, or attempt to investigate further independently, 89%. The last prediction proved immediately accurate. I began researching experience rooms through legitimate academic databases and cybersecurity resources. Most scholarly references dismissed them as urban legends or scams. Law enforcement bulletins mentioned them only as potential fraud schemes rather than actual surveillance operations. The few credible mentions described them as elaborate role-playing scenarios rather than non-consensual observation. A week later, I received another email, this time containing only a date, time, and link. No message, no explanation. Just another observation session invitation. I ignored it. 3 days after that, another invitation arrived. Then another. The frequency increased to daily, then twice daily. Each invitation came from a different email address, making blocking ineffective. 2 weeks into this escalating pattern, I received something different, a link labeled Subject Perspective. When I accessed it through a secure system, it showed a video feed from my own office, recorded the previous day. The camera angle suggested it came from my computer's webcam, which remained covered with opaque tape. Somehow, they were still watching. I replaced my computer entirely, changed my phone, installed advanced security systems in my home, swept for hidden cameras and microphones, found nothing. Yet the invitations continued, now arriving through text messages, professional networking platforms, even comments on my academic articles, always with a date, time, and link, never with further explanation. After a month of this, I received a different type of message, an observation report similar to my own, but focused on a colleague in my department. It analyzed their viewing patterns, psychological responses, and behavioral predictions in the same clinical format as mine. The message implied that my colleague had been invited to an observation session because of their association with me. The final line read, "Observer networks expand through proximity patterns. Your data suggested 6 high compatibility potential observers in your immediate circle." I confronted my colleague cautiously, asking if they had received any unusual invitations recently. Their confused response confirmed they had no knowledge of what I was describing. I chose not to elaborate, not wanting to draw them further into whatever this was. But the implication was clear. My involvement had somehow marked those around me as potential participants. Yesterday, I received the most disturbing communication yet. Not an invitation or a report, but a video file. It showed a compilation of moments from my daily life over the previous week. Me teaching class, buying groceries, meeting with students, working in my office. Each clip was brief, captured from different angles and distances. Some appeared to come from security cameras or colleagues' devices. Others had no plausible source I could identify. The compilation ended with footage of me sleeping in my bedroom the previous night, shot from an angle that suggested a camera in the smoke detector. The file's metadata included viewing statistics. 27 observers had watched this compilation of my life. Their average heart rate, pupillary response, engagement levels, and empathic resonance scores were listed in precise detail. My existence had become content for the very system I had tried to study. This morning, I discovered a new application on my phone that I never installed. Simply labeled Observer, its icon is a minimalist eye design. I can't delete it. When opened, it shows only a counter currently reading 31 and a timer counting down from 24 hours. I don't know what happens when it reaches 0. I've turned off the phone, but found the same application appearing on my new laptop minutes later. I'm writing this account now as documentation and warning. I don't know who or what Analyst Prime represents. I don't know the purpose of these observation networks or why they focus so intently on expanding through my social connections. What I do know is that the line between observer and observed has completely collapsed in my life. Every moment now exists as potential content, every reaction as data for analysis. The most terrifying realization isn't that I'm being watched, is that I've begun watching myself through their framework, analyzing my own reactions, considering how they might appear to observers, modifying my behavior to affect the metrics I imagine are being recorded. My internal experience has been colonized by the observation paradigm. I've internalized the clinical gaze that was directed at me. The counter on the Observer app now reads 28. Whatever happens when it reaches 0, I doubt it represents the end of this experience. More likely, it marks a transition to a new phase, perhaps from passive subject to active participant in ways I can't yet imagine. The only certainty is that in a system designed to categorize everyone as either observer or observed, eventually everyone becomes both simultaneously. The feedback loop never ends. It only expands to include more unwitting participants, more data points, more patterns to analyze. What if I told you that clicking on the wrong link could change everything you thought you knew about human nature? That somewhere beneath the surface of the internet you use every day, there are spaces where the worst impulses of humanity play out in real time, watched by ordinary people who've stumbled too far down the rabbit hole. I'm a marketing consultant from Manchester. Nothing particularly exciting about my life. I help small businesses figure out their online presence, manage their social media, that sort of thing. Last autumn, between clients, I found myself with too much time and a dangerous amount of curiosity about the parts of the internet I'd only heard whispered about in tech forums. It started with a legitimate research project. One of my clients had been targeted by online harassment, and I wanted to understand how these campaigns typically operated. Someone mentioned that the real coordination often happened on the dark web, away from the scrutiny of mainstream platforms. Setting up Tor felt like crossing a line I shouldn't cross, but I told myself it was just research. professional development. The first few weeks were disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing things that would get you arrested if you posted them on Facebook. The whole thing felt less sinister than I'd expected, more like a slightly seedy car boot sale than the digital underworld I'd imagined. But then I started hearing about red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streams where viewers could supposedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people I encountered online dismissed them as elaborate hoaxes, digital urban legends designed to part gullible people from their Bitcoin. The technical challenges alone made it seem implausible. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable connections, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting caught. Yet some users insisted they'd encountered the real thing. They described details that seemed too specific to be complete fabrications. Hidden payment systems using obscure cryptocurrencies, invitation-only access requiring vouchers from existing members, sophisticated streaming infrastructure that somehow worked despite the limitations of anonymous networks. My professional instincts kicked in. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of technical infrastructure would be required? It became a puzzle I couldn't let go. The same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging marketing campaign or branding problem. The research consumed my evenings for months. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about layered VPN systems, about streaming protocols designed for unreliable connections. I discovered communities where people discussed theoretical approaches to anonymous video distribution, always careful to frame everything as academic security research. Around Christmas time, I found something that changed the trajectory of my investigation entirely. It was buried in a discussion about experimental streaming technology, presented not as anything sinister, but as a demonstration of new protocols designed for secure communications. The poster claimed it was a proof of concept for a system that could work in authoritarian countries with heavy internet censorship. The link led to a sparse login page. No branding, no explanation, just username and password fields. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required an invitation code from an existing member. I should have closed that browser tab immediately. Instead, I spent the better part of January trying to work out how to get access. The breakthrough came through my legitimate work. I'd been helping a small cybersecurity firm with their content marketing, writing blog posts about privacy tools and network security. One of their consultants, someone I'd worked with on several projects, sent me a private message asking if I'd be interested in beta testing a new streaming platform designed for privacy-conscious users. The timing felt like more than coincidence. I accepted. The authentication process was more sophisticated than I'd expected. Beyond basic credentials, the system required verification through a custom application that generated time-sensitive codes. It reminded me of the security systems used by online banking, the kind of multi-factor authentication you'd expect from financial institutions. When I finally gained access, I was struck by how professional everything looked. Clean interface design, intuitive navigation, the kind of user experience you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. There was a list of available channels on the left, chat functionality on the right, and a video player dominating the center of the screen. Most channels appeared to be offline. The active ones had cryptic titles, usually just random combinations of letters and numbers. Viewer counts were relatively low, rarely more than 50 or 60 people. The chat sections were mostly empty, with only occasional messages in languages I couldn't identify. I clicked on one of the active channels. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymity networks, pixelated, choppy, with noticeable delays. It took several seconds to understand what I was looking at. A small room with concrete walls, lit by harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center, a metal chair with someone sitting in it. The person appeared unconscious or heavily sedated. Their head lolled forward, unresponsive to sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section remained empty except for automated system messages noting the timestamp. I watched for perhaps 15 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person didn't move. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed silent. Eventually, I switched to another channel. The second stream showed what looked like an abandoned warehouse. Concrete floors, rusted metal fixtures, industrial lighting casting harsh shadows. The camera was positioned to show the entire space, but like the first stream, nothing happened while I watched. No movement, no sound, no activity in the associated chat. Over the following hours, I sampled roughly a dozen different channels. Most showed similar scenes: empty rooms, unconscious or restrained individuals, industrial or basement settings. The production values varied dramatically. Some appeared professional, with multiple camera angles and clear audio. Others looked like amateur recordings from mobile phones or cheap webcams. What struck me most was the absence of the interaction I'd expected. Despite claims that these platforms allowed viewer participation, I saw no evidence of real-time control or influence. No voting mechanisms, no polling systems, no way for viewers to communicate with whoever was operating the streams. The chat functions existed but remained largely unused. I began to suspect I was looking at elaborate recordings rather than live content. The technical limitations that skeptics had pointed out seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video streams through anonymity networks would require significant resources and expertise. Perhaps these were pre-recorded videos designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that shattered that assumption completely. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Fulfillment Session 47. The viewer count was significantly higher, over 100 people. The chat section showed active messages, though they were mostly numbers and brief phrases that meant nothing to me initially. The video showed a residential setting rather than the industrial spaces I'd seen before. Someone's sitting room, complete with furniture, decorations, family photographs on the mantelpiece. It looked normal, comfortable, like any middle-class British home you might visit. A person sat on the sofa, facing the camera directly. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, this individual was alert, making eye contact with the lens. They appeared nervous but not panicked, as if they understood what was about to happen and had somehow accepted their situation. The chat suddenly exploded with activity. Messages appeared rapidly, too fast for me to read them all. Numbers, coordinates, simple commands. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of other European languages mixed throughout. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The timestamp on one of the chat messages matched exactly the time showing on my computer clock. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. These weren't pre-recorded videos. This was happening right now, in real time. Someone entered the frame from the left side of the screen. They wore dark clothing with their face obscured, but their movements seemed deliberate, controlled. They approached the person on the sofa and handed them what appeared to be a sheet of paper. The person read whatever was written there. Their expression transformed from nervous to genuinely terrified. They started to rise from the sofa, but the masked figure placed a hand on their shoulder, gently but firmly guiding them back down. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I began to understand that they weren't just comments, they were instructions. The numbers corresponded to locations within the room. The brief phrases were commands for actions to be performed. The viewers weren't just watching, they were directing what happened next. The person on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized with growing horror that they could see us. Not individually, but they knew we were there, watching, participating. Their eyes held a desperate pleading that I'd never witnessed before in any film or television program. I slammed the laptop shut immediately. For nearly a week, I avoided my computer entirely, except for essential work tasks. I told myself it had been an elaborate hoax, a piece of performance art designed to disturb people like me who'd wandered into spaces we had no business exploring. The production values had been too polished, the technical execution too smooth. Surely real criminal operations don't invest that kind of effort into user experience design. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat messages and my system clock. The way the person on the sofa had looked through the camera, as if they could see directly to the people watching on the other side. After 4 days, I began checking local news websites obsessively. Missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might connect to what I'd witnessed. I found nothing, which should have been reassuring but somehow made everything worse. I never returned to that platform. I uninstalled Tor, deleted the cryptocurrency wallets I'd created during my research, reformatted my hard drive multiple times. I changed all my passwords, switched to new email providers, even replaced my router with a different model from a different manufacturer. But the questions remained. Had I witnessed something real, or had I been subjected to an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? 8 months have passed since then. I've attempted to return to my normal routine, focusing on client work, avoiding the darker corners of the internet entirely. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm working on a campaign or reviewing analytics, I'll notice the timestamp in the corner of my screen and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was real. The worst part is knowing that somewhere out there, other people are still watching, still participating, still directing what happens to individuals whose faces they'll never be able to forget. And sometimes I wonder if there's a record somewhere of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their laptops at the crucial moment. Whether my name is on a list, whether someone, somewhere, is still keeping track. I've become more paranoid about online security since then. I monitor my network traffic regularly, check my systems for unusual activity, maintain better operational security practices than any marketing consultant has any reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong now, but because I can't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, might still be watching me. The internet feels fundamentally different now. Every click, every page load, every moment of connectivity carries the weight of knowing what's possible in the spaces between legitimate websites. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface concealing depths that most people never imagine exist. I still work in marketing. I still help businesses establish their online presence, manage their digital communications, build their brands. But now I understand that the threats aren't just technical or competitive, they're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources, expertise, and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I receive emails from technology companies, invitations to test new privacy tools, requests to review anonymity-focused platforms. I delete them immediately without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never truly leave behind. The person on that sofa is still out there somewhere, or they're not. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty follows me through every day, every project, every quiet moment when I'm alone with my thoughts and my computer screen. That's the real horror of it all. Not knowing becomes its own kind of prison, and the people who build these systems understand that perfectly. They know that witnesses are bound by their complicity, that knowledge becomes a burden too heavy to share with anyone who might actually be able to help. I've never told anyone about this experience. Not friends, not family, not the police. Who would believe it? And what would I tell them? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real. That I watched something I shouldn't have watched and then fled. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps because the weight of keeping it secret has become unbearable. Perhaps because I hope that sharing it will somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my daily thoughts. Or perhaps because I've started to suspect that the real purpose of those streams isn't the content itself. Perhaps it's creating witnesses, people who carry the knowledge of what's possible, who spread that knowledge through whispers and implications and stories that can never be properly verified. Perhaps I'm doing exactly what they intended me to do all along. I never wanted to share this story. Even now, as I type this out at 3 a.m. with my blinds drawn tight, I keep second-guessing myself. But after what happened last week, after seeing that familiar username pop up in my email, I realized I need to put this somewhere. Maybe as a warning. Maybe just to convince myself I'm not going mad. I've always been the tech guy in my friend group. The one people call when their laptop's acting up or when they need help setting up their new smart TV. It started back when I was 13, taking apart my dad's old computers in our garage in Manchester. My parents thought it was just a phase, but computers made sense to me in a way people never did. I was that quiet kid who'd rather debug code than go to parties. Not exactly the most exciting childhood, but it led me down some interesting paths. University was when things really took off. I studied computer science at Leeds, and while everyone else was out getting plastered at the student union, I'd be in my room exploring the furthest corners of the internet. It wasn't just about the coding challenges or the hacking forums, though those were fascinating enough. I was curious about what else was out there, beyond the surface web most people never venture past. That curiosity is what led me to the dark web in my second year. Looking back, I wish I could go back and slap some sense into my younger self. I thought I was being so clever, so edgy, setting up Tor, finding those first .onion links, feeling like I was some kind of digital explorer. It's embarrassing now, how proud I was of myself, like I'd discovered some secret club. I wasn't doing anything particularly dodgy at first, just browsing, looking at some marketplaces out of curiosity, reading forums where people discuss privacy and security. I remember telling myself that I was just there for academic reasons, to understand the full landscape of the internet. That's what we tell ourselves, isn't it? That we're just observers, not participants. That we can look without being touched by what we see. I'd been exploring for about 6 months when I came across a link on one of the forums. Someone had posted it with a cryptic message, for those with stronger stomachs than mine. No other context, no explanation. I should have left it alone. I knew even then that there were corners of the dark web no one should visit. but there was something about the way it was phrased, like a challenge. And I'd always had trouble walking away from a challenge. It was a Tuesday night in November. I remember because my flatmates had gone to see some horror film at the cinema. Ironic, considering what I was about to witness was far worse than any fictional horror. They'd invited me along, but I'd claimed I had coursework to finish. In reality, I just wanted a few hours alone to explore without anyone looking over my shoulder. My room was small, with just enough space for a bed and a desk crammed under the window. The streetlight outside cast an orange glow through the cheap blinds, making patterns on my keyboard as I clicked the link and waited for the page to load. Tor is notoriously slow, and I remember drumming my fingers, wondering if the link was dead. Maybe part of me was hoping it wouldn't load at all. When it finally did, it looked underwhelming at first. A black background, a simple login page with no graphics or explanations. Just a username and password field, and below it, a button that said Observe. No option to register that I could see. I was about to close it when I noticed a small line of text at the bottom. Guests welcome for preview only. I hesitated. Every instinct was telling me to close the browser and forget I'd ever seen this page. But that damn curiosity, it's like an itch you can't help scratching, even when you know it'll make things worse. I moved my cursor to the Observe button and clicked. The screen went black for a moment, then loaded what looked like a streaming video. The quality was poor, grainy, and with a slight delay, like CCTV footage. It showed a room, empty, except for a metal table in the center. The walls were concrete, and there was a drain in the floor. My first thought was that it was some kind of industrial space, maybe an abandoned building. Then I noticed the tools arranged neatly on a tray beside the table. Scalpels, pliers, things I couldn't even identify. My stomach dropped. I knew I should close the browser immediately, but I was frozen, hoping this was just some elaborate setup for a prank or a very convincing piece of performance art. That's when I noticed the chat window on the right side of the screen. Messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. Anonymous users I didn't recognize, typing in a mix of languages. I caught fragments in English asking when it would start, commenting on previous sessions, preparing requests for what would happen next. It reminded me of those live gaming streams my flatmate would watch, except there was something soulless and predatory about the way these messages moved, like digital vultures circling. I felt sick. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hoax, a shocking display put on to scare people or to scam them out of money. I remember adjusting my position in my chair. The cheap foam cushion had gone flat after too many all-night coding sessions. My neck was stiff. I always got tense when I was anxious, a habit since childhood that my mum used to point out. But then a door opened on screen and two figures entered the room. One was wearing a plain white mask that covered their entire face, dressed in what looked like surgical scrubs. The other, God, I still see them in my nightmares, was a young man, maybe in his 20s, with tape over his mouth and his hands bound behind his back. His eyes were wild with terror as he was forced onto the table. I should have closed the browser then. I should have reported it to someone, though I had no idea who would have jurisdiction over something like this. Instead, I sat there, telling myself it couldn't be real, even as the chat window exploded with activity. Users were placing what looked like bids, specifying what they wanted to see done. The messages contained horrific requests, starting with extremities, avoiding facial damage initially, grotesque suggestions about the victim's eyes. My throat went dry as I read them. I remember my hand hovering over the trackpad, trembling slightly. The heating in my room had kicked on. That familiar clicking sound as the radiator warmed up. Such a normal, everyday sound that felt completely at odds with the horror unfolding on my screen. I felt like I was going to be sick. This couldn't be happening. Not in real life, not with me watching. I told myself it was an elaborate fake, that the person on the table was an actor, that the blood that began to flow when the masked figure made the first cut wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. The screams that came through my headphones weren't acted. The terror in that young man's eyes wasn't performed. I finally snapped out of my horrified trance and slammed my laptop shut. I ran to the bathroom and vomited until there was nothing left. When I came back, shaking, I opened my computer again, not to watch, but to figure out how to report what I'd seen. But the page was gone, redirecting to an error message. I tried the link again, but it was dead. For days afterwards, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that room, that table, those tools. I told myself there was nothing I could have done. I had no way of knowing where it was happening. No way to identify the people involved. I tried to convince myself it might have been fake after all. People can do amazing things with special effects these days, right? But I knew the truth. I'd seen something real, something horrific, and I'd done nothing but watch. I nearly dropped out of university. I stopped going to lectures, stopped talking to friends. My flatmates thought I was having some kind of breakdown, which I suppose I was. I formatted my hard drive and reinstalled everything, paranoid that somehow I'd been tracked, that whoever ran that site knew who I was and what I'd seen. After a few months, I started to recover. I told myself it was a one-time mistake, that I'd never go near the dark web again. I focused on finishing my degree, got a job at a cybersecurity firm in London, built a normal life. I almost managed to convince myself that night had been some kind of fever dream, until last week. I was working late, alone in my flat. These days, I keep normal hours, have a girlfriend, go to the pub with colleagues, all the things normal people do. But sometimes I still stay up too late, coding or gaming or just browsing Reddit. It was around 1 a.m. when the email arrived. It came to my personal account, not the one I use for work. The subject line was just a string of numbers. The sender's address was a jumble of letters and digits that didn't look like any standard email format. I should have deleted it as spam, but something made me open it. There was no message, just a link, and below it, a single line stating they'd missed me, followed by an observer number I'd never seen before. I'd never used that identifier anywhere. It wasn't something I'd created or chosen, but as soon as I saw it, I knew. It was what they'd called me on that site. It was the automatic observer ID assigned to me when I'd clicked that button. I remember the room suddenly feeling colder, like someone had left a window open in December. My ears started to ring slightly, that same feeling I'd get before a panic attack during my university finals. I should have called someone, maybe my friend David, who works in digital security, but something kept me frozen in place. They knew who I was. They'd known all along. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, but I managed to delete the email. I shut down my computer, unplugged it from the wall. Childish, perhaps, but it was all I could think to do. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, jumping at every sound, checking the locks on my door and windows over and over. The next day, another email arrived, this time on my work account. Same subject line, same sender. I deleted it without opening it, then spent the day looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being watched. I kept checking my reflection in my monitor screen, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. The office felt different somehow. Spaces I'd walked through 1,000 times suddenly seemed threatening, filled with shadows and blind corners. The walk to the bathroom felt like crossing a minefield. When I got home, there was a third email waiting. On an old university account I hardly ever check anymore. This one had a message telling me it was my last chance, mentioning they had something special planned just for me. I didn't go to work the next day, or the day after that. I called in sick, turned off my phone, disconnected my router. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably just some sick joke, someone who'd hacked my accounts. But then the letter arrived. An actual physical letter delivered to my flat. No return address. Inside a single sheet of paper with an address printed on it. An address less than a mile from where I live. And a time. Tonight, 11 p.m. I've spent the day trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what exactly? That years ago I watched something terrible on the dark web, and now I'm getting creepy emails. I have no proof, no evidence of any crime. Just my word, and the terrible feeling that somehow I've been marked. The rational part of my brain says to ignore it, to stay home, lock the doors, maybe go stay with a friend for a few days, until this blows over. But there's another part. The part that couldn't resist clicking that link all those years ago, that wonders. What if there's another victim? What if by going, I could somehow stop what happened before from happening again? Or what if it's a trap? What if I'm meant to be the next person on that table? It's 10:30 p.m. now. I have 30 minutes to decide. I keep telling myself I won't go, that only a madman would walk knowingly into what could be his own murder. But I also know that if I don't, I'll spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for them to find me again. I've written this all down as a record, I suppose. If something happens to me, maybe someone will find it. Maybe they'll understand. Or maybe I'm just scaring myself over nothing. And tomorrow I'll read this back and laugh at how paranoid I've become. It's funny how the mind works. Last night I was worried about paying my council tax on time. And now here I am writing what might be my last words. The ordinary and the horrific side by side. I just remembered I was supposed to call my mum tomorrow for her birthday. I should have visited more often. There's a knock at my door. It's too early. It's only 10:33. No one should be here. I'm not expecting anyone. The knocking is getting louder, more insistent. I can hear voices outside, whispering. The letterbox just flapped open. Something's been pushed through, a white envelope, just like the one that came this morning. I don't want to open it. I don't want to know what's inside. But I also know I don't have a choice anymore. They found me. And judging by what I can see through my peephole, 3 figures in white masks waiting patiently. They're not planning to leave until they get what they came for. I'm going to stop writing now. I need to think about what to do next. If anyone reads this, well, I'm not sure what I expect you to do. Just know that there are corners of the internet where real nightmares live. And sometimes, when you look into the darkness looks back and remembers your face. I should probably admit something right from the start. I agreed to help my brother because I wanted to feel useful again. That's the pathetic truth of it. 3 months unemployed after the bakery closed down, sitting around my flat feeling sorry for myself. And when Danny called asking for computer help, I jumped at the chance to do something that mattered. I told myself I was being a good sister, helping family when they needed it most. But really, I was just desperate to feel competent at something again. That desperation has cost me my peace of mind, my sense of security, and probably a lot more besides. I'm writing this from a Premier Inn in Birmingham, having left my flat in the middle of the night with nothing but a rucksack and my savings, because I finally understand what I helped my brother access, what I made possible, and I'm terrified of what might happen now that I know too much. Danny had always been the clever one in the family, the one who understood technology and business, while I learned to knead dough and operate industrial ovens. But cleverness can be dangerous when it leads you into places you don't belong, and my brother had always been too curious for his own good. He called me on a Tuesday evening in October, sounding more stressed than I'd heard him in years. He'd been working on what he called a freelance research project, something that required accessing websites that weren't available through normal internet searches. He'd managed to set up the necessary software, but was having trouble navigating the technical requirements. The job paid well, he explained, and he desperately needed the income. His marketing consultancy had been struggling since the recession, and this research work was keeping him afloat financially. All he needed was someone to help him understand how to access specific websites and download certain files. I should have asked more questions about what kind of research required such unusual internet access. Should have wondered why legitimate work would need to be conducted through hidden websites that most people didn't even know existed. But Danny sounded so desperate, and I was flattered that he thought I could help with something technical. The next evening, I went round to his house in Kenilworth to see what he was struggling with. He'd already installed the necessary software but was having trouble understanding how to use it effectively. The interface was confusing, nothing like the normal web browsers we were used to. It took me most of the evening to work out the basics, but eventually we managed to access the hidden websites Danny needed for his research. The whole system seemed needlessly complicated, but I assumed that was just how these privacy tools worked. The websites themselves looked basic compared to normal internet sites. Simple layouts, minimal graphics, mostly text-based content. Danny explained that his research involved gathering information from discussion groups and databases that weren't indexed by search engines. Over the following weeks, I helped him navigate these sites whenever he got stuck with technical problems. It became a regular arrangement. He'd call when he needed assistance, and I'd come over to help him access specific pages or download particular files. I was curious about the research itself, but Danny was vague about the details. He said his client valued discretion, and he couldn't discuss the specific subject matter. Something to do with market research and consumer behavior, he claimed, though the websites we were accessing didn't look like they contained commercial information. The first sign something wasn't right was when I noticed the types of files Danny was downloading. They weren't research documents or market reports, but photographs and personal information about specific individuals. When I asked about this, he explained that his client was investigating potential employees and needed comprehensive background checks. That seemed plausible enough, though I was surprised by the level of personal detail being gathered. The files contained information about people's daily routines, family relationships, even financial circumstances, more detailed than any legitimate employment background check would require. But I was enjoying the regular visits to Danny's house and the feeling that I was helping with important work. After months of unemployment, it was gratifying to feel needed and competent at something, even if I didn't fully understand what we were accomplishing. The research requests became more specific over time. Instead of general background information, Danny's client began asking for details about particular individuals' vulnerabilities, their fears, their secrets, their potential pressure points. When I questioned the appropriateness of gathering such personal information, Danny assured me it was all legal and above board. He showed me the client communications, which seemed professional enough. The requests were always couched in business language about risk assessment and due diligence. But reading between the lines, it was clear that someone was building detailed psychological profiles of people who had no idea they were being investigated. I should have refused to continue helping at that point. Should have recognized that legitimate research doesn't require such invasive intelligence gathering about private individuals. But Danny was paying me a small fee for my technical assistance, and I needed the money more than I cared to admit. The breakthrough came when I recognized one of the research targets. It was Sarah, a woman who worked at the coffee shop near my flat. I knew her fairly well from regular visits over the past 2 years. She was friendly, hardworking, and studying part-time to become a teacher. The file Danny was compiling about Sarah contained frighteningly personal information. Details about her work schedule, her college timetable, even her route home from the bus stop. Someone had been systematically observing her daily routine and documenting her movements with methodical precision. But it was the psychological profile that really disturbed me. The file included assessments of Sarah's personality traits, her emotional vulnerabilities, even speculation about her romantic relationships and family dynamics. This wasn't employment background checking. It was preparation for something much more sinister. When I confronted Danny about what we were really doing, he became defensive and evasive. He insisted that the research was legitimate, that his client had valid reasons for gathering such detailed information, but he couldn't explain why a simple background check would require knowledge of someone's daily fears and emotional weaknesses. I threatened to stop helping unless he told me the truth about what the research was being used for. That's when he finally admitted that his client wasn't conducting employment screening. They were providing intelligence services to people who wanted detailed information about specific individuals for unstated purposes. Danny claimed he didn't know what the client ultimately did with the research, but it was obvious he suspected the information was being used for harassment or stalking. He justified his involvement by saying he was just gathering publicly available information, that he wasn't responsible for how it was used. But I knew that wasn't true. The information in these files could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance and investigation. Someone was paying Danny to facilitate stalking campaigns, and I'd been helping him do it without understanding the consequences. I demanded that he stop accepting these research requests and delete all the files we'd compiled. Danny refused, claiming he couldn't afford to lose the income and that someone else would do the work if he didn't. He tried to minimize my concerns by suggesting that information gathering wasn't inherently harmful. That's when I realized my brother had become someone I didn't recognize. The financial pressure had compromised his moral judgment, and he was willing to facilitate serious crimes against innocent people, rather than face economic hardship. I stopped helping him and tried to put the whole experience behind me, but I couldn't stop thinking about Sarah and the other people whose lives we documented in such invasive detail. I started paying closer attention to her behavior when I visited the coffee shop, looking for signs that she was being harassed or followed. It didn't take long to notice changes. Sarah seemed more nervous than usual, constantly checking over her shoulder and jumping at unexpected sounds. She'd started varying her route home from work and seemed reluctant to stay late for closing duties. Someone was clearly making her feel unsafe. I considered warning her about the research file, but how do you tell someone that your brother has been paid to compile a stalking manual about their daily life? How do you explain your own complicity in gathering the intelligence that was now being used to terrorize them? Instead, I decided to investigate who Danny's client actually was and what they were doing with the information we'd provided. I used the same hidden websites we'd been accessing for research, following the digital trail, back to see where the requests were originating. What I discovered was a marketplace where people could commission detailed surveillance reports about anyone they chose. The clients weren't employers or private investigators. They were stalkers, harassers, and worse. People who wanted to terrorize specific individuals but needed intelligence about their targets' routines and vulnerabilities. The research Danny had been conducting was being sold to the highest bidder, with no screening of the buyers or oversight of how the information was used. We'd been feeding intelligence into a system that facilitated serious crimes against vulnerable people. Some of the completed research files had been used for elaborate stalking campaigns that had driven victims from their homes and jobs. Others had enabled harassment so severe that several targets had required police protection. A few had even been connected to physical assaults, where the attackers had used detailed intelligence about their victims' routines and psychology. I tried contacting Danny to explain what I'd discovered, but he refused to discuss it further. He claimed he was just providing a service that was in demand, that he wasn't responsible for criminal misuse of information. When I threatened to report his activities to the police, he reminded me that I'd been complicit in gathering much of the intelligence myself. That's when I understood the trap I'd fallen into. My desire to feel useful had made me an accessory to systematic stalking and harassment. I couldn't expose Danny's activities without implicating myself, and I couldn't protect his victims without admitting my own role in facilitating their persecution. I started monitoring the hidden websites regularly, looking for signs that the research targets were being harmed. Found several news reports that seemed connected to intelligence we'd gathered. Break-ins at addresses we'd surveilled. Harassment campaigns against people whose psychological profiles we'd compiled. Even a few cases where victims had been approached by strangers who demonstrated intimate knowledge of their personal lives. Each report made me feel sicker about what I'd been part of. I'd thought I was helping my brother with legitimate research work, but I'd actually been enabling crimes against innocent people who had done nothing except catch the attention of someone willing to pay for detailed intelligence about their lives. The situation became personal when I found my own name on one of the research request lists. Someone had commissioned a detailed surveillance report about me, probably because they'd identified my connection to Danny's intelligence gathering operation. The request specified the same level of invasive investigation that we'd conducted on other targets: daily routine mapping, psychological profiling, vulnerability assessment. Someone wanted to know everything about my life, my habits, my weaknesses. I realized I was now in the same position as Sarah and the other people we'd researched. My privacy had been violated, my safety had been compromised, and there was nothing I could do about it through normal legal channels. That's when I decided to disappear, not permanently, but long enough to break the surveillance pattern and hopefully discourage whoever was interested in my activities. I withdrew my savings, packed essential belongings, and left Coventry without telling anyone where I was going. The irony isn't lost on me. I've become a victim of the same system I helped create. The intelligence gathering techniques I learned while helping Danny are now being used against me by people who see me as a security threat or a source of information. I keep thinking about Sarah and wondering if she's managed to escape whatever harassment campaign was planned against her. About all the other targets whose files we compiled. All the innocent people whose lives we documented for criminal purposes. The hidden websites are still active, still facilitating the trade in personal intelligence that makes modern stalking so effective. Danny is probably still accepting research requests, still gathering invasive information about people who don't know they're being watched. and I'm sitting in this anonymous hotel room, afraid to go home, afraid to contact friends or family, afraid to establish any routine that might make me predictable to whoever has commissioned intelligence gathering about my life. The most frightening thing is how easy it all was, how a few hours of technical assistance could facilitate systematic violations of privacy and safety, how the desire to feel useful could be manipulated into complicity with serious crimes. I suppose this is what happens when technology outpaces our understanding of its implications, when the tools that were designed to protect privacy get turned into weapons for destroying it, when the interconnected world we've created becomes a hunting ground where anyone can become prey. All I wanted was to help my brother and feel competent at something again. Instead, I've learned that good intentions can be weaponized, that family loyalty can be exploited, and that sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is try to be helpful without understanding the full consequences of your assistance. Now I just have to hope that whoever is researching me will lose interest before they gather enough intelligence to make me genuinely vulnerable. And I have to live with knowing that my desire to feel useful has probably contributed to the suffering of people I'll never meet. People whose only crime was existing in a world where privacy has become a commodity to be bought and sold. I keep telling myself I should have walked away when the money seemed too good to be legitimate. But when you're freelancing and barely covering your bills, it's easy to convince yourself that sometimes you just get lucky with well-paying clients. Even now, months later, I can't decide whether I was naive or just desperate enough to ignore the obvious warning signs. The whole thing started with what seemed like a perfectly ordinary translation job. I'd been working as a freelance translator for about 2 years, mostly handling business documents and tourist materials for companies around the Midlands. The work was steady, but not particularly well paid, and I was always looking for clients who might offer better rates. I specialize in Eastern European languages, particularly Polish and Czech, which aren't exactly in high demand in most of the UK. Most of my work came through agencies that paid a fraction of what direct clients would offer. But finding those direct clients was proving more difficult than I'd expected when I first went freelance. So when I received an email from someone claiming to represent a research organization that needed regular translation services, I was immediately interested. They explained that they worked with academic institutions across Europe and needed someone who could handle sensitive documents that required discretion and accuracy. The initial email was professional and detailed, explaining that they often dealt with materials that weren't suitable for larger translation agencies due to confidentiality requirements. They were looking for an individual translator who could work independently and maintain strict confidentiality about their projects. They offered to pay nearly double my usual rates, which should have made me suspicious. But they explained that the premium was due to the confidential nature of the work and the quick turnaround times they typically required. When you're struggling to make rent, that kind of explanation sounds reasonable enough. We arranged a video call to discuss the specifics of what they needed. The person I spoke with seemed knowledgeable about translation work and asked sensible questions about my experience and capabilities. They explained that their research involved social and cultural studies, which often required analysis of materials that weren't readily available through conventional sources. The first job they sent me was straightforward enough. About a dozen pages of what appeared to be forum posts and private messages in Polish, discussing various social and political topics. Nothing obviously sensitive or concerning, just the sort of online conversations you might find on any social media platform. My task was to translate these posts while preserving the conversational tone and any cultural references that might be important for understanding the context. They emphasized that accuracy was crucial, particularly for any references to specific people, places, or events mentioned in the messages. I completed the work within their deadline and received payment the same day, exactly as promised. The client seemed satisfied with my work and immediately offered me another similar project. This time, it was Czech forum posts, again focusing on social and political discussions. Over the following weeks, I received regular translation jobs from this client. The work was always similar. Online conversations and forum posts in various Eastern European languages, with an emphasis on preserving cultural context and specific references. The content gradually became more personal and detailed. Instead of general social discussions, I was translating private messages between individuals discussing their personal lives, work situations, and family circumstances. The tone suggested these were meant to be confidential communications rather than public forum posts. When I mentioned to the client that some of the materials seemed quite personal, they explained that their research involved studying authentic communication patterns in different cultural contexts. They needed examples of how people actually communicated online, rather than the more formal language used in official documents or published materials. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for an academic research project. Understanding how people actually communicate online would require access to genuine conversations rather than sanitized examples designed for public consumption. The pay continued to be excellent, and the work was intellectually interesting. I was learning about communication patterns and cultural differences that I'd never encountered in my regular commercial translation work. The client seemed pleased with my accuracy and attention to detail, often commenting specifically on how well I'd captured the nuances of particular conversations. Around the 6th week, they began sending me materials that were clearly more sensitive. Private messages discussing illegal activities, conversations about avoiding law enforcement, and detailed discussions of criminal enterprises. Nothing that directly involved violence, but definitely conversations that the participants wouldn't want to become public. When I raised concerns about translating what appeared to be evidence of criminal activity, the client assured me that all materials were being used for legitimate academic research into online criminal communities. They explained that understanding how these communities communicate was important for developing strategies to combat organized crime. They also reminded me of the confidentiality agreement I'd signed at the beginning of our working relationship, which included provisions about not discussing the content of materials I translated with anyone outside their organization. The explanation seemed plausible enough. Law enforcement and academic institutions do study criminal communication patterns, and translation services would be a necessary part of that research. I convinced myself that I was contributing to important work that might help combat serious crime. But the materials I was translating began to include increasingly specific information about real people and activities, names, addresses, business operations, and detailed plans for various illegal enterprises. The level of detail suggested that these weren't just random examples of criminal communication, but intelligence about active criminal operations. Some of the conversations I translated included references to people and places in the UK, particularly in areas I recognized from living in the Midlands. The participants were discussing operations and activities that were clearly taking place in my local area, rather than the distant Eastern European context I'd initially assumed. When I realized that I was translating intelligence about criminal activities happening near where I lived, I became much more uncomfortable with the work. This wasn't abstract academic research about online communication patterns. It was detailed information about real crimes being planned and executed in my own region. I tried to discuss these concerns with my client, but their response was less reassuring than before. They explained that their research necessarily involved studying active criminal networks rather than historical examples, and that the geographic distribution of their materials reflected the international nature of modern organized crime. They also mentioned that my translations had been particularly valuable because of my familiarity with UK cultural references and regional variations in the areas being discussed. This suggested that they had specifically chosen me because of my location and local knowledge, rather than just my language skills. This realization made me deeply uncomfortable. I hadn't been hired as a general translator, but specifically because my background made me useful for understanding criminal activities in my local area. The client had identified me as someone who could provide cultural context for intelligence about crimes happening in my own region. When I tried to reduce my involvement with their projects, the client became more insistent about the importance of my continued participation. They explained that I had developed valuable expertise in understanding the specific communication patterns used by the criminal networks they were studying, and that replacing me would significantly disrupt their research. They also reminded me that I had already translated significant amounts of sensitive material, and that my knowledge of their research methods and sources made me an important part of their security considerations. Ending our working relationship abruptly could create complications for their ongoing projects. The implication was that I knew too much about their operations to simply walk away. I had detailed knowledge of their research methods, their sources of information, and the specific criminal networks they were monitoring. From their perspective, I had become a security risk that needed to be managed rather than simply dismissed. Over the following weeks, the client began requesting additional services beyond basic translation. They wanted me to provide cultural context for the materials I was translating, explaining regional references and local knowledge that might not be obvious to someone unfamiliar with the areas being discussed. These requests required me to research the people and places mentioned in the materials I was translating. I found myself looking up addresses, business premises, and individuals referenced in the criminal conversations, ostensibly to provide better context for the translations. But this research was effectively turning me into an intelligence gatherer rather than just a translator. I was using my local knowledge and research skills to build detailed profiles of the people and places involved in the criminal activities described in the materials. The client seemed particularly interested in my research into individuals mentioned in the conversations. They requested detailed background information about people whose names appeared in the materials, including their employment history, family connections, and social media presence. This crossed a clear line from translation work into active intelligence gathering. I was no longer just converting text from one language to another. I was conducting surveillance research on real people based on information I discovered through translating intercepted communications. When I tried to refuse these additional research tasks, the client pointed out that my translation work had already made me complicit in their intelligence operations. I had detailed knowledge of their sources and methods, and I had been contributing to their understanding of criminal networks for several months. They suggested that my concerns about the ethics of intelligence gathering were somewhat late, given that I had already been participating in their operations for weeks without raising objections. From their perspective, I was already a full participant in their activities, rather than just a service provider. The client also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances and activities that they couldn't have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my daily routine, my social connections, and my financial situation that suggested they had been conducting background research into my own life. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days. The client would mention details about my activities that I hadn't shared with them, presented as casual observations, but clearly intended to demonstrate their knowledge of my personal life. I realized that while I had been researching the people mentioned in the materials I was translating, the client had been conducting similar research into my own background and circumstances. I had become both an intelligence gatherer and a surveillance target. The client explained that background checks on all their contractors were standard security practice, and that my personal information was simply part of their routine risk assessment procedures. They assured me that this information would remain confidential as long as I continued to meet my professional obligations. But the message was clear. They had comprehensive information about my life and circumstances, and they were prepared to use that information to ensure my continued cooperation with their projects. I tried to end the arrangement by simply stopping communication and refusing new projects, but discovered that the client had backup methods for maintaining contact. Messages began appearing through my personal social media accounts, and I received calls at home from people claiming to need translation services for urgent academic projects. The surveillance of my daily activities became more obvious, with clear signs that my movements were being monitored and documented. Not threatening behavior, but obvious enough to make it clear that my decision to stop working with them wasn't being accepted. This continued for several weeks, with regular contact attempts and demonstrations that they maintained detailed knowledge of my routine and activities. The message was that ending our professional relationship wouldn't necessarily end their interest in my circumstances and activities. The pressure only stopped when I moved to a different city and changed most of my contact information. Even then, I received occasional messages for several months, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish our working relationship. I never determined who the client actually represented or what they were really using my translations for. The materials could have been legitimate intelligence gathered by law enforcement, evidence collected by journalists investigating organized crime, or intelligence being used by competing criminal organizations. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit the freelance economy to recruit people for intelligence work that they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope from the beginning. They presented criminal intelligence gathering as academic research and used financial pressure to ensure continued cooperation even when ethical concerns arose. The most disturbing aspect was how gradually I'd been drawn into increasingly invasive activities. Each step seemed like a reasonable extension of the previous work, until I was conducting active surveillance research on real people based on intercepted criminal communications. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar clients, offering translation work for research projects that require discretion and cultural expertise. The pay rates are always generous. The initial projects always seem legitimate, and the communication methods are always more complex than necessary. I delete these messages immediately now, but I wonder how many other freelance translators have found themselves in similar situations, gradually recruited into intelligence operations that they never intended to participate in.